The famous Empress Ji Qingluo has a special hobby. She always sneaks into the city of Chang'an to peep at a poor scholar after leaving the palace, and she does this every year without fail. The people around her all thought that the female emperor was infatuated, but little did they know that she could see into the future of the poor scholar. For the first time in the future, the scholar shouted, "The heavenly street tramples on the bones of the officials, and the inner library is burned into ashes of brocade, causing a great upheaval." The second time in the future, he shouted, "Officials need not be feared. The common people should never be taken lightly, and then let the entire country be filled with yellow turbans." The third time in the future, he shouted, "The world is one family sharing peace," and changed the country to heaven and earth. Empress Ji Qingluo found Chen Huaixin, who was still writing poetry in Chang'an City, ahead of time and forced him to marry her. At this time, Empress Ji Qingluo was sitting on the dragon throne in the Chenghui Jingguang Palace, her exquisite face covered with frost. She looked at the huge bronze mirror in the main hall, her voice indifferent. "Prime Minister, is this the future governor of Zhangzhou that you have chosen? Even a prostitute knows how to die for her country, yet he only complains about the water being too cold and asks for forgiveness. I only know that he is among the top 50 in this imperial examination, so I value him in the future, but I didn't expect his true nature to be like this." Without a trace of literary arrogance, Wang Xiang and Wang Qianhe knelt on the ground begging for mercy, but the voice showed no fear. As similar incidents had occurred many times in the past 3 months, Empress Ji Qingluo had a premonition that there would be a great disaster in the country soon, so she gathered her courtiers and took out the celestial mirror left by the founding emperor. The heavenly mirror can deduce the future of others. Using the heavenly mirror on young people may be able to save our country. The person who topped the palace exam this time is undoubtedly the outstanding figure of the young generation of our country. By deducing their future, we may be able to find a way to save the country. 3 months ago, when the Prime Minister Wang Qianhe proposed it, Empress Ji Qingluo agreed at that time. "I just didn't expect that out of the top 90 scholars, not a single one was able to save Changhua. Among them, the best one is He Wanlin, who topped the list of the second class of the Golden List. He, as a civil official, led the army of a province to resist foreign enemies for a full 5 years. When the city was finally breached, he only sighed, 'It's a pity that I can't see the prosperity of Chang'an again,' and fought with his sword until he died." After watching the future of He Wanlin, the entire Jingluan palace fell into a long silence, without any support, being able to persist for a full 5 years, refusing countless surrender offers during this period. He has done very well and has not let down the country in the slightest. So when Wang Qian has said that the gold list has not been announced yet, it is better to move the name of He Wanlin from the top of the second-tier list to the top of the first-tier list. At this time, Ji Qingluo naturally nodded in agreement. Only except for He Wanlin, the rest of the Jinbang surprisingly did not have anyone who could be proud of. Is this the outstanding figure of the younger generation of Chanhua? Ji Qingluo's tone became even colder, and all the courtiers in the hall were scared and knelt down. At this moment, a sentence suddenly came from among the princesses. "Are these the only 4 people on the list? What about Chen Huaixin, who excels in poetry and prose? Has he not made it to the top of the list?" Ji Qingluo immediately looked over, and Princess Ji Changqing was looking at her with a puzzled expression. The sentence just spoken was her inquiry. The eldest princess, Ji Changning, who was standing next to her, quickly spoke up after hearing her younger sister's words, "Please forgive her. Fifth sister just loves poetry too much and momentarily forgot the occasion." Ji Qingluo did not blame her. On the contrary, Ji Changqing's words also reminded her of the famous poet Chen Huaixin in Chang'an City. It is said that Huaixin is not only a master of poetry, but also passed the imperial examination at the age of 16. His talent is outstanding, but after 3 or 4 years, I have not been able to see him in the palace examination. Perhaps it is because he is obsessed with poetry that he has neglected the country's major affairs. Wang Qianhe replied, "Playing with trivial things leads to the loss of ambition." This is the meaning conveyed by Wang Qianhe's words. Ji Qingluo's eyes flashed with a hint of regret when she heard this. But the fifth princess, Ji Changcheng, couldn't help but interject, "Chen Huaixin should not be that kind of person. He has repeatedly expressed his desire to serve the country in his poems. If he loses his ambition for the sake of pleasure, how could he write such poems? Can the younger sister use the mirror of heaven to see Chen Huaixin's future? I don't believe he would be that kind of person. Do not speak nonsense. The mirror of heaven requires the consumption of national fortune to deduce the future of others. It is a waste to use such a precious item on an ordinary person." Princess Ji Changning hurriedly advised. "He is not an ordinary person. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 16, which is extremely rare even in history." Ji Changqing continued to argue. Ji Changning originally wanted to say something, but when she noticed Ji Qingluo looking at her, she closed her mouth. "Get up." Kneeling on the ground, Can you kneel away the disaster? Ji Qingluo cast her gaze back on the courtiers. The courtiers standing up also did not dare to lift their heads too much. Only one person could be proud of the gold list, which was their fault. No one dared to say more to touch Ji Qingluo's moldy head. Ji Qingluo glanced at them, and they had already seen the future of the top scholars, but they did not find a solution to the great difficulty, so they could only transfer the selection of the future predictor to someone else. Originally, Ji Qingluo wanted to deduce the future of the princesses, who were all very young. Perhaps they could save the country in the future. But when she thought of Ji Changqing, who often stayed alone in the courtyard, accompanied only by poetry and coldness, she doesn't like to play with her sisters, and has even been known to stay in the courtyard for months without leaving it. And now she's making a rare statement for one person. Ji Qingluo's heart softened and she said with a change of mind, since Changqing wants to see it, then take a look. At the age of 16, he obtained the rank of a scholar, which is extremely rare in history. It should not be a waste of talent and years. Hearing Ji Qingluo say this, some of the ministers' faces changed, but they did not dare to speak out against it. After all, Ji Qingluo took the throne. It's not relying on Wendell. 10 years ago, Emperor Chenghui suddenly died, having no brother, no son, leaving behind only 7 imperial daughters. The oldest of them, Ji Changning, was only 10 years old, and the then Minister of Power colluded with the Duke of Chen, wanting to push a puppet emperor to the throne from the royal family. However, Emperor Chenghui's own sister, Ji Qingluo, rushed back from the border with troops and slaughtered the Minister of Power and the Duke of Chen in one night. At once, the entire city of Chang'an was silenced. Ji Qingluo also went from being a general to becoming the new emperor of the Chang kingdom. No one would dare to change what she had decided. As for Ji Changqing, who was among the royal daughters, her face was joyful as she made a rare step out of her sisters, eyes firmly fixed on the bronze mirror in that great hall. Along with Ji Qingluo's guidance of the national fortune, the future of others was once again shown in that bronze mirror. Inside the golden palace, the atmosphere, which had been fairly peaceful, suddenly solidified once again. Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, looked indifferently towards the Changtian County Marquis in that corner position. At this moment the Marquis of Nagata Prefecture was trembling. He had not been noticed, and the people in this great hall, the status was basically higher than him. But the figure of the eldest son that appeared on that bronze mirror made him the center of attention at this moment. If you don't defect to you, Marquis of Changtian County, you will never pass the examination in your life? What a great power! Ji Qingluo snorted coldly. The Marquis of Changtian County immediately knelt down, his head continually knocking against the ground, his mouth crying out for your majesty to spare his life. Even if your head is bleeding, you don't dare to stop. Ji Qingluo just looked at him like this, and the others were also silenced at this moment, not daring to have the slightest word. And that Ji Changqing, who was standing in front of the royal daughters, said indignantly, I knew that. Chen Huaixin, the poet and lyrics master, it's impossible that he can't pass the examination, but he became a scholar at the age of 16. Boo! The Marquis of Nagata Prefecture cowed out even harder. The entire person instantly passed out. Detain him to the Delisi, and don't let him die. A county marquis of the district. It's not that big yet to get their hands dirty in the meaning test. I'd like to see who else is involved in it. Ji Qingluo's gaze swept over the ministers in front of her. She stopped paying attention to the ugly faces of her courtiers. Instead, he continued to look at the heavenly appreciation mirror in the great hall. Chapter 2, Trafficking in Illicit Salt. The Golden Palace. Looking at the ambitions described by Chen Huaixin in the heavenly mirror, sitting on the dragon chair, Ji Qingluo's brows furrowed slightly, and the ministers even screamed and cursed outright. The streets of heaven trampled on the bones of public officials? The inner treasury burned to brocade ashes? Simply wanton. This kid has big dog guts. Your Majesty, I request an order. Immediately lead the troops to kill Chen Huaixin. Such people who rebel in the future must not be retained. The great hall was noisy. They are all learned men, so naturally they know Chen Huaixin's verses. What exactly is meant by that? As for the imperial eldest daughter, Ji Changning, she immediately looked towards her fifth sister, Ji Changqing. Chen Huaixin chose to be a rebel in the future. His own sister should be very disappointed, right? The fragrance of the sky permeates Chang'an, and the city is full of golden armor? Chen Huaixin's verses are still the same, straightforward but containing a million meanings. Even after being so targeted and forced to leave Chang'an, he managed to leave such amazing verses, worthy of being a poet and poet Chen Huaixin. Ji Changqing repeatedly commented on the poems that appeared in that heaven inspection mirror, and his eyes shone even more brightly. See this scene. Let alone Ji Changning, even the other royal daughters were somewhat unable to look away. Second imperial daughter Ji Changling gently nudged her own fifth sister, telling her not to speak so loudly. If you don't, you'll be in trouble if your sister-in-law blames you. Ah, Ji Changqing reacted. She looked at Ji Qingluo on that dragon chair, who was also looking at her at that moment. This caused a shy scarlet to rise in her cheeks. I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to. It's alright. It's the future, after all, not something that's already happened. It's just as well for you all to see how a talented man who achieved the rank of a scholar at the age of 16 was driven to rebellion. Ji Qingluo's gaze swept towards the ministers in that court. At once, the ministers, who were still screaming and cursing, were like ducks with their necks pinched. It became instantly quiet. They sneaked a look at Ji Qingluo. However, Ji Qingluo's face was extremely ugly. Because you don't want to be a part of it, you can't pass a single test. Ming Ming is full of talent. At the age of 16, he obtained the title of scholar, and in 3 years he became famous in Chang'an. And yet, because he has no background, even a dude can make a mockery of him. The future catastrophe of my Songguk would not be the gentleman present, would it? Forcing the good people to go into rebellion, so that the future catastrophe will be forged? Ji Qingluo's voice was colder than ever at this moment, and the ministers, who had not long been on their feet, knelt down again, and, with their heads against the ground, he was quick to claim that this was never the case. Ji Qingluo ignored them. She looked at the minister who had previously proposed to grill Chen Huixin and said, Squire Qian, you know very well that the person whose future is projected by the mirror of discernment will be sheltered by the fate of the country for 1 year. Anyone who tries to make a move against it will be backfired by the country's fortune. But you still propose it like that. What do you think? Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was just in a hurry. That's why it's a mouthful. Not intentionally. Squire Qian knocked hard on the floor. Especially, on hearing the sound of the guards around that great hall. When they drew the long swords on their waists, he was knocking harder. Soon, he then became the second Marquis of Changtian County and passed out directly on the spot. Humph. Imprison him to the deal easy. Ji Qingluo didn't show mercy just because Squire Qian was unconscious. She remembers that a magistrate once admonished Squire Qian for corruption. You can go straight to the plunge for evidence afterward. And after, she looked once again at the kneeling ministers and said, Get up. I am looking forward to that. How many more ministers will there be in this great hall after the deduction of Chen Huixin's future? Gentlemen, don't let me down. She told the ministers to stand up, not to be soft and open-minded, but to show them with their own eyes that what did Chen Huixin, who was driven to revolt, do in the future and what role did they play in it? Ji Qingluo ignored the faces of the ministers that became even more ugly. She guides the nation's fortunes. Let the future of Chen Huixin once again emerge on the mirror of discernment. Chapter 3, The Best Place to Be. Is this the fair view you govern? Is this what you call the view of the feast? The village has no chickens. There are starving people on the road. The powerful people of Juman will play the people wantonly. You guys, you're doing a great job. Ji Qingluo stopped the guidance of that national fortune. Her gaze went to the ministers below, and those beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. The ministers wanted to kneel down out of habit, as if by doing so, no matter what had been done, all of them were able to be forgiven. But the majesty that Ji Qingluo exuded at this moment made them not dare to move in the slightest. Still, in the opinion of the gentleman, when the powerful are able to enjoy prosperity, it is already a situation of prosperity. The people are just insignificant even if their bodies are in the wilderness? Ji Qingluo suppressed the anger within her. She had thought she had governed the Songguk quite well, but Chen Huixin's deduction lifted the truth. She was now itching to kill all the ministers in front of her, to vent that anger at the sight of tired white bones. Songguk may be in full bloom, but it has nothing to do with the people. Minister Wang, you tell me, why is my Songguk in this state? That Zhangji said the river is clear and the sea is calm. The four seas are peaceful. How I did not see in that future. Ji Qingluo looked toward Wang Qianhe. Wang Qianhe's heart was filled with bitterness, but he had to be tough, and walked out of said, I don't know. What I don't know. Ha, the phase of a nation. How dare you not know the suffering of the people? Do you really not know? Or do you not dare to know? Ji Qingluo's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Qianhe immediately felt as if he was being targeted by some fierce beast. The sweaty hairs standing up on that back filled his heart with fear. He hurriedly replied, I really don't know. Perhaps on that heaven inspection mirror, what was projected was after January, and perhaps the outbreak of natural disasters up and down the Chang kingdom at that time led to this. No, it's just an outbreak of a natural disaster. It can't be like this, not even if the relief was untimely. That must have been a long time in the making to cause the people to be unhappy. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning spoke up at this time. It is my fault for failing to discover the hidden dangers of this, Wang Qianhe admitted with a bowed head. Humph. Ji Changning snorted coldly. Her gaze went to Ji Qingluo and she said, Your Majesty, this is not the time to pursue the responsibility of the. There's only a month left until the future in the mirror of heavenly appreciation, and it's clear that my Songguk is terminally ill today. Unusual means may not work either. So why not continue to project Chen Huixin's future in order to find out if there is a way to save my Chung kingdom? Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, nodded slightly, and after suppressing that thought of wanting to kill, she once again looked at the heaven-discerning mirror in that hall. The people of the golden list previously projected are heard and seen within the court. Nowadays, when we project the future of Chen Huixin, we are able to see that underlying truth instead. Luckily, there was a proposal from Chongqing, or we won't even know what the problem is. Ji Qingluo was a bit thankful. The named fifth imperial daughter Ji Chongqing was first stunned, then revealed an embarrassed expression. At the beginning, she simply wanted to know how the future of Chen Huixin, the poet and lyricist, would be. I didn't realize that the misadventure had brought them this reminder. And the second imperial daughter Ji Changling couldn't help but say, the world often says that when a scholar rebels, it doesn't work for 3 years. Even if Chen Huixin was able to gather these 200 people by taking advantage of the drought in Guangdong, whether it was to produce and sell salt or to train the township braves, he was able to get them to work for him. That demonstrated ability and determination are extraordinary. The township army of valor he has trained is not as good as the county soldiers of our dynasty, but it's not bad at all. A general spoke up at this point. Earlier, Ji Qingluo had been accusing the civil officials, and they didn't dare to speak out freely. Now that they were finally able to express their opinions, if they continued to be quiet, they were afraid that Ji Qingluo would forget about them. Because he's Chen Huixin, the poetry and lyrics double assistant who took the Lifu title at the age of 16. Ji Chongqing had a proud face at this moment. This made the few royal daughters around her a bit helpless. Ji Changning smiled as she looked towards the heavenly mirror of appreciation, waiting for Ji Qingluo's continued guidance. Casually, he said, I just don't know why he would ask that township trooper how much a cooking cake sells for. Big sister, Chang Yao knows. It's because the cooking cakes are delicious. There's a cooker in the West Market. It's deliciously made. Next time, Chang Yao will bring you some to try. Ji Changyao, the youngest of the 7th imperial daughters, at that point bounced around with his hands up. Seeing her own 7th sister like this, Ji Changning couldn't help but tease her and said, Changyao, and do you know how much a cooking cake sells for? Chang Yao knows. Sister Chang told me that you can buy a cooking cake for 5 cents, but if you use treasure notes, you'll have to spend a consistent amount of treasure notes. Ji Changyao said with her chin up in anticipation of praise. Hear that? The crowd in the room froze. Their eyes widened. The mind suddenly realized something. That gaze immediately went to the heavenly discerning mirror in the hall. Chapter 4, Getting Them. The moment. The atmosphere of the Golden Palace became grave. The courtiers in the court opened their eyes wide and looked at the heavenly appreciation mirror with some disbelief. And Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, that face was even more shocked. Madness. This kid is simply bold. How dare you accuse us like that? How dare you accuse His Majesty like that? He's looking for death. A minister couldn't help but open his mouth to rebuke. The picture of the future that had just been deduced in that heaven inspection mirror was simply out of everyone's expectation. Though on learning that a cooking cake sells for a consistent amount of treasure, they had already predicted that Chen Huixin would take this to task. But I didn't expect it. Chen Huixin is not only using this as an excuse to tell that countryside bravery army who their enemy is, it also carried out Ji Qingluo and cut off the people's thoughts about the emperor. The emperor's intentions are good? No. She is the culprit who plundered away the people's money. She's the one responsible for all this. This is what Chen Huixin expressed. And while the group of ministers were angry, they also felt their legs shaking a little. They didn't dare to look at Ji Qingluo for fear of being implicated by her anger. But what the ministers did not expect was this. Ji Qingluo wasn't as angry as she was earlier, and after being shocked, she instead even said, so it was me who did it wrong. No, His Majesty has done no wrong. Since the first year of Genghis Khan, I, Da Chang, have been coveted by the surrounding barbarians. Had it not been for the successive offensives launched by His Majesty, which had brought the barbarians to submission and reverence, I'm afraid that my Great Seal will still be harassed by barbarians from time to time, leaving the people in a state of fear and worry, rather than living and working in peace and contentment as they do now. A general rushed forward and said. The other military generals immediately chimed in. Not only were they persuading Ji Qingluo, they were also hoping that Ji Qingluo would not give up on the war. For military generals, if the country had no more wars, there would be no use for this skill of his. And His Majesty today, who is of rare military origin, is also more enthusiastic about war than other emperors. If even she was persuaded by Chen Huaixin and thus gave up on continuing foreign conquests, then they, the military generals, should go home and retire. They don't want that to happen. Humph. You roughnecks. All you think about all day is conquest. Not the slightest thought of how much of a burden that conquest has placed on my great seal kingdom. Wei Taihe, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, spoke up at this time. Upon noticing that Ji Qingluo didn't scold Chen Huaixin, but instead began to wonder about his own problems, he then immediately understood that Ji Qingluo had been swayed by Chen Huaixin's words, or rather, the future picture projected by that heavenly mirror, the tired white bones strewn among that wilderness. It made Ji Qingluo have to reflect whether she had really done wrong. Chen Huaixin is bold though, but it's also true that what he said was true. In order to fill the treasury, which is deficient because of the conquests, we've made the people suffer for a long time. We can't let them continue to suffer. Your Majesty, we can't go on like this. Wei Taihe looked towards Ji Qingluo, and those words were filled with persuasion. Seeing this, the civil officials next to him all spoke out in agreement. The military officials wanted the war to continue, but how could they let the military officials have their way? One time, there was actually some noise in that large hall. This should be discussed: why the money changers cannot give the people exchange of copper money, how to solve the matter of the great Changbao notes and other issues. But by the civil and military officials quarrel into the war debate. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning frowned. She had wanted to say something to stop the argument, but Ji Changling, the second imperial daughter, jumped ahead of her and said, Shangshu Wei, you are indeed quite right when you say that we cannot let the people continue to suffer any longer. But isn't that what you civil officials should do? How come it's on top of the conquest? His Majesty has won 100 battles in foreign conquests, and without a single defeat in the. And yet you still govern the interior of the country of Chengdu like this. Don't you civil officials feel any shame? Ji Changling's maternal grandfather was the head of the general's family, and his son led the army stationed in Liangzhou all year round. She was destined to be of the general's meritorious lineage from birth, and now she naturally spoke up for the military officials. And when Wei Taihe heard this questioning, the look on that face didn't even change. Said, back to the second princess, if the country has no food left, we are like a coquettish woman with no rice. Even if you have a great deal of skill, it won't help. So you let the money changers run amok, so that the people cannot exchange their copper coins. And he keeps suggesting that His Majesty should continue to issue Dechang Kai, which makes the Dechang Kai no longer worth anything, right? Ji Changling wasn't sidetracked by Wei Taihe's words, but rather singled out the problem in a pinpoint manner. Moment. There was silence in the court. The civil officials would quarrel with the military officials, also hoping to cover up the Jian Tianjing and the countryside brave army said the problem, no matter how the national treasury deficit, that the policy of governing the country was originally proposed by their civil officials. Now that such a serious problem has been exposed, it is natural that they also need to be held responsible. That's not true, Your Highness. The second princess. The issuance of the Deshang Baoji was decided upon in the time of the late emperor. It is used to solve the problem of copper shortage in my country of inheritance. Nowadays, we are only maintaining the late emperor's decision to alleviate the deficit in the treasury through the Decheng treasure banknote. There's no way around it. As for the inability of the money changers to exchange copper coins, this was not our intention either. It's just that I'm short of copper, so I can't exchange it for the people for the time being, and when there's enough in the future, naturally, the people will be able to spend as much as they want. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Mu Xiuqi, after seeing Wei Taihe's silence, took the initiative to come forward and retort. However, Ji Changling laughed coldly and said, maintaining the late emperor's decision? Then the late emperor is dead. Why don't you all just follow to your deaths? Why don't you just stick to the rules, and wait until there's enough money to give the people as much as they want? When will it be sufficient? Will it be sufficient when my great seal kingdom is overthrown by the people? Oh, anyway, when you get there, say something about the water being too cold. It would be a cheeky way to defect to a later dynasty. And as for the current problem, it would go up in smoke, wouldn't it? Hear these words. The civil and military officials were all in an uproar. Ji Changling spoke of the dead late emperor without any regard like this. It is also too, father kind and daughter filial. As for the accusation directed against the civil officials, it did make Mu Xiuqi's face darken. However, Chancellor Wang Qianhe and a few ministers just acted as if they hadn't heard it and continued to watch with their eyes and noses, not getting involved in the quarrel, because that Ji Qinglao sitting on the dragon chair, but already frowning at them. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning also noticed this, and she subconsciously pulled on Ji Changling. She told her not to continue, before looking at Ji Qingluo and saying, "Your Majesty, second sister was just speaking out of turn, did not mean to speak of the late emperor, but please, well, Channing, that's your father, and you can say what you like about it, although you, as the eldest sister, have to set the standard for your younger sisters. Don't be so formal and careful in everything you do. It's not wrong to occasionally overstep your bounds," Ji Qingluo said in this way. After all was said and done, her eyes swept over the 100 officials. "Wait until the push is over. The problem's exposed in that. I expect you to resolve it immediately. Otherwise," Ji Qingluo didn't finish, but the killing intent in those eyes made the courtiers shudder. She paid no further attention to what the 100 officials were thinking. Once again, she guided the country's fortunes to project the future of Chen Huixin. At the same time, she was also thinking in her mind, "You say I've done wrong. Then I'd like to see it. Just how far can you go?" In the Golden Palace, confronted about his own death, Ji Qingluo's face didn't change much, because she had seen this image many times before, when she had previously projected the future of the people on the Golden List. It was also after her death that all sorts of turmoil erupted in the Xiangoku, and Ji Changning, who was the eldest daughter of the emperor, looked at Chen Huixin in that image and, he couldn't help but speak up. "Isn't it a bit too cruel for him to do this? There are still children in those families. Should we just leave those children alone and wait until they grow up to take revenge?" The second imperial daughter, Ji Chanling, had a different opinion. Chen Huixin said that he was stepping on all the bones of the public ministers, so surely none of them will be spared. "Eldest sister, you're too merciful. That's why there are beacons all over the place when you come to the throne. Auntie, why don't you pass the throne to me from now on? I'm sure I'll do a better job than my big sister. You yourself are what Chen Huixin calls a public official." Ji Changning looked toward his second sister. Ji Chanling, on the other hand, smiled and said, "So what? It's something that will happen in the future after all. It's not like it's already happened. I just really like him as a character." The two sisters were arguing. Ji Qingluo gazed at the fifth imperial daughter, Ji Changqing. After realizing that Ji Changqing didn't half react to what Chen Huixin had done, she could only sigh helplessly when those eyes seemed to still be looking forward to Chen Huixin's new work. The push continues. Chapter 5, Soldiers out of the sentence of injustice. Utilizing money. By people's hearts. This son uses all the wrong ways. Wait for the Imperial Army to arrive in Grievance County. Then everything will be fine. Looking at the future projected in the mirror of heavenly appreciation, someone in the civil officials snorted disdainfully. The three great families of Grievous Sentence County. But they are all farming and scholarly, poetic and courteous. It was very similar to their family background, but they were cleanly slaughtered by Chen Huixin's entire family. How could they accept it in their hearts? But among the military officials there was a general who said with admiration, "There is no hurry to attack the city and favor the land." Instead, he chose to station and consolidate for logistics. Is this Chen Huixin really of scholarly origin? If any other rebel army had revolted, it would have been like that salt peddler, Yang Yi, gathering people from all directions, constantly attacking and pulling down fortresses, occupying more cities and plundering more gold and silver now. But Chen Huixin just captured the wrongful sentence county, and then chose to press on with his troops, and for that money plundered from the three great families. Not only did he not have half a bit of greed, but he also distributed it to the common people. This is clearly to make Grievance Sentence County his largest logistical support point. So much for that. Even if there is no progress in the war on the front for the time being, rather than being disorganized like a normal rebel army, the Hyangyang army will be able to still maintain adequate morale. Your Majesty, when the artifact push is over, is it possible to recruit Chen Huixin to the army? That praising general looked at Ji Qingluo and said very seriously, "Scholarly origin." But with this vision of leading a battle, a love of talent rose in his heart. Anyway, the civil officials have made things difficult for him at every turn, and he is not even qualified to take the imperial examination. Why don't you join the army and let my grandfather personally lead him, and you will surely be able to give my great seal one more great general. Second imperial daughter Ji Changling also spoke at this time. Hear that? The civilian group blushed badly. The military officials all smiled in agreement on their side. Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, did not make a statement. Her face remained as usual. Her gaze went to the heavenly mirror, looking at the continued projection of the future, looking at the images projected within the heavenly mirror. The faces of the courtiers did not change in the slightest. This is because when the future of the person on the golden list was projected earlier, it was not different from the future seen now. Da Chang, still under the command of Ji Changning, arrested Yang Yi, the leader of the rebels, and returned him to Chang'an. and he was beheaded in the city the following month. Yet it didn't do much for the world at large. That the beacons and successive natural disasters all over the land have caused the Great Seal's kingdom to falter. Ji Changning's wrist was simply not enough to deal with this series of disasters. Not to mention this time. But there are others who are pressing on. The ministers are well aware of this. That after occupying Grievance County, Chen Huixin, who chose to bury his head in the sand and develop without taking action. Perhaps it is this future that is the greatest calamity. Ji Qingluo knew this as well. On seeing the future in the mirror of discernment. Still pushing on. Her pretty eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 6. How is this possible? Dean. Hold your horses. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Willow Orange didn't elaborate. And hurriedly hung up the phone and went to ask for time off with the bar manager. It's not just sleeping together. It's not just putting your hand on his waist. It's not just putting your leg in his lap. Still no way to break through? In the middle of a cave in the ice field, Lok Yueshi leaned against the wall, a hint of despondency in her beautiful eyes. And then the crowd of cadet teams were secretly snickering after they had raised their glasses. But, pretending to drink but actually just dipping a little, he immediately put his glass back on the table. Q. This guy had arrived after Fireflame. It was a kick that sent him to the ground. Suddenly, as if he'd gone crazy, Yun Junfeng clutched his head and kept pounding on it, like it's in pain. Although they are all under the leadership of that lord. Yet, right now, their top priority was to prevent Dugu Hong from taking advantage of the situation, stirring everything up. At that time, they'd really be stealing a lot of money. That's the worst thing that could happen. I said let go, frowning unpleasantly. If he didn't have so little strength right now. I guess Ji Ran had been kicked out of bed by himself a long time ago. At that moment, the cave seemed to have heard the laughter from outside and walked out a middle-aged man. He looked at Yin Junfeng first, his brows slightly furrowed in seriousness. At this moment, the party that originally pursued, and the party that originally meandered and stalled for time. The whole thing just switched places. Indeed it was. And for this he was really disappointed, and never thought to forgive. After all, he has a temper, too. And this side may not count for anything. Moreover, the average person, after being exposed to such bizarre, I'm afraid I couldn't help but escape long ago. Only this guy in front of me still keeps in mind the original intention. It's rare. Li Tianqian's spiritual power. With the help of the firelock misty smoke. Finally, the 3 Xin demon beetles in Song Wushuang's divine sense were discovered. The Purple Sun sect is one of the many hidden sects in the country of China. And every one of them is an expert. Each one of them was extremely strong. If not, how could Lin Zhangfeng have scruples? 7 years had passed, and Usagi Yuzuru's long purple hair had been left down to her belly, and her face was absolutely beautiful. The body is even more slender and graceful. Truly if they were all dead, then there would be nothing to say. But only these few people from the Spirit Academy survived. Coupled with the 3 great overlords adding fuel to the fire, it instantly caused dissatisfaction to rise in the hearts of the various forces. 500 million. Chen Nua said and put down 500 million. This made Guo Lian even more determined that the cards in Chen Nua's hand could form a rare deck, and the houseguests obviously saw it too. Tang Feng casually picked off a dozen or so spirit fruits borne by a sky-high tree before setting sail for home. But even so, at this moment, the many sacred mountains and great mountains of the Chinese land were also occupied by a Nirvana realm expert. Shakti didn't even look back. The ability of the left eye transmutation eye god's forethought easily predicted that this attack from Bandito wasn't really an attack at all. Li Shan looked at the Tianji cliff and froze straight away. He didn't intend to climb up the cliff and look for it bit by bit. That's like living too long. Cheng Tian was attacked on 2 sides and had no choice but to take a defensive position. And for a while, the sound of clanking swords and halberds resumed as Cheng Tian fought 1 against 2, constantly retreating, looking somewhat stretched and vulnerable. A great country of 1.4 billion people. If every child who loves soccer, all of which can be screened by systematic training. That a country of 1.4 billion people. How is it possible that you can't even screen a decent national soccer team? His behavior did not surprise the others as they were doing the same. The heavenly might suddenly rises. The thunderbolt brews, and the dark clouds seemed to be getting closer and closer to the ground. The wind swept up in a flash, howling fiercely in the forests of the northern mountains, as if facing the end of the world. Countless green trees were broken in succession, and countless animal roars that were filled with a sense of panic and shock rose up one after another. Second brother, have you noticed that this Yu Qing's attack is rather strange? With his 5 fingers formed into claws, it seemed to contain some kind of claw method, between the 5 claws, accompanied by wisps of claw-ons gulping, and every time a claw came out, it is always accompanied by a slight whistling sound. The power doesn't seem to be as bad as it looks. Chang Tian said with a slight frown. Entering the organizing committee's office area, Zhang Zhuofeng took off his mask, looked at the guide map and went upstairs. After letting the receptionist make the announcement, he went straight to the president's office. He was seen taking a sip of his red wine and contemplating how much more he had to drop. The reason why he came up to fight this public service is that Lu Jun had wanted to make a great deal of noise and put pressure on the other side. Win the other side convincingly. This way the media coverage on the second day will also make a good impression on the public. These ordinary demon sect disciples were traded by Meng Zong to Miao Li. The beautiful name is to send additional manpower to Miao Li's yard. But in reality, it is to hold and monitor Miao Li's eyes in the open. But it's easier said than done. Especially when it comes to controlling a cultivator's true essence. The requirements are very strict. After the incandescent lights were turned off, the temperature in the interrogation room slowly dropped, and he should feel better. Mr. Yu is waiting for you to recuperate and then spar with him in cooking. He can't wait for you to get better tomorrow. Lu Fifth adjusted the soft pillow behind Darua and straightened her hair again. He specifically named Hua Su as the one who asked him to send it. I know he's afraid that I'll be angry with Hua Su, so I purposely mention it so that I don't lose my temper with Hua Su and don't get upset with him. Chapter 7, Soldiers at the City. 200 years ago, immortality fades. All of the immortal realm's wonderful techniques left behind by Gaozu are unusable, even if Chen Huixin is more capable. Nor is it possible to obtain the help of the Thunder God, because the world has long since run out of immortals. But how did he do it? Second imperial daughter Ji Changling said with shock. As a member of the royal family, for the immortal realm of wonder, for the true immortals of the earth, they naturally know better than anyone else. 300 years ago, Gaozu ascended, and that earthly aura dissipated. And from 200 years ago, in this world, there are no more land immortals, no more immortal magic, and even martial arts can only barely allow a person to fight 1 against 10, and it is not possible to overwhelm the enemy's army with one's own strength, as was the case 300 years ago. Otherwise, if the immortal laws were dependent on it, why would Ji Qingluo need to catalyze the heavenly mirror with her national fortune? And why struggle to find a way to save the Great Seal? Like Gaozu, who fought against natural disasters with his immortal magic and suppressed the whole territory with his strength. Doesn't that solve everything? So, in sight, that the mirror of heavenly discernment in its deduction, Chen Huixin was able to have Lei Gong's help, causing the earth to shake and the thunder to roar. Ji Changling's first reaction was disbelief. The same was true of Ji Changning, the eldest daughter of the emperor. Her brow was locked tightly, and her gaze went to the Pinglu festival minister, saying, "General, could it be that those scouts, the information they scouted was wrong? No way." Having recovered from his shock, the Pinglu festival minister hurriedly retorted, "Although the future in that heaven viewing mirror is already 6 years away, the scouts that I have trained, there's absolutely no way there's going to be a problem in that area. That Chen Huixin, he is with the help of Lei Gong." The Pinglu festival minister was incredibly convinced of this, because, only then can it be explained. Why did he, a general who had fought for many years on behalf of the Songuk, when confronted with the fledgling scholar, it will look this grimy, that rebel leader, Yang Yi, was too gullible for him. Chen Huixin, on the other hand, has the help of Lei Gong. He's fine with it anyway. I told you so. Chen Huixin is a great poet. Wouldn't do anything I wasn't sure of. Fifth imperial daughter Ji Changqing said happily at this point. This time, the gazes of the people looked at her with more than a few unspeakable complexities. Earlier, when everyone was in denial about Chen Huixin, only Ji Changqing chose to believe in him. And right now, she was really the only one who was right. And I don't know, should I call her lucky, or should I call her brainless? There's absolutely no way he'll have the Thunder God to help him. Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, said in a rare opening. There was no trace of doubt on her stunningly beautiful face as she looked at the heavenly appreciation mirror, and those nice eyes narrowed slightly. Immortality fades. This is something that was established 200 years ago. So, he should be using other methods. Come and make use of that immortal-like ability. Ji Qingluo hammered away. The Pinglu festival minister's face was very ugly. Chen Huixin didn't have Lei Gong to help him. Doesn't that mean that one's own veteran of years of campaigning, in danger of losing it all when faced with that scribe you normally despise? It's not enough to be slapped in the face by Yang Yi, the leader of the rebels, but to be slapped in the face by such a scholar who was forced to rebel. He, the Pinglu festival minister, was afraid that he would be ridiculed all the time. Ji Qingluo ignored him, her eyes still resting on the heavenly appreciation mirror. The corners of his mouth curved up in a hint of an arc, like a smile, and he said, "In this era where the immortal way is cut off, how on earth did you manage to make that? What about the power of the magic of immortality?" Am curious. The state's fortunes are once again guiding the way. That future projection continues. It seems that the Pinglu festival minister, who is very distrustful of his own abilities, and whose main forces have not yet been engaged, and then we will first ask his future majesty to send troops to assist in the civil service. Some people looked at the Pinglu sectional envoy, and there were a few moments of ridicule in their words. Even in the matter of deducing the future, they did not let such opportunities go by, pressing the military officials in words. Hoof. The Pinglu sectional envoy grunted coldly. Being able to apply for troop assistance to fight the lesser with the greater number of men. Then why engage this enemy of unknown strength immediately? Request for assistance. There's no shame in it. That's the sensible thing to do. The Golden Palace. The future projected this time around does not feature large-scale army battles. The courtiers naturally could not see what was going on with that Lei Gong helping me. But, that future picture. And yet it still leaves them stunned. Just a partial army. But there are such capable people? It's just a trifle of pretending to be an immortal. Just get rid of that spreading talk, and get the villagers' people along the way to help them again? Chancellor Wang Qian has said in surprise. If he were in his place, he would naturally be able to solve this kind of trouble easily. Being in this position, he had seen a lot of open fire and dark arrows, and this kind of small tactic was not so difficult to defeat him. But the future grievance rebels, or township courage army, but Chen Huixin, from scratch, bit by bit, it was created slowly. At the very beginning, that township troopers were either collected refugees or villagers from the neighborhood. There's no such thing as a competent person in there. But even so, he's even managed to teach this group to this extent. Even ordinary soldiers can know what that problem is. If it were placed in my Great Seal army, an ordinary soldier who can properly carry out the orders of his general can already be called outstanding. Not to mention realizing the problem yourself and trying to fix it. Wang Qian's face was filled with emotion. When the nearby military generals heard his words, they were upset. But couldn't find a counter-argument. After all, for the average soldier, joining the army is just to make a living. It's enough to be able to fulfill orders. So how can you possibly use your own brain and think about how to solve the problem? This township courageous army built by Chen Huixin. If we look at it according to what the mirror of discernment has deduced, even if it was an ordinary soldier, when placed in the Dechang army, there was absolutely no problem in being a team leader or something. The team is in the countryside brave army are just ordinary soldiers. No wonder Chen Huixin attacked the city without any disadvantage. Even without Lei Gong's assistance, it will surely be able to sweep through the entire Great Bearing. The Pingla Festival Minister's request for troop assistance is indeed the wisest choice. Otherwise, if we clash head-on without knowing anything about it, I'm afraid there will be no small loss. Someone said this with such emotion. The Pinglu Festival Minister, who had just been taunted, also immediately looked in the direction of the civil officials. And, he said, these people who can write and fight and know how to train an army were forced by you to rebel. Just like that. You still have the nerve to come and say I'm asking for military assistance? The future old me is wiping your asses. Being disliked like this, the face of the person who had spoken out in mockery earlier in the civil officials did not change in any way. It's not uncommon to have such a confrontation with a military official. Instead, it was the ability that Chen Huixin had displayed that caused some people to start panicking in their hearts. Even if Ji Qingluo's face was now as normal. But people can figure it out. This kind of person, who is both civil and military, and who is able to train all the refugee villagers to become a team leader, is actually on the opposite side of the Great Seal in the future. His Majesty's sword is afraid to see blood again. Chapter 8, Will you do it? The Golden Palace. Upon seeing Chen Huixin's soldiers approaching the city of Luoyang, everyone's spirits were all focused. They're all well aware of it. Next, we should be able to see what happened to the so-called Thunder God's help. Being able to stalemate the situation at the time of the break, and then it was able to reach Luoyang with great momentum, the kind of thing that can change the tide of battle. What on earth could it be? The crowd speculated in their minds. All sorts of once immortal techniques surfaced in their minds. But it was soon replaced by another jutsu. But in any case, they could not think at all that, in this age of fading immortality, how Chen Huixin was able to use immortal means, and that Pinglu Setsubun, at this time, was the most nervous. He hoped beyond hope that the more exaggerated that thing was, the better. In that case, even if you lose, it's also a non-war crime. And it's not a matter of my own abilities. The Pinglu Setsubun thought like this. Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, was also sitting up straight at this time, with a few more points of anticipation in her gaze. She gently pursed her red lips, and the country's fortunes were guided by her, with the help of the heavenly mirror to deduce the future. Pinglu Setsubun. In the face of foreign invasion, how dare you choose to surrender to the rebels without even resisting? Seeing the choice of the future Pingla festival minister in the heavenly mirror, there was an uproar among the civil officials. Even the Pingla Setsubun didn't realize that his future self hadn't even fought, just choose to surrender. But, hearing the accusations of the civil officials, instead of taking the fault on himself, he immediately countered by saying, I'm doing this for the sake of the soldiers. Chen Huaixin's kind of tactics are simply immortal in the world. Fighting against the immortals with a mortal body is nothing more than sending them to their deaths. Is it possible that what you want to see is for the soldiers of the Great Seal to sacrifice for a war that can't be won? Earlier, in the future of the Golden List projection, He Wan Lin, a civil official, was able to defend himself against foreign enemies for 5 years. You can't even make it a day. And this is the backbone of your military generals? You guys still have the face to say this? Let's not talk about the fact that He Wan Lin is fighting against a foreign enemy, instead of an immortal. Let's just say why he resisted for 5 years without support. Do you want me to tell you the reason? No matter what, 5 years is greater than 1 day. When, I can still say, then, that the future Chen Huaixin has not plotted a rebellion in the present, still a good son or daughter of my great successor. Instead of surrendering, I will follow the more capable great seers and I win. The Pingla festival minister once again quarreled with the civil officials, and this time, no one is getting involved in there anymore. Whether it's the Empress Ji Qingluo, or the eldest daughter Ji Changning, or other civil officials and military generals. At this time, they all placed their eyes on the thing that had caused the earth to shake. What Chen Huaixin used was really not an immortal means, but utilized other methods that, to achieve pretty much the same effect. Chancellor Wang Qianhe's eyes widened. At the same time, he also had a few moments of joy on his face. If Chen Huaixin is able to produce such a thing, then that means that I, Da Chang, will certainly be able to do the same. Although such objects are not really effective against natural disasters, but it's still very effective against border barbarians, as long as it is distributed to the border guards. At least it will be able to cut a lot of losses. Wang Qianhe said with a smile on his face. The same idea was on the side of the military generals. Second imperial daughter Ji Changling smiled extremely brightly, said, this is just something that is used to persuade and weaken. If it were normal power, it would certainly be many times greater than this. I just don't know. It's how it was made. But the future Chen Huaixin was able to make it, and now it should also. Second sister, I probably know what raw materials are used to make this. Just then, a slightly lower voice rang out. Hear that? Everyone there looked over. Even Ji Qingluo was likewise no exception. She looked among the royal daughters that, the fourth imperial daughter, who was dressed somewhat scruffily but without losing much of her looks, said in a calm tone, Changshi, do you know this thing? What it's made of? Earlier, I realized that when Taoist priests make pills, the slightest mishap will blow up the furnace, and the effect shown in that heaven inspection mirror is extremely similar to the explosion of the Dan furnace, and its raw materials should also be similar. Ji Changshi didn't have any semblance of politeness and directly gave out what she knew. At the same time, her eyes sparkled. She gazed at Chen Huaixin in the mirror of discernment, and that face, which should have been gloomy, there was actually a bit more frenzy at this point, and the courtiers, who heard her reply, frowned slightly. For this fourth imperial daughter who liked to tinker with strange and weird things, they had more or less heard about it. That is, Ji Qingluo didn't care about it. Otherwise they would have been chastised long ago. But, an exploding danburator just leaves a man gray. 2. It takes a little bit of bad luck to get hurt or pass away from that. And where is it similar to Chen Huaixin's Earth Dragon turnover? Many people thought this in their minds. Ji Qingluo didn't believe what Ji Changshi said either, because none of them felt that there was much similarity between the explosion of that Dan furnace and this shaking of the earth and mountains. It would be fine to insist on a relationship, but what would be the point of that? It's better to continue to see how the future in that heaven inspection mirror looks like first. Chapter 9, The Same Kind of People. I saw footsteps in the courtyard. The two of them paused in their footsteps, just to find the people inside to ask about it. Fortunately, it was such a reaction that the Goal decided at the first opportunity that Pang Lai didn't know who he was. After nodding, he beckoned the Snow Phoenix. The 17th prince didn't want to ask more questions before, just to see that Hong Jilian hadn't died yet. More than anything, he wanted to see what was going on with Yun Xiuqin. During the day, she spent time with her grandmother and two sisters doing needlework. Grandmother was making a large dowry embroidery for Mingyu, while instructing them a few times. Old White took the scissors and looked at them carefully. They were a pair of scissors that were some years old. The blades were still sharp. They should have been used often. And there wasn't a speck of blood on the top of the scissors or the strip of cloth. Nor is there any other suspicious dirt. What is the mouse trying to say by giving us these scissors? Man Tianxing didn't reply as he quietly lurked to the side, collecting all of his aura. It shook its head, signaling that it didn't. And that's when I thought something wasn't right. After all, I've tested the problem with the candle, and there's no way that the vizier can't find out anything at all, given his ability to, and it's been acting a bit out of sorts along the way. Has it changed? Pure Dust retrieved the wooden fish, which returned to that unobtrusive appearance. He looked at the direction where the descending dragon had fallen out, and suddenly his face changed as he ran over with large strides, with Ling Xian and Yen Rui following closely behind. The fact that your highness wanted to give Jin Ping a ride was nothing more than a peace of mind. Jin Ping knew it in her heart. But why did the empress spare me in the end? She said faintly. Yes? You mean you're hellbent on exposing me? I'm sorry, Shou said as he rolled up his sleeves. The police, for whatever reason, when they came out with the accident description, it only says we were in a rear-end accident, and it doesn't say anything about you Miao's DUI, so I'm still fully responsible. Giggle. The lacquered eagle-suited shadow finally let out a laugh, albeit just a single one but it was also really comforting to Ling Xiao. With a loud gunshot sound, Arnold pierces Inuno Seiichi's heart with a single shot, but the other man also pulled the trigger of his crossbow the moment he fell. Arnold then looked unbelievably at his chest, which was penetrated, and collapsed into the cold rain. He's good enough to have someone better by his side, take his career to the next level. She, on the other hand, was just beginning to try to make an effort to help him, but she didn't seem to have the slightest bit of capital left. They had been facing each other for 3 days and had never made a single move. They had already dueled several times without result, and blindly striking out would only repeat the same results. This was all too normal for Jedi Masters. Lan Ruoshin looked at an orc stuck by spider silk, falling from the sky, deliberately dropping them one by one in front of her with a thud, anger rolling in her eyes as she stared at the Punisher. Entering the Fong Yuan continent, he flew all the way towards his destination, the high altitude where Ling Xiao was. It's 5,000 or 6,000 meters from the ground. And even an extremely sharp-eyed Pokemon would have trouble spotting that, so it won't even draw attention to itself. Now lying on the massage bed, enjoying the technician's comfortable massage, he fell asleep after a while. Elder, I know that Yard Judge Xiao wasn't the real culprit back then. Please tell me what exactly happened back then. Xiao Wanning pleaded once again. A few moments later, his figure swept to another cliff face 100 meters away. A punch was thrown directly at the mountain. Elf let out a happy giggle. A voice like an elf's, and the long yellow-green hair fluttered up in the air along with it, faintly emitting a glittering light under the sunlight. The Nine Extremities old man took out his purple and gold gourd, mouth down, and gently shook it, and a bunch of spirit stones fell on the counter. Crystal shiny, aura dense, almost translucent. At a glance you know it is a good spirit stone. Drawing the rows first, starting with the crystals, in clockwise order, she looked to her left at Elf. Smiling, she reached out with her thumb and forefinger and pulled one of the cards from Elf's hand. Crystal looked at it and saw that it was a duplicate and happily took it out and dropped it on the table. On one side, preparations for the wedding were in full swing, and on the other, the Devil Tianchen had successfully touched into the Mo clan on the continent of gods. Wang Shichong, at this time, had taken control of the eastern capital, having brought down several of his old rivals in Dongdu. King Yang Dong of Yu completely became his puppet. This is the good news you're talking about? Xiao Wanning furrowed her brows. The emperor went for a summer vacation. What does it have to do with her? But Yi Ruoshu wanted to put up a fight. They weren't unforgiving people. She believed that the other party had let her see those illusions, and their intention was not to kill her while her heart was weak. A proud person will either fall flat on his face and hit rock bottom after experiencing a setback. Either they will bide their time and then wait for the opportunity to hit the ground running and get back on top. All of this is entirely up to Jin Xiang himself. It was this group of some of the Cloud Shadow Hall hairy gods that had been gathered around by Dongfanli. Fong just intercepted a secret message that came back from the lower world. There's a lot of hidden professions popping up in China at the moment. There were already more than just the Cold Ice Archer, Jeweled Knight, Flame Swordsman, Grave Digger, and Bright Knight. Twilight City had 4 hidden professions, and Purple Moon City was going to have even more. And just above this piece of space, 4 figures stood in the air, exuding a powerful aura that the hardwired torn up a lot of the sea of fire below. However, at this point, they seemed to be in a meditative state and all of this aura was just their spilled energy, far from their true power. Hey, what's on your mind? Is your face so red? Is it a fever? I don't know when. Fong Dust actually came quietly to his side and asked in an uncomprehending manner. You bad man. You can say such things. Xine was also shamed with a full blush and a handful of water was thrown. It doesn't matter who I am. You can call me Justice. Li Feng pretended to be righteous. he just thought of the phrase, "Please call me a red scarf." When Huang Yan beat his horse and returned to the south gate, Meng Liang was in a hurry. Looking up and seeing Huang Yan returning, he immediately greeted him with a pleasant surprise. "I didn't care. But this, please drink water," caught Peng Huayuan's attention. He was only seen glancing at Zhang Shang. With an angry face, he walked towards the factory. It's a good thing Huang Yan's history class wasn't taught by a math teacher, much less an amateur gym teacher. Yuan Shao this sordid and sinister move, but also slightly remember some. Chapter 10 How It's Done. Evil. Su Zoyan looked at the dishes with disgust. A sound of disgust came out of his mouth once again. Caspian froze, thinking what kind of show is this? He didn't even care about Sat's attack. Everyone watching from the sideline saw the flying pair of Coca-Cola cans burst open all at once. Coke spilled everywhere. It all fell into the sea. After SGT, AI went and pushed the activation button in the control room. The train then moved slowly. "You two go over there and look around. This place is really tight. It's really a miracle that those American gentry can live in a place like this." Goofy kicked in a broken wooden door next to him and broke in. She then only felt that she was the one who delayed Yi Feng and suppressed him. The more Yi Feng treated her with this love and tenderness, the more guilty she felt in her heart. Just as he was thinking, suddenly behind him also sounded a huge gunshot. It turned out that Wu Shui also pulled out a sniper rifle back to shoot over. Although it did not reach the top of the strength of Arnold that, but after a few shots to solve the other side. And then Wu Shui also looked at the next time. The eyebrows tightened, and finally made a gesture of rushing to Hubai. At this moment the crowd was also awake from the heat, even though sleepy from the night's journey, but looking at such a view of a one and a revitalized, while nibbling on breakfast and enjoy the scenery. This time there is some breeze blowing, to seem incredibly restful. However, Li Yi realized that Carmen and Hubai frowned at the same time. However, the big red cyclone protecting the Red Lotus abruptly disappeared. The dark half-moon-shaped mannequins issued by the Daiwasaki people also disappeared. Apparently the two energies of one attack and one defense were equal, and even cancelled each other out. "What did you say? Der Heya is playing? How's that possible?" The words, the chatter from the stage suddenly rose to a high pitch, and Bolt hurriedly turned his head to look, immediately stunned by Daryl's performance. The three ghost skeletons were all in the realm of space controllers and heaven and earth beasts, and this prairie was restricted for them to enter, so they could only ask questions in the air. Yuan searched close by the light and released his divine sense at the same time to lay down a second net. He was careful to guard against being attacked. The two of them, one outside and one inside, formed a formation that could be used for both offense and defense without the need for words. "By the way, Dean, I haven't been down there in over half a month. How's it going down there? Are there still frequent assassinations of apprentices?" As if remembering something, Jacobi stared at Rick with both eyes and a grim look on his face. On the stage, Qin Ian and He Jianzhong looked at each other's changes, both showing their astonishment. Then he showed a confident smile. Of course Yi Fun was satisfied, but Dao Tian was still somewhat less than satisfied. He always felt that these three formations were still not powerful enough, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Demon Sword Valley Master didn't know much about formations, then he might have. He would also ask the Demon Sword Valley Master to get a formation and put it in. Jellyfish Lu Ling actually said that Baba Du is a broken tower. Spirit, I really want to throw him into the magic tripod of 9 prisons and get back into the furnace properly. That is, 2 rings of the same material and of uniform style. You can wear it on the same finger? Yen asked curiously. Dragon Soul. Before, you were at the realm of a first-level upper divine beast. What realm have you reached now? Smiling at the Dragon Soul, the Dragon Emperor knew that he was the future of Dragon Island, and only he would be able to AO Blood Dome in the near future. But then there was a sudden ding in my head, and I seem to have caught the crux of the matter. The immortal spirit chi gradually dispersed, and most of them, after giving a grateful glance at Lu Fei. With that, he also silently dispersed, leaving behind, that is, the 8 late-stage golden immortals and the 2 he could not see through in the slightest, except for the lack of pupils in those eyes. A pair of eyes gazed ahead like 2 black holes. Nowadays, it can be said that the internal power has already stepped on the edge of the peak with 1 foot. As a result, he found out that the poison inside the bone could not be removed, and he stumbled upon Li Fei curing Li Shilong's bone poison. Only then did he see the hope of life. It's like you're in a chaotic and vast universe where there's nothing, and everything, and her consciousness wandered through this chaos. Qin Xianwu hands wrongly injured Jin in the first, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. So at this time also do not fight back, just passive defense and dodging. Ha, you do know how to worry. Wraiths basically don't go into the range of human activities, unless it was a beast wave, but there hadn't been one in 100 years. Originally, Han Lang was still eating happily, but suddenly he felt that something was wrong with his body. It was as if he was wrapped up in something, but it wasn't a strong enough feeling to affect him in any major way. The Bull Demon King, however, possesses the ability of a primary high level, and in the future, as long as he finds some good way to, it was still possible to have it advanced to an intermediate level magical beast. As for the employer, it was rare for Tianyan to think about it. There were too many people who wanted to kill him anyway, not to mention the recent Zhang Zuishan, the one in the palace, who is his father's enemy, or those so-called righteous people. Full stop. Just think of it as an enemy of all the world. He still chooses to complete this exercise in the tub, putting the buildup in his muscles. The impurity toxins within the bone marrow and blood are flushed out of the body. The momentum looked like everyone was ignoring the dust and sand splattering around them. The round eyes widened a few more points, in the blink of an eye. On top of this near-excellent manipulation by Yi Han too, the 4-meter-high dirt and stone ruins then split into two halves, and a wide passageway appeared. Chapter 11 Telling the Truth. In the Golden Palace, the future projected by that heaven inspection mirror caused everyone to fall silent. They hadn't expected at all that Chen Huixin hadn't attacked with the help of Ascension, instead of utilizing the high fight to dominate. Such paintings were spread to the Tongguan defenders through hot air balloons, even if it's just through the mirror of discernment. They all still felt a cold sweat running down their backs. The ancients once said that the way to use an army is to attack the heart. If it were a real battle, even at a disadvantage, there would still be a Tongguan garrison. Guard this land with your life. But the strategy of attacking the heart adopted by Chen Huixin will directly break the will of the Tongguan defenders, let alone defending the city. It would be extremely lucky to not mutiny. This Chen Huixin is really vicious. Killing. Also have to kill the heart, a courtier said, full of grief. This provoked an outcry. They have accused Chen Huixin, as if he used such tactics, of, it's just not right to be a son of man. Ji Qingluo, on the other hand, looked at them indifferently, and waited until those who were vocal felt that the atmosphere was icy cold. It was only when she rushed to keep her mouth shut that she said slowly, why do you gentlemen have so much resentment? Is it because you also know that what you are doing is not to be seen? And Chen Huixin told the truth and stabbed it in the back? Chapter 12 Is it still necessary? Even the vain sect may not be able to do it, but the 100 Revolutions fist technique, it was the most capable of locking down Lin Chen's identity. Xinshin felt dull in her heart, and as she slept on to add to her sorrow, she struggled to wake up. Where is someone around? Through the layers of soft smoke Luo, vaguely recognizable as the shadow of Xiangming and Chun'er, the light of faith, the very treasure of the mechanical clan. How could it appear in the hands of Meteor? Besides, why would Quicksilver do that? No, I'm staying inside a friend's house right now. Manja hesitated for a moment. Himself and Yuan Dong should be considered friends. Perhaps it's necessary for one to talk to him about that. One could have paid him rent. Ah Jiao gave a cold snort inside his heart. Surely he is an old and cunning fox. It's not that easy to pick yourself off in 3 or 2 sentences. Manjia, you and Shen Zimo were never meant to be a good match. The words that Tong Rui had once said rang in her ears. Manja's tears slipped, longing to see Tong Rui, hurt and preferring to stay by her best friend's side. And don't have any men around. Are you trying to say? Family background is part of strength? What exactly are these people from the big families thinking? Lin Shin would be unclear? The attraction of a spirit rank extreme spirit sword. He knows better than anyone. While the atmosphere of the game on the field was intense, Lin Xiao, who was at position 365, yet, he had already completed the refining of the 3rd elixir. They'd thought about a variety of options, with the high 2nd grade being the most conventional pick, and then a little more challenging. That's a low 3rd grade at best, and you can't go any higher than that. Then she tried to delete the message. But this smartphone, there are so many features. How to receive messages she knew, but how to delete had some figuring out to do. She was sweating as she flipped and flipped. There is no delete key. Chao Pai could only make a secret note of this matter in his mind, and return it to Guan Suo with interest in the future. The same scenario happened with a couple of other teams. The 10 core disciples began to explain the contents of this mission like the others, but when Doubter saw Jumui, he tried his best to restrain himself, as tears fought in his eyes. He waited to make sure that no more tears would fall before walking over to Jumoy. Since Kai Yen was losing her mind at this time, she paid no attention to Dong Rui. Dong Rui will Kai Yen's brocade handkerchief in her hands. She took a closer look at the brocade handkerchief above, painted a fluttering good gentleman. The wind flow of the young man. I only saw this man riding a horse with a halberd. It's fine, Shumai said with full concern, but he felt some pain coming from that wound. Put it to your mouth and blow on it. Moreover, Fu Lin took Ding Niu and another Qilin guard with him, and again, He went through the eastern gate of Maiyin County. It was during the day that Fu Lin tried to enter the city through this gate, but ended up accidentally finding Huang Zhong, who was about to be beheaded, and ended up saving Huang Zhong's family. Tai Chin nodded. The Manichaeans made contact with Sprinkles, and they asked me, why collect so many orphans? However, the zombies, as the existence of the already walking dead, naturally have no pain. They keep pulling, making the wound split wider and more pus flowing out, limping towards the front. Man is a knife and chopper. I am a fish and meat, is the real feeling of the Wang family brothers at this moment. Who would have expected the great Western Liang battle down? Chen Lon's martial arts once again refined as such. Even the former sword immortal is no longer an opponent. Yen Yen said, 2 hours? Enough time for us to withdraw. Secretly thanking Zhao Yun in his heart. Surprisingly, he set himself and a group of his men free, with Lang Bao restraining his men. All retreat to the west gate. No setting fire to the city. No harming the people. Snipers are the ones who, because of their ability to dismantle the enemy's military. What happens to captured snipers is often very tragic as well. William's retirement has come to an end, and now that it's time to focus on the new season above all else, and then open your eyes. Between the eyebrows of the enchanting behavior, between the charm through the tide as quickly as faded, it becomes subtle and soft. Yi Xinran thought, it's true that it's one step at a time, slowly moving towards what happened a year ago. She did tutor a year ago, but it was with a friend, and she didn't think she'd actually use it this time. The task was easy for him, just a matter of wiggling his fingers and you'll get 100 points of cultivation value. It turned out that the person who came was none other than the chief marshal of the heavenly court, Mo Yun. What he threw out was also none other than his watchword, the god-binding rope. I only saw Li Chen Nan pointing at Zheng Hui with an annoyed face and said, you got into this situation because you are to blame. Lord Shui Zhuang is polite. It's better to see how the second lord's situation is. I don't know, Ingshade urged. Meng looked back at Coach Chris and saw that Coach Chris nodded to him, and Meng knows that Coach Chris agrees with Meng, to be honest. Kabuso looked at the already dead Xaviev and gave a wink to his men. The backyard is the mansion maids, granaries, miscellaneous places. The whole mansion occupies nearly a street. Magnificent and vast. One by one, they even threatened and intimidated Xian Yan into handing over the longevity pill. In fact, it was only for the sake of not wanting to be bound by the Huangfu family in Gan province. And each end took her hand. Today is different from any other day before. I'm going to give you different memories. With that, he pulled her inside. The great desolate 10,000 ghosts flute. A supreme powerhouse that crossed the world 600 years ago. The last demon sect master. Yang Pan. Refined it. The fat old man began to shift his position slowly, not even letting the leaves make a rustling sound. He was afraid of attracting Moon River's attention. As everyone fell into silence, another somewhat shrill voice rang out. There was a muffled sound, and Shuri Dao was unable to dodge, and was smashed on top of the scimitar by a punch. However, Shuri Dao's figure was strange, lightly flashing to the side, and in the process the blade light chopped towards Bai Yutang's neck. It was only that Yanqi thought that Wei Jia was enduring hardships that he shouldn't have at his age. He, on the other hand, bears nothing more than handsomeness and success that he shouldn't have at that age. But Qianjia has already won the medical competition, has successfully sat on the Zhejiang province money family's head of the family seat. The money family uncle is still not dead. Actually sent people want to get rid of Qianjia at this time. It was no one else who followed the bull up north. It was the Taoist boy who entertained Daniel and Yang Zixing when they were at the Five Dragons Taoist temple that day. Daniel was puzzled by the fact that Taoist master Silent Miaozi did not know martial arts, and his own kung fu was not very profound. It was only logical that an expert should be sent, but he was not in a good position to ask, so he had no choice but to give up. Chapter 13, If you can't get in on the test, call in. Although this was a battle under the personal command of Rommel, commander of the German-Italian Army Group Africa, but extrapolating from the size of the German outpouring, it was at best up to the standard of a tentative attack. In addition, his supporting forces had 12 squadrons in reserve, a light tank regiment as well as an artillery regiment. He fiercely crouched down at this time, had actually dodged a caddy across the. He busied himself with a backward set, and then this time he busied himself with putting the talisman on again, but the result was one. After a little thought, Swordsman finally decided to show his hand to Zilioli, although Zilioli was revealing no information whatsoever. But Swordsman's intuition could sense that if he didn't get his words through at this point there would be no chance to say them through. In the end, this matter made such a fuss that all the other cultivators withdrew their hands from it, intending to look at the situation. If the Duke of Qi's office could eat such a boring loss, why would they have to work so hard to fulfill their tasks in full quality and quantity? After all, everyone gets paid the same. At once, Those villagers who were kneeling on the ground were indeed in their original form. And they have all become fat, slobbering pig demons. The two of them were frozen like this, and when they saw that Yi Kaicheng wouldn't leave, Su Zuoyan then bit Yi Kaicheng's lower lip and didn't let go, glaring at Yi Kaicheng, using her eyes to tell Yi Kaicheng that she was now very angry, and if she didn't let go again, you'll be even more pissed off yourself. After waiting a few moments, the overhead skylight creaked and just opened a crack. A white silhouette had already darted in, followed by a clang as the cell door closed again. It must be said that the British network of intercepting fire, though not at all densely constructed, one might even say it was full of holes, but it was, after all, a panic, a counterattack that they organized in the confusion of an air raid. It's been kind of amazing to get organized. No, we can't just wait around. The way things are going, if we drag this out any longer, we could make a mess. Gotta think of some other way to lure the greed ape out. When his words fell, Swallow immediately jumped up with joy. Something the Emperor uses? That would be the treasure. And sure enough, when Zazie said there was treasure here, there really is, laughing out loud while saying that. Already the joy is overwhelming. So the mages who released the magic didn't actually want to release it, because in any case, for a mage who has reached that level, advancing to godhood before his lifespan runs out, it has long been one of its most important targets. Louise went on to add, as the seventh prince said, even if Su Xianmei went to the imperial city despite her death, if Lin Duo and the others were unable to rush out, it would be nothing more than giving away one more life. Patriarch Son's face also showed a look of bravado, as if he had a feeling of defying old age. Again, it seems to hate being too old. The blood shadow at the back also saw Qianhua, and seemed to notice that Qianhua was not to be messed with, turned around and flew back. In such a short period of time, Yi Yuran was able to grow to the heavenly exalted realm. It's already mind-boggling. With my head spinning, I couldn't care less and hurriedly yelled, Oldly, Oldly, and at the same time made a mad dash for the place where he had slipped, and it was well that the distance between him and me was not too great. Just as he was a meter or two away from sliding into the lava, I barely managed to jump behind him and drag him down. The Ice God Palace is really wimpy, even destroying the teleportation array. Is that Ling Shuihan so afraid of us? Red Abyss said with an angry grunt. Yang Yun looked at Li Chuier, who was lying into the quilt, a little dazed, and knew that hearing her voice, that's what snapped him out of it. As Gu Moran rubbed the medicine on him, he thought of the 2 previous lives in which he had rubbed the medicine on himself like this. Ma Chao stomped his foot with hatred, and clenched his teeth, cackling. Reluctantly, he looked back at Chang'an City and let out a long sigh. Fan Hickey raised his hand to signal the Tang army not to advance any further for the time being. As long as they do a good job of encircling the area, the offense would be left to the sharpshooters to do their job, and then it would be their turn to do it when the time was almost right. After all, those 2 sides are beasts on one side and enemies on the other, but my men are my own. Fan Hickey thought with no small amount of amusement. It's the end of the year, and people are going to the city to buy New Year's goods. At the end of the year, when you have some money left in your hand, even if you are poor, at the end of the year, you will be generous with your money. Following the shout, Yuchi Zong glanced toward, and with just this one micro-movement, the consequence was that the scene mapped out from his pupils was that the tip of War Thunder's blade had already grazed the tip of his nose. The blade had failed to touch the skin, but the force had been enough to cut off the hairs of sweat. Then isn't it no surprise that the Liang people killed their way into the orphans' Wanma Palace? Zerologin's tone remained unchanged, but his eyes were already filled with murderous intent. The remaining sun was like blood, connected with the blood-stained earth, and distinctly poignant. The great battle of Tsuj had been fought from day to night, and the battle had gone on for so long that this heaven and earth were drenched in blood. What Xian Shaoning was most worried about had still happened. Once King Yu had recognized his identity. That is what the planners most want to see. Yu Wang's move is tantamount to drawing fire. Xian Shaoning full of grievances but cannot say. He could only look at Yun Xian, who was looking at him at the same time. A loss? That's not necessarily true. Simon Knight's voice rang out. But Lu Yu sounded a bit gloating anyways. Let's go back to Ning Mo's house first. Just as the name Luo's words fell, Ning Mo suddenly remembered something and the heart snapped. Qing Jiu held back her tears and turned her face away. Wu Huer didn't owe her anything. It was they who owed Shenju too much. Chu Destroyer City held back a mouthful of fishy sweetness in his throat, and his 5 organs were on the verge of shattering. Moz Li's face was no better. His body was a bit wobbly, but he still stood on top of the clouds with his arms crossed. It is like a god and Buddha on high, looking down and looking out at the vast land and the multitude of beings. With the soul-refining cauldron in place, Yuan Xingfang's alchemy rarely failed. but this day of attempting to Yuan Qingfeng had already failed 3 times, with a failure rate of 30% and a success rate of only 70%. But she really regretted it when Ning Mo walked to the rooftop, because Namalo was breathing air at the rooftop. The Goblet Ink Dance took off its helmet and said to Xiao Luoha, "I gave the letter directly to Shu Tianga." Xiao Luoha was stunned at his words, nodded and slowly sat down. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the Goblet Ink Dance to stop talking. The flowing Goblet Ink Dance also shut its mouth. I had thought earlier that I couldn't let the fire burn toward Akira, but thought that this fire was already burning, and he couldn't afford to look over his shoulder. Hearing his words, the two of them, Dugu Ming and Wan Yu, glanced at each other. Both saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes, already having a preconceived notion that Blue Yanfeng wouldn't agree to her getting a job. Before she could hear what Lan Yanfeng said, Bai Ran directly retorted. Chapter 14, The Barbarian. In the Golden Palace, Ji Qingluo looked toward Ji Changning, before making future projections, for this imperial eldest daughter who assumed the throne after her death. Ji Qingluo was actually not too satisfied. No other. Ji Changning's methods were too weak and his character too merciful. And even after taking the throne, he failed to fully grasp the military power. But, after so many simulations, Ji Qingluo gradually changed her opinion of Ji Changning. At least, Ji Changning had the pride of the Ji family. Whichever one pushes into the future, she all chose to live and die with Songguk. She might have been able to do better if she could have been left a peaceful country. Ji Qingluo had thought this way in her mind countless times before. And this time, looking at Chen Huixin in that heavenly mirror, another thought suddenly occurred to her. If we let Chen Huixin assist her, or if we let him become Changning's husband, and how far will the future Songguk go? Ji Qingluo suddenly surged with a wave of anticipation, but looking at the royal daughters and ministers who were still looking into the mirror of discernment, she pushed the thought down for the moment, and continued to guide the country's fortunes in her deduction. Chapter 15 Not Irreplaceable? In the Golden Palace. After seeing Chen Huixin's hands without hesitation, the courtiers who were still lucky were suddenly dumbfounded. They just couldn't figure it out. Just one step away from asking the world. And it's a step that can be taken at any time. Chen Huixin actually chose to make a move against the worldly families and gatekeepers after all. Isn't he afraid that there will be no one available in the future? The minds of these courtiers were filled with confusion. The second imperial daughter Ji Changling then laughed out. It's true, even if it's step by step. Not panic about attacking Chang'an City. But he was still so cranky when it came to confronting the world's families and gatekeepers. You're not even willing to make false pretenses for a moment. But he managed to remember his beginnings, not being corrupted by the desire to be on the throne, and choosing to be in the same boat as the family clans. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Ji Changling's words, those courtiers are even more bitter and miserable. They'd rather have Chen Huixin corrupted, no longer counting the things that happened in Shangan in the first place. Wasn't it just that I taunted you a few times when I entered Chang'an City to participate in the imperial examination? As for holding a grudge against us for so long? And we all did it for your own good in the first place. As long as you join us, you'll be on your way to the top. Even if it's a refusal, but you're all about to ascend to the throne. Be forgiving and generous. Let us assist you in building a prosperous kingdom, and then pass down a good story about the success of a ruler and his subjects, so that you can become a brilliant ruler in a prosperous world. And we will also be famous ministers in a prosperous world. Isn't that a win-win? The faces of these courtiers were filled with bitterness. And Chen Huixin recognized himself as a barbarian. It made them not even know what to curse. One can only hope that such a future will not happen. Otherwise, the future for us is nothing but death. They expected in their minds. And as Ji Changning, the eldest daughter of the emperor, looked at the image in that heaven inspection mirror, her face was also frozen in shock. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen her future self die in the middle of a deduction, every time she saw it, it still made her feel helpless. It's like you can't do anything. Or else, big sister, in the future, you will pass the throne to me. I'm sure I'll rule Songguk beautifully. Ji Changling suddenly came over to Ji Changning's side, but Ji Changning just glanced at her and ignored her. Instead looking at Ji Qingluo, said, Your Majesty, it should be about time to project the future picture. It's time to recruit Chen Huixin into the dynasty or the army, isn't it? Chen Huixin's performance in the future, although it made many courtiers hate and angry. Can her understanding of Ji Qingluo? Chen Huixin's performance definitely let Ji Qingluo is very satisfied. This kind of talent will never let him left in the wild. Based on the previous pattern of the golden list projecting the future of the after the Sangoku broke, that projection was almost equivalent to an end. For the men of the golden list who were projected, with the exception of a few, were able to live to see the new dynasty. Most were killed in the chaos. and those who live to see the new dynasty are nothing but ministers of the court, like those who now, doing his duty as a vassal, or rather, serving his new master. Such a future might as well not be seen. Ji Changning thought this in his mind, and that's exactly what happened. It was only then that she proposed to recruit Chen Huixin directly, and just as Ji Qingluo wanted to agree, that fourth imperial daughter Ji Changxi suddenly spoke up. Wait, why don't we continue with the deduction first? The best of those who had previously projected the golden list had mixed it up with nothing more than becoming a squire in the new dynasty, which means nothing to us. But Chen Huixin will, unsurprisingly, be the monarch of that new dynasty. Aren't you all curious about how the dynasty created by Chen Huixin is? Hear these words, let alone Ji Qingluo. Even the courtier who had previously resented Chen Huixin couldn't help but raise his curiosity. What would the dynasty, created by Chen Huixin, be like? Ruling a country is not easier than fighting. Without the help of our readers, the dynasty will surely fall fast. Then the one who overthrows Chen Huixin's dynasty might even be someone from our lineage. We would like to see, at the overthrow of the dynasty one created, will you? Chen Huixin cried bitterly and repent. The prosperity of the dynasty is related to our families. Abandoning us as if we were. What awaits you will only be self-destruction. These courtiers who resented Chen Huixin thought so, and that the royal daughters had different ideas. Someone is trying to learn from the new dynasty. Some were looking forward to whether he would make more poems in the future, while Ji Changxi, who had made the suggestion, simply wanted to know that, how many rarer contraptions would Chen Huixin make given a dynasty? If so, able to manufacture something better than earth-shaking and flying things would be even better. Ji Changxi thought in her mind. She looked at Ji Qingluo with a face full of anticipation. Ji Qingluo, who had wanted to decide to recruit Chen Huixin, gave up the idea for the time being. I have to say that the suggestion made by her own fourth niece also struck a chord with her, and that Chancellor Wang Qianhe also spoke up. Although I don't think that the Chen Huixin would be a competent dynastic monarch, and his new dynasty could collapse at any time, but if he could see the dynasty he created, it would be excellent to learn the lessons of that dynasty. In Wang Qianhe's opinion, Chen Huixin was indeed so talented that he made countless people jealous, but his heart was not large, and he held a grudge against those who had offended him. If you are a minister, this kind of character is nothing. After all, no one is perfect. It's okay to be careful. However, if one is a king and cannot tolerate his subjects or his family lineage, it will never work. Even the emperors of this dynasty, when confronted with something, both will choose to press on waiting for the right time. Like Chen Huixin, who doesn't make any false pretenses. A direct slash killed the head of the world family on the spot. At best, it will be a few months for the king before we see the dynasty fall. Wang Qianhe thought in his mind. It wasn't his intention to just look at the new dynasty that there was nothing to see in this kind of dynasty that could collapse at any moment, and he only intended to use this opportunity to remind the empress and the imperial daughters that without the help of their subjects, the dynasty could fall at any time, and that Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, clearly saw the anticipation on the faces of the crowd. Having already developed a curiosity, she naturally did not dismiss the suggestion. I'm quite curious to know, too, that Chen Huixin after stepping on all the families and clans, and how to govern that new dynasty. Ji Qingluo opened her mouth. The ministers of that court were delighted. However, Ji Qingluo's next words, but it gave them a momentary pang of unease. Suppose Chen Huixin really governs successfully, then isn't that able to mean, what about the fact that the lineage gateway is not irreplaceable? Chapter 16. This is the word of a saint. In the golden palace, looking at the gold, silver, and jewels with armor and bows scavenged from that future projection, many of the courtiers began to tremble. They didn't dare to look up at Ji Qingluo. However, they were able to clearly feel the increasingly icy sight that was resting on their bodies. It seems that Mai Dechang is still very rich, although the national treasury is in short supply, resulting in a great drought in the eastern part of the river. He said, both narrowly missed out on successful disaster relief. But when one sees the homes of the princes with so much gold and silver and jewelry, they even treat armor and bows as collector's items and keep them in their homes to admire day after day. I am very pleased. Ji Qingluo's voice rang out. Those courtiers immediately went limp, kneeling on the ground, their heads knocking hard, their mouths full of pleas for mercy. However, Ji Qingluo moved her eyes away from them and once again looked at the heavenly appreciation mirror in the great hall. I just heard the future Chen Huixin say that readers are like dogs, would grovel for a bone. I was going to retort, but now look. What Chen Huixin said is not wrong at all. Ji Qingluo's face was filled with a cold smile. She waved her hand. The guards next to him then dragged those kneeling courtiers out, even if that plea for mercy resounded through the great hall. But no one dared to say more. After all, Let's not talk about corruption and bribery. Let's talk about hiding armor and crossbows. No matter when you put it, it's all a dead end. It wasn't just these few courtiers. The families behind them were likewise hard to escape death. Oof. Earlier in the push, we can only see the upheaval of the people on the gold list. Failed to see the hidden dirt of that future family. Now this unrelenting move by Chen Huixin against the lineage. Instead, it shows us the true colors. Otherwise, just let these guys get away with it. Second imperial daughter Ji Changling also said coldly at this time. The future projected by the mirror of discernment is basically focused on the person being projected. And the previous crowd on that golden list was not like Chen Huixin, who had gutted that worldly family. Even if Ji Qingluo had known for a long time that there was bound to be something hidden in those worldly families, but even if she was the emperor, but it's not like she can do whatever she wants to do. And now that Chen Huixin has found that evidence out, she's able to take advantage of the situation to make a move on those people. Though, this is using the sword of the future to behead an official of this dynasty. But, all else aside, if you don't have the heart for it, and how can you harbor contraband in the future? There is no such thing as breaking the law if it hasn't happened in Songguk. But, Chen Huixin that wants to open up the minds of the people, that's something to look forward to. If the people can read and write, the world should get better. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning's focus was in another place. However, her words had just fallen. That state scholar, however, immediately spoke up and said, "Your Highness is wrong. The people can be made to know, but they cannot be made to know. If the people can read and write, it will certainly make the world worse." But the words of a saint. Chapter 17. The world is pacified. The words of the saints. It shall not be disobeyed. Chen Huixin did this. It will surely lead to chaos in the world. The state councillor spoke with conviction. Ji Changning, on the other hand, froze for a moment. She seemed to be unaware that the priestess, who hadn't been saying much, would actually come out at this point and refute Chen Huixin's ideas. But, in her opinion, open the minds of the people. It should be a good thing to do. And how could the jungle be in chaos? She wanted to say something, but the fourth imperial daughter, Ji Chongxi, but snatched a step ahead and said, "What the priest said is too much." Right. In the past the saints have had a teachable moment. Is not this also a kind of opening up the people's wisdom? Because that's a saint, and saints can naturally have teachings. But it's not like Chen Huixin is a saint, and with such disdain for the readers, his attempt to open up the people's minds is bound to be met with a literary backlash. The priest replied with a light grunt, and when Ji Changxi heard these words, she immediately realized that she didn't need to say any more. It's better to argue with people like that than to try to make more rare things. Her gaze went to the heaven inspection mirror, anticipating what Chen Huixin would make next. That Ji Qingluo, who was sitting above him, even more so, had not glanced in his direction after hearing the first words uttered by the priest. Or continue. Project the future. Chen Huixin is just one step away from ascending the throne. The matter of his heir is naturally of immense importance. If he remains without a wife and children, he will even destabilize the military and shake up the hearts of the people. But this look of some people scrambling everywhere is really tiresome. A civil official looked at the Pinglu festival minister and said with a cold snort, "But that attacked Pinglu Setsabun. This time, did not immediately counterattack, but on the contrary, was still smiling, because in his opinion, that civil official was saying that because he was jealous of him. The future of my vision is just fine." The Pinglu festival minister was all smiles. He could already see that after Chen Huixin had established a new dynasty, how your future self is in a position of power now. It's just a critique of this future new dynasty by the people in the former hall first. It still brought a hint of unease to the depths of his eyes. It shouldn't collapse that quickly. The Pinglu Setsabun prayed in his heart. The second imperial daughter, Ji Chanling, on the other hand, said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, in the many previous projections, each time after Big Sister killed herself, except for the few times I was able to take the throne, a lot of times it's the oldest six that takes the throne. Her luck is really a bit too good, isn't it?" Ji Changling couldn't help but look at the sixth sister who was in the midst of the royal daughters. The sixth imperial daughter, who was only 13 years old, was smiling sheepishly. Ji Qingluo glanced at the two sisters, and then once again cast that line of sight towards the heavenly appreciation mirror. Chapter 18. Establishment. It's old six? After seeing that projected future of the heavenly mirror, the second imperial daughter Ji Changling once again cast her eyes towards the sixth sister amongst that imperial daughter. Earlier she had just finished saying that Lao Lu's luck was a bit too good. Every time after her big sister's death, for the most part, it was the oldest six who were put on the throne. But just in the blink of an eye, not only did she become the ruler of a fallen nation, he was also caught and sent to Chen Huixin. Is that supposed to mean good luck or bad luck for her? A hint of helplessness appeared on Ji Changling's face, and the sixth imperial daughter, who was in the midst of her sisters, was even more wide-eyed and, looking at his future self in that heavenly mirror, she had no inkling that her future self would be reduced to the position of a captive. A hint of doubt passed over her face, as if, in her opinion, this sort of thing shouldn't happen. At that time, Old Six was already the last emperor of the previous dynasty. It's not good to be captured just like that. I only hope that Chen Huixin can be slightly merciful. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning couldn't help but speak up as well. It was already self-evident what would happen to the former emperor when he was captured. And Old Six is still young enough today to see her future self suffer. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares for a long time. Think about it. Ji Changning arranged for the maidservants to take the sixth imperial daughter out for the time being, but to her surprise, Old Six actually rejected her arrangement and remained standing in that large hall. It's okay, big sister, show me my future. Sixth imperial daughter Ji Changwei shook her head and said. Ji Changning could only let out a long sigh and didn't say anything more. The future after that world is pacified continues to be projected. Chapter 19 doesn't understand Chen Huixin. I didn't expect that. Chen Huixin is a pretty good guy. I can't believe they didn't do anything to Old Six, just keeping her in the harem. Ji Changling looked at that heaven inspection mirror's deduction and said with some surprise in his voice, generally speaking, the dead king. It's all going to be extremely humiliating. But for Chen Huixin, anyone who can get on that list, be it a courtier or an emperor, it's amazing that he treats them all the same. If he is willing to surrender, he will reinstate him in his official position regardless of his former enmity. And if he will not throw himself into subjection, he will do nothing to him. Instead, it will be allowed to go back home and be a rich family man. If Sixth Sister's status wasn't so embarrassing, I'm afraid she would have been able to leave Chang'an City. It seems, the heart and soul of Chen Huixin, it's not as narrow-minded as you gentlemen make it out to be. Ji Changling cast his eyes toward the ministers who had previously denounced Chen Huixin. Until now, they have seen it. Chen Huixin, a man who was not a cold-blooded butcher. For those ministers who were qualified to surrender, he was still quite friendly and kind. Just, in this great hall, there are not many ministers who are qualified to surrender. Those courtiers who heard Ji Changling's words, their faces also became very ugly. Only the Pingla festival minister was able to let out a loud laugh full of comfort. Indeed, as Her Highness the Second Princess said, many ministers, even if they are unwilling to submit, Chen Huixin will send them away properly. And those like me are more than capable of holding high positions. Humph, you're just the fastest to surrender. How dare you show off such a shameful thing? Ha ha, whether it's shame or envy and jealousy, you know in your own heart, a military general without any semblance of pride. I am ashamed to be in the same hall with you. Then you could have resigned and returned home. You don't want to go. You said you were ashamed to be in the same room with me. This talk of one thing and do another by you civil officials really makes me feel the bones of a scholar. The Pingla festival minister quarreled again with those civil officials. Ji Qingluo's complexion was cold, and she had wanted them to be quiet. However, that last word from Chen Huixin, but it made everyone subconsciously close their mouths. Let the emperor disappear completely into history? Chen Huixin, what is he trying to do? The eyes of those present widened. If anything, Chen Huixin is still the same rebel who was in a village outside of Grievance County. Then they would instead take that as Chen Huixin wanting to overthrow the Xianggu. But now, Chen Huixin has succeeded in overthrowing Songguk. The future him also became the founding emperor of the state of Fabian. In this case, it's amazing that he even thinks like that. Chen Huixin is out of his mind, isn't he? This is the first reaction in many people's minds. He is the emperor himself, but he talks about wanting the emperor to dissipate into history. He's gone crazy killing families, and is ready to take the biggest family in the world. That is, he killed himself? Many faces were filled with confusion. Ji Qingluo's brows were also furrowed. But, it was that line about conditions not being right that she pondered. That is to say, in the opinion of Chen Huixin, as soon as the conditions are right, can the emperor also not have to exist? Ji Qingluo was in a million pieces. Even 300 years ago, immortals were still alive, and among the dynasties of the world, there are still emperors, and this has been a truth since the beginning of time. A dynasty without an emperor, wouldn't that just fall apart? Chen Huixin, what the hell was he thinking? Ji Qingluo looked at that heavenly mirror, and with confusion in her heart, she continued to guide the country's fortunes to deduce the future. To hopefully get an answer. In the Golden Palace, the crowd was quiet once more. That question in their heads about the emperor was directly replaced by that future that was once again being projected. Everyone understands, whether it's the 18 meritorious ministers of the Jingping Pavilion, Or is it the jingling temple with the kingdom? This is actually all a means for Chen Huixin to buy people's hearts. But, although this means seems to be very ordinary, and the cost is also very little, but it is very effective and it's also something that could really solidify this fledgling dynasty. So much for that. The courtiers will fight tooth and nail to get into the Jingping pavilion, and the generals of the army will wrestle without fear, and it's even more likely that Fabian will flourish as a result. Chen Huixin, he really knows how to be an emperor? The courtiers in the hall were all dumbfounded. In the earlier days when Chen Huixin massacred the worldly families and was ostracized by the scholars, they were still saying one after another that this new dynasty is likely to collapse at any time, because Chen Huixin, who was so concerned about every cent, has even held a grudge for so long over what happened in Chang'an City in the first place. How can you be a good emperor? But Chen Huixin's performance now, but it was like a couple of solid slaps in the face. He doesn't know how to be an emperor? No, it's that they don't understand Chen Huixin at all. Chapter 20, Restoring Livelihoods? With a bitter smile on her face, Lu Min sighed as she looked at the spirited talents in front of her. In a short while carrying a hot water basin and holding a wet cloth full of tenderness, he wiped Lu Meng's face. Song Qingcheng practiced hard without any night, just to break through to the martial master realm early, become a martial arts grandmaster. Only by becoming a martial arts grandmaster can one be considered truly capable of defending oneself, and he was able to give his family a better life. Sure enough, it wasn't until it was 5 or 6 paces closer that this bull demon reacted and, turning to face Ima tentatively attacked it a couple times, and was still backed up with uncanny accuracy. It managed to block the rage chop as it wounded its vitals. I've just met your father. He's doing well. He's now a doctor at the Wyoming Medical Bureau. Although the food and lodging are in the medical bureau cannot leave at will, but it is not annoying. The pangolin swung his stout serpentine tail with the utmost vigor, and in a few bounds scampered out into the open country of the woods. He shouted at the sea demons. Everyone hurry and gather towards me. Don't scatter. After he said that, the sea demons that were scattered all around had centered on the pangolin snake end. It didn't take long for all of them to come together. At noon, put on your medium-sized armor and bring your gels. He Ming left the city and proceeded along the road to the mines. In a relatively empty area, He Ming stood in the middle of the road, waiting for the pedestrians to return. In front of us was a steep mountain wall, straight into the sky, and up there were clouds of smoke and shadows seemed to be slanting pines and cypresses on top of the cliffs. Xia Wuji took 2 deep breaths, eliminating all other thoughts from his mind. With only a skyrocketing battle spirit left, he marched with great strides towards the depths of the dense forest, the source of the tiger's whistling. Both Andres and Lucia could see the helplessness in her smile, but neither of them pointed it out. Qingfeng Li's fists and Ao Zhang's claws kept clashing. Cracks kept appearing in the air around them, and the space became unstable, as the two of them fought in the darkness of the sky, the sun and the moon. Dad, aren't you on vacation in America? Why do you have time to call me? Shenli forced a smile. She didn't want to be informed of the company's predicament by Elder Chen and have the elder question her abilities. Several of their white hooligans are stout and tiger-backed, and ordinary people dare not clash with them. However, in front of Qin Fan it was just a paper tiger that could be broken with a poke. Yi Lingfeng had waited for so many days but hadn't sensed it. He thought that something had happened to Mo Fan. Lin Shin finally woke up slowly after a long time and realized that he was covered with a quilt. A faint scent came from inside the room and warm air filled in all directions. She inhaled and then sat up from the bed. Cultivators who enter the saint level are equivalent to possessing the power of the heavenly Tao, and when they die, the self will rain blood, representing the heavens weeping. At present, the hillside of Mount Isai has been occupied and a stronghold built by Toyota Tsubaki's forces. Su Huizu can't avoid them anymore. Plus, there are many blood vessels in the middle of the human body. Liang Fei used a silver needle to stick it in, and in the doctor's opinion, doing so will do the patient no harm. In Sher Tian's mind, what appeared was a red-robed. Even the old man with red hair and beard looked evil and chilling. Guitar, bass, drums, electric piano, 4 simple instruments. But it creates a style that belongs to a man's indelible hot blood. Cold Jade Peak, one of the 7 great clans in the Immortal region. Cold Jade Peak is the first clan in the northern border is to send a peak of the 9 robberies Cold Iron Liao old ancestor to go to sea. But this place is too violent. Yuan Li storm. The Cold Jade Peak old ancestor did not dare to lean forward. The Cold Jade Peak old ancestor. He stood with his back to the branch of a dead tree. Well, I'm going to rest for a while. Wait until 12 o'clock and meet me at the war. Lin Feng left before he could finish his sentence. He was one of the earliest people to play rock and roll in China. He represents the first generation of heavy metal rock bands in China and is one of the longest-lived bands in China. Seeing his difficult expression, Zi Shui twisted her head and went to look at Zi Yan next to her. All at once, he smiled too. Lin Songhai did not resist, nor did he dodge. This is not what Lu Ruoming thought. She just wanted to scare Lin Songhai. After all, she couldn't beat Lin Songhai, but Lin Songhai didn't dodge at night. The two brothers stopped fighting when Zhang Ling stopped them. Seeing Zhao Mu's waist being viciously twisted, Zhao Yu revealed a gloating smile. It's like living with a neighbor who knows that the body is in good hands. Yet no one would ever think that he would be the legendary martial arts supreme master. Though many people had had that dream, they all understood very well that it was, after all, a dream that, not reality. Hearing Lin Feng's confident words, Bai Qi blushed. Wasn't this the love she wanted? The prince of one's heart that one had fantasized about. Although one's prince was a bit of a womanizer. But who made him this brilliant? Huo Zhenyu saw Zhou Yu holding Jin Hua's waist while Jin Hua held Zhou Yu's arm without any twisted look. First, he froze, and then a disappointed expression appeared on his face. Shaking his head, he lifted his prepared code box leading the way out of the cabin. Eggie froze, not realizing that her mother had moved to kill those who had offended her in the past. It's also just a matter of creating a traffic accident and crippling it. It's really worthy of being called a three-caste slave. How did yours grow? Chao Ren is secretly more. This time must give Lubu some powerful. Let him know that his upside-down 9 palace 8 trigrams formation is not so good to be messed with. Chapter 21, Flying. Building schools to restore people's livelihoods? Upon hearing these words, the ministers in the Golden Palace froze. Somehow, after looking at the future of Chen Huaixin as projected by the heavenly mirror of discernment, the situations where they are confused and uninformed become a lot more frequent. Earlier, when projecting the future of the people on the Golden List, even He Wan Lin, who had held out for a full 5 years, only silenced them for a long time. However, the various things that Chen Huaixin had done were beyond their expectations every time. And this time, what Chen Huaixin said, more than that, a look of shock passed over the faces of many ministers. Building schools and still restoring livelihoods? Isn't this a labor of love? Chen Huaixin is well talented in military matters, and can do good logistics even when a large army is on the march. But regarding livelihoods, he's just messing around. Many courtiers couldn't help but open their mouths and talk. Even if he had been punched in the face by Chen Huaixin earlier, that was more or less related to the military aspect. Even the Jingping Pavilion and the Jingling Hall were able to be seen as extensions of the military aspect. As for what was told at the very beginning in front of the campfire outside the County of Grievance about the Great Seal treasure, it's also just to tick off the country courage. Nowadays, Chen Huaixin was the first time he actually governed a country, and that idea and tactics seemed to them like childish nonsense. They may not know much about the military as civil officials, but can they still not know how to run a country? At least they had never seen anyone like Chen Huaixin restoring people's livelihood. So, this time, they shall not be hit in the face again. Shangshu Wei, you are also the minister of the household. What do you think of Chen Huaixin's idea, hinging on the approval of more people? Some civil officials cast their eyes toward Wei Taihe, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Wei Taihe, the old god, did not speak, while beside him, Muxiaki, the minister of the household ministry, understood at once that his superior officer did not wish to show too strong an inclination to avoid any embarrassment, so he took it upon himself to step forward and pick up the conversation. Chen Huaixin is well suited for the military because he is really talented in that area. But governing a country and restoring people's livelihoods is not as simple as marching to war. If he listens to the advice of my Sunguk's household minister, instead, we'll be able to make that fabulous kingdom hold out a little longer. But if we continue to be dictatorial and follow our own ideas regardless of the go and do what is called restoring people's livelihoods, then it's only a matter of time before the kingdom of you is a beacon of fire all over the place. The words of the minister of the household, Mu Xiuqi, were confident. He seems to recognize Chen Huaixin's military prowess, but that's really just demeaning the martial artist in order to be incidental. That in the military has talent. Even the Duke of Wei wanted to personally teach the talent. In their civil officials even worse than the Ministry of Household sitting in the Clearwater Yamen Langzhong. As for that marching to war, it is even less difficult than governing a country. And while the military generals are straight, they're not exactly cuties. After hearing Mu Xiuqi say this, the eyes that were looking at him were a bit off. Ji Changling even spoke directly. Squire Mu, don't say too much. Is it possible that it's that your level isn't enough to understand what Chen Huaixin is capable of? Indeed, it is as if none of you had realized earlier that the existence of the Great Seal treasure banknote has such a great hidden danger. Even Shangshu Wei didn't dare to speak up. And you, a minister, dare to jump to conclusions? With the beginning of Ji Changling, other military generals naturally followed suit. Mu Xiuqi didn't dare to offend Ji Changling, and he could only snort coldly, showing a look of disdain for arguing with you. But Ji Changning, the eldest daughter of the emperor, shook her head and said, restoring people's livelihoods should be about reducing taxes, reducing labor, recuperating, etc. And building a school as a big build is not a good idea. Your Highness is right. And that Chen Huixi not only didn't let his generals unload their armor and return to the field, it looks like they are also ready to launch a war against the barbarians. And all this will only make that new dynasty collapse faster and make the people even more miserable. After seeing Ji Changning stand out, those civil officials seemed as if they had a backbone. There was also an outpouring of responses. This was not what Ji Changning had in mind. She simply took Chen Huixin's idea and the comparison with that commonly used method of restoring people's livelihoods is not meant to bolster the civil officials. She flicked her lips to say something more, but Ji Changcheng, the fifth imperial daughter, who hadn't spoken for a long time, but at this moment, he spoke up and said, Chen Huixin's idea is definitely right. He's a double master of poetry and words. Hear that? Neither the civil officials nor the military generals wanted to argue any longer. Their discussion at least seemed to be reasoned and Ji Changcheng, on the other hand, was directly and brainlessly trusting Chen Huixin, and no matter what Chen Huixin did, it was correct in her opinion. Instead of saying more, might as well keep watching that push. The two sides subsided, and their eyes looked towards the heaven inspection mirror, and that projection about the future is still not over. Chapter 22, Is it really normal? The princess of the former dynasty is flying? After hearing this, a rare look of consternation appeared on Chen Huixin's face. He had never thought that the three words, princess of the former dynasty and fly up, could be combined together. But he also knows that no one would dare to joke with him about such a thing. So, he went to the scene himself. The beautiful woman who was surrounded by the soldiers first attracted Chen Huixin's attention, but soon he cast his eyes on the feather-like device behind the woman. Tanto. His eyes light up. Did you make this? Chen Huixin waved his hand to let the soldier back off a little, and walked up to ask directly. Imitating a bird's wing and using it to glide across the sky is an interesting idea. Chen Huixin praises. And the woman didn't want to follow out. But when she heard him say that, she flinched for a moment, said, you were actually able to tell that it was used as gliding? Instead of saying I'm flying like they did? Because it's impossible to fly with wings like a bird. That would only make you fall right out of the sky, replied Chen Huixin with a smile. You made that thing called a hot air balloon, didn't you? The woman immediately said with certainty, looks at Chen Huixin and smiles without saying a word. Instead of being cold and indifferent as before, she approached him with a hint of fervor. My name is Ji Changxi, once the fourth queen of the kingdom of Chang, and if you don't mind, can I see your big baby? It's something like a hot air balloon, Ji Changxi said with anticipation. It was after I saw your hot air balloon that it was only then that the idea of wanting to fly arose, which led to the making of this feathered wing, but it didn't last long in the sky. I want to solve this problem, so inspire me by showing me your baby. Ahem. A general next to him couldn't help but cough twice. He looked at Ji Changxi and said in a reminiscent manner, now standing in front of you, it's His Majesty today. How dare you, as a remnant of the former dynasty? All right, show me your baby, and then if you want to kill me, or whatever you want to do to me, I'll be able to work with you. How? Ji Changxi's voice didn't sound half as frightened, and her eyes stayed on Chen Huixin. It seemed that as long as she could see Chen Huixin's big baby, it didn't matter if she died on the spot. And Chen Huixin noticed the intense curiosity that was always in her eyes. This made the smile on his face become even more intense. Can I see you glide once? Can you satisfy me after you've seen it? All right, come with me. Then, Ji Changxi did not treat Chen Huixin as an emperor in the slightest, and Chen Huixin didn't put up much of a fight in front of her. When Ji Changxi once again leapt down from the mountain, gliding through the sky with the help of the glider, when the surrounding soldiers once again revealed a look of surprise, Chen Huixin smiled broadly. I didn't realize that there was such a princess in the former royal family, but after seeing the hot air balloon, just to make her own paraglider, how much more could she have made if she had been given more time and inspiration? Chen Huixin knows very well that some things really need the appearance of a genius in order to be promoted, otherwise the others will at best be able to do what he tells them to do, and not really be able to stimulate that subjective initiative. More anticipation welled up in his mind. So, when Ji Changxi, who had finished gliding, reappeared in front of him, he launched a direct recruitment campaign against her, which she naturally did not refuse. But the generals next to me are looking dumbfounded. Recruiting the remnants of the former dynasty. They are also princesses of the former royal family. His Majesty has such a big heart. Isn't he afraid that someone will try to turn against you and push them to the throne? But Chen Huixin made the decision, and he didn't dare to say anything more. And just as Chen Huixin was arranging where Ji Changxi would go and wanted to turn around and leave, then Ji Changxi suddenly called out to him, by the way, I have a sister who's been living with me and hiding in Chang'an City. She's exactly the same as me in appearance, and she's all very pretty, so if you don't mind, take her into your harem, Chen Huixin. It doesn't matter if you boast about your good looks, and sold your sister to me so directly. My sister has always been too timid to talk to strangers, and I used to be able to keep her company. Now I'm going to go to the place you've arranged, to make something rare, and the distance is so great that I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet with her very often. That's why you've enrolled her in the harem, which is quite close to where I'm going to work, and I'll be able to go to the harem to see her from time to time. Isn't it nice? Ji Changshi had the look of I'm looking out for my sister, but the general next to him couldn't help but speak up. As a remnant of the former dynasty, you want to put people in the harem, but you also want to go in and out of the harem as you please? This is the kingdom of you, not your former Chang, right? Oh, when Ji Changshi heard this, not only did she not get angry, but instead, she came to a realization that, I'd almost forgotten about the destruction of the Sun Kingdom. In that case, include me in the harem as well, so that my sister and I can see each other often, and she won't be alone and timid, listening to him, not to mention the generals next to him. Even Chen Huixin was a bit stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen that a woman, when confronted with such a subject as this, how could they discuss it so directly and decisively, without any shyness, and even make a decision directly? Ji Changshi, is her brain circuit really normal? As for me bragging about being pretty, I am pretty. Isn't the world proud of honesty, and isn't it okay for me to tell the truth? A hint of confusion appeared on Ji Changshi's face. She cocked her head as if she didn't understand what was wrong with her words. Those good-looking eyes looked at Chen Huixin. The breeze blew her hair a bit messy, but it gave her a bit more of a messy beauty. And Chen Huixin already didn't know what to say. He was even a bit skeptical. Was it right or wrong to recruit her yourself for research? Well, there'll be someone to help you organize things at home. You just have to do your job. Chen Huixin wants to end this conversation, but Ji Changshi spoke again. So, do you want to take me and my sister, both into the harem? Chapter 23, Speculation. In the Golden Palace. The eyes of the courtiers silently focused on 4th Imperial daughter Ji Changshi. They really didn't expect it. Before that building school to restore livelihoods comes to a conclusion, the 4th Imperial daughter, who only speaks once in a while, has come up with this whole thing. Even Ji Qingluo couldn't help it, casting that gaze on this 4th niece of his, saying, Changshi, what were you thinking? Marrying yourself to Chen Huixin along with Changlu? The future him is the one who overthrew the Chang kingdom. Hear that? Ji Changluo, who was originally looking at her own sister with an aggrieved look in her eyes. Surprisingly, in a rare move, she blocked in front of Ji Changshi and said in a not-so-loud voice, Little auntie, my sister is looking out for me. Don't blame her, but you just clearly questioned her with your eyes as to why she would do that to you in the future. Ji Qingluo sighed helplessly, but she didn't say anything further, just continued to look at Ji Changshi, and Ji Changshi opened her mouth and said, because neither my sister nor I have the ability to reverse Yufu's commitment, so why don't you give him a child and then beat his waifu as hard as you can? So that's a way to give my Sunguk a bad name, right? Crowd? The way everyone looked at Ji Changshi became even more odd. Just kidding, though I don't know what my future self thinks, but probably to find a place for me and my sister, where we can live in peace. Ji Changshi's voice sounded again, if she hadn't said it in time. Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning was about to reprimand her. Where would any royal daughter be thinking like her? Chen Huixin has arranged for a survey of the country's population. It's only a matter of time before my sister and I are discovered in the city of Chang'an, and with the way my sister and I look, we're either being targeted by people with bad intentions, either that or find a deep forest to hide in, but neither my sister nor I can afford to live in the mountains, so instead of being targeted, might as well pick out a good place for yourself. Although Chen Huixin overthrew the Chang kingdom, the overthrow of the Chang kingdom didn't really have much to do with him. Anyway, at that time the Songuk could not be saved, and the appearance of Chen Huixin at least made the people suffer a lot less, and he made a hot air balloon that really intrigued me, so I should be for reasons similar to these. It was only then that the wings capable of gliding were exposed, thus attracting him to me, I guess. Ji Changshi said speculatively, it's a reasonable idea. After all, in the future, the two sisters, living incognito in the city of Chang'an, it was more than a little puzzling to suddenly be spotted for gliding. Even if you want to try your hand at making your own objects, you can do so in a remote location. There was no need to fly directly into Chang'an City as presented in the heavenly mirror, unless she did it on purpose. Just, Ji Changshi's calm voice, but it made the ministers feel a little numb. Even if it's to find a place where you and your sister can live in peace, there's no need to choose Chen Huixin of that overthrown Chang kingdom. Even if the hot air balloon Chen Huixin made interested her, You don't have to marry both yourself and your sister to him, do you? Does she really not have any hatred for Chen Huixin, who in fact overthrew the Songguk? Why should I hate him? It's not like he killed any of my Cheng Kingdom's royal family. All that were slaughtered were just those great families. Ji Qingxi was smart enough to look at the ministers around her and, seeming to guess what they wanted to say, they spoke up ahead of them, and I surely learned in the future that at that time, Chen Huixin had not yet established an empress. If my sister and I were to become part of his harem, there is a possibility that the future child will become the crown prince of Yul. So isn't it also a different way to rejuvenate Songguk? No, Your Highness, the fourth princess, that minister of the kingdom of Yu. It is absolutely not going to allow an imperial son with a bloodline from the previous dynasty to become the future emperor of Yu. A minister couldn't help but open his mouth to retort. Really? But Chen Huixin even wanted to abolish the emperor. And for the bloodline of the former dynasty. Will he really care? Maybe before he dies, that so-called condition is met, and the Yu kingdom won't even have an emperor anymore. Ji Qingxi looked at the minister. At once, that minister was dumbfounded, because from the future projected by the heavenly mirror, I am afraid that no one can guarantee what Chen Huixin wants to do. Even if he establishes a prince with the bloodline of the former dynasty as the crown prince, it is not completely impossible. The surrounding ministers likewise closed their mouths. Ji Qingxi had even been able to say earlier that the immortals would destroy mortals touching things in the sky in such a way, and now that her idea is so peculiar, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Fourth sister is right then, except for the fact that big sister cut her own throat. Chen Huixin did not kill any of the royal family, nor did he allow his generals to harm the common people of the Cheng kingdom. The only ones who will suffer the most are those worldly families and clans. If you want to hate, you should be the ones to hate. Why involve my fourth sister? It can't be for the sake of having my fourth sister avenge your deaths, and volunteering to be a puppet to rebel against Yu Husung, right? Second imperial daughter Ji Changling spoke up in support of Ji Qingxi, and since this was something that would happen in the future, she wasn't too interested in this so-called marriage. Instead, he stared at the gliding wings that appeared in that heaven inspection mirror and said, speaking of which, fourth sister, that thing that carries people around and glides them, are you able to create it now? I'm a very interested second sister. I don't know, but if it takes a little time it should be able to be made. Ji Qingxi doesn't dare to guarantee the time. However, her eyes that were looking into the heavenly mirror had a little more curiosity and excitement in them. If not for Ji Qingluo's disallowance, she might have had to leave the Golden Palace first to try and carry out the manufacturing. If it's made, remember to inform second sister, Ji Changling said with a smile. Watching the two sisters talk, Ji Qingluo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could sense that Ji Qingxi hadn't been completely honest. That speculative idea of the future that it shouldn't be so complicated. She even suspected that Ji Qingxi didn't care about any family or national hatred at all. Apart from her own sister, she was only interested in things that were rare and strange, and the ability that Chen Huixin had shown to. It made the future her very curious and fond, which was why she went for Chen Huixin under the premise of securing her sister's peaceful life. As for the so-called child prince or whatever, it is just a perfunctory excuse said casually. Think about it. Ji Qingluo immediately felt a headache. First there was a man who trusted Chen Huixin 100% because of his poetry. No matter what he does, he trusts his Ji Chongqing. And now there's another one who, because of his own hobbies, and Ji Chongxi, who was interested in Chen Huixin, who was also gifted in this area. My great seal's royal daughters. How did they become like this? Chapter 24, Unusual? The two of them rushed forward to help Zhao Ermatzi. They do not want to call the number. They really do not have the bottom. Not to mention whether or not Lu 13 is Nosli's brother. Just by looking at Lu Xii's body, it's not something that the two of them can go out and take care of. So, he could only throw down his words and help Zhao Ermatzi to flee. And for all of those 5 days he sent successive couriers to the rear. Inquired about supplies, but up to this point, not a single messenger had returned. In about 20 minutes, Qian Ruhui arrived at Xue Sanshan's and they're downstairs, but before they could make the call, they saw Xue Sansan, Lu Shuangyi, standing inside the upstairs window. Xue Lu and the girls were waving at her. It was Leonardo's fault in the first place. What more can be said? Kneel down and apologize. What else can we do? The rhinoceros, which had lost its front hooves, could no longer control its body, which lurched and, surprisingly, it crashed in the direction of Ling Yuxian. In a hurry, Lu 13 could only reach forward, and was holding the unicorn horn in front of the rhinoceros's forehead. In order to prevent the rhinoceros from smashing into Ling Yuxuan, Lu 13 could only pull back with force. Fang Zhongjin was quite helpless. If he really caused the two to suffer internal injuries, he was in even less of a position to plead with Zhang Yushan himself. It was not until a few moments later that the Viscount, who was in a cheerful mood, ordered Old Al. The gold coins were put away properly. This was followed by the previous handover of rights, and a few of Sean's requests. He said to him that he knew all about it, and on some matters in the family, he once again instructed him a few words. Your Majesty, Qian Ruhui discovered the Empress Dowager's whereabouts by chance. Moreover, those two people who pretended to be Uzumaki Rizu were highly skilled in martial arts, and Qian Ruhui killed them by mistake, so it is absolutely impossible for them to be the accomplices of those people. I'm sorry, Kaito explained, looking at the Emperor. When Tree 5 heard about it, he thought there was a good chance that the smelting technology they had that, but to say that they were here to help his tribe's development, he didn't believe it for a second. They must have something to help with. Excuse me, you guys go ahead. I didn't see or hear anything. The waking Liang Jia smelled the scent and also came out, and retreated for a second after hearing Mu Jiao's words. Luo Yan quietly looked at her, and at this time, without making any modesty, he did have something he wanted to say to Yi Chu Chu. Even if she wasn't with Jun Muji anymore, she'd willingly have children for him again, and none of them except him? Wind Sleeve seems to have lost some weight and looks even more refreshed. There was still a springtime smile on his face. When she reached the corner by the window, she found Shin Yunshu leisurely leaning there. Looking at her with a smirk. Feng Ye's father is Luo Shuohan's mother's brother, so Feng Ye's mother was also Luo Shuohan's aunt. Xuanli's loose, cream-colored clothes hung on his body, and the pure expression of, like an untutored elf. Say something to old Lu and the others for me. I'll leave first. These words were addressed to Ningen. Shua Beichen is from the Shua kingdom, and no matter what, it's impossible for the future child to inherit the orthodoxy, so the future Queen Jun must be Qin Zi Yuan. The shadow's form lurched as he was struck by the copper, and I took advantage of the opportunity to, taking the mahogany sword and stabbing it into his chest, I watched him try to escape, and I hurriedly made up another talisman. What are you looking at? You don't know how to read. I'll just read it to you, said Zhou Zhao, snatched the post from Zhu Feifei's hands and lowered his head to read through it briefly, casting spells together, with nearly 20,000 balls of magical energy coming down. It wasn't something anyone could withstand. Zhou Zeyu's hand holding the cell phone gave a start, and a trace of pain and confusion flashed in his eyes. Is he really doing the right thing? Ringer is going to try to see how well the Cave Lord can lead his soldiers. The Red Dragon Sword, a treasure that gave the soldier a boost, wasn't weak. Only 50 bottles of elfin wine from the vampire camp, and to get more, go out and buy it yourself in the main city. The path of the martial arts honors the strong, eliminating the weak and leaving the strong, such as Dragon Repentance and Xiao Ao's generation. All of them want to get rid of their peers for self-improvement, but in favor of young city master Lin. Saving those who want to be saved and killing those who should be killed are clearly differentiated. The good and evil in one's heart is actually so firm. Taiku lamented and praised, while Zhu Xian stared dead on at Lu Ju's hand movements. Compared to Lu Ju, who was calmly at the edge of life and death, he was the polar opposite. Holding his breath, even his clenched hands were sweating. When Yiming hung up the phone, somewhat curious that Zhang Jinyu had taken the initiative to request a meeting, saying that he had something to ask for. Let's go straight to the university at 2 p.m. and listen to his lecture. Suddenly I found a hole in the weeds at the bottom of the hill. It was pitch black. He drew nearer to fiercely smell a hint of an ethereal scent emanating from the cave, and slowly groped his way into the cavern. Yang Lai slightly stunned, after realizing that her father was turning a corner to settle her heart. The tears that had been so hard to suppress nearly welled up again. I'll take care of these guys. The wizard is all yours. Thomas moved around a bit after. Drawing his sword, he rushed forward, pulling into reality, realizing that it was all a dream, and looking over to Yannan Nightshade. Sidebar, bring Akano back in 3 days. Thomas, take her away. Alan made the worst of it, secretly explaining to Thomas with gestures. Chapter 25, a decision has been made. Wow, this Chen Huaixin is really decisive. The idea of marrying the former imperial daughter of the inheritance had just arisen, and it was acted upon directly without hesitation. Ji Changling looked at that projected future, and the smile on his face suddenly grew a few points thicker. Her eyes went to the sixth sister who was in the midst of the royal daughters and said in a snarky manner, "Sixth sister, that's your future husband. How do you feel?" Second sister. Ji Changwei's cheeks turned red. She was so shy she wanted to hide, but no matter where she hid, someone could always see her, which made her just keep her head down, and it seemed as if as long as she didn't look at anyone else, they couldn't see her. But her eyes still glanced at the mirror of discernment from time to time, and for a 13-year-old girl too, the sudden appearance of her future husband always made her shy and curious. Alright, Changling, Don't make fun of your sixth sister. Ji Qingluo's voice rang out and the others also immediately withdrew their sights. However, what exactly is Chen Huixin's intention with this move? He should be trying to prevent the power of foreign relatives, or to avoid marrying the daughters of civil and military officials after it caused certain heavies to become bigger. So that's why they chose the former royal family that wouldn't be supported by many people, Ji Changning said speculatively. But Ji Qinglao shook her head and said, no, for the Chen Huixin at that time, he doesn't have to fear the courtiers and the power of the foreign relatives at all. He's equivalent to Yu Guai himself. Ji Qingluo didn't understand. The courtiers were equally confused. Whether it's the distribution of benefits or the future of Yukoku, neither should have chosen to marry an imperial daughter of the previous inheritance. Not to mention, that imperial daughter was also the last emperor of the previous inheritance. As for Chen Huixin moving so fast, the matter of directly asking Ji Chanwei if she wanted to be his empress without hesitation was not on their minds. After all, as an emperor, being able to ask others for their opinions, it would be rare enough. Maybe that's what he wanted to do. So he just went for it. Ji Changxi's voice suddenly rang out. She felt like she could understand Chen Huixin now, like she wanted to do certain things that, and then went ahead and did the same. As far as getting her to tell the cause, why does there have to be a cause? Only her words, however, were not recognized by the ministers. They were murmuring, as if they had to discuss a result out of it. As for the fifth imperial daughter, Ji Changcheng, she was somewhat aggrieved and muttering her mouth. She didn't know why she was aggravated. Anyway, that look at Ji Changwei carried a hint of dislike. Okay, that heaven-inspiring mirror's deduction continued, enabling her to avert her eyes back. Chapter 26 Breaking Common Sense. In the Golden Palace, the ministers who had previously questioned Chen Huixin's construction of the school now all had their faces turned a little ugly, especially the minister of the household department, Mu Xiuqi. That face is a green and yellow. Just now, when questioning Chen Huixin, he stood out as a representative figure of the now that heaven-inspiring mirror projected the future, but it was like smacking him in the face again and again, but he couldn't even resist. But it seems that the minister of the household of my great seal can't even see how others are governing the country to restore people's livelihoods. And what about the one questioning the other side that this is wrong and will inevitably lead to the country being beaconed? Second imperial daughter Ji Changling's mocking voice rang out at this time. She hadn't forgotten. Previously, Mu Xiuqi did not just take the lead in questioning Chen Huixin, it also pulls in stomping on their military generals through Chen Huixin. She, Ji Changling, was not a good-tempered person, and would return a stick when she was scolded. Now that she had the chance to taunt back, how could she possibly hold back? And after hearing her words, the face of that clerical group was even darker. They just can't figure it out. Why is it that Chen Huixin is not only good at leading troops into battle and able to manage logistical matters, but also has such insights in the area of governing the country? Since ancient times, the world regarded emperors who liked to make big construction projects as dim emperors, and also associated them with the death of the country. They were familiar with the classics, and naturally regarded them as the truth, and were always opposed to the monarch's great. It is believed that the restoration of people's livelihood should be wrested and the people should be allowed to cultivate the land. But the practice of Waichen, but it breaks down what they think is common sense. Not only did he build schools and major water projects, but he also gave out free lunches to his students. But when this is done, not only is there no deficit in that treasury, but people's livelihoods are being restored everywhere. This anti-common sense approach, let them where to reason. This move doesn't make sense. The minister of the household department, Mu Xiuqi, held his tongue for half a day and stifled these words. However, this caused Ji Changling's laughter to grow even louder, and that Ji Qingluo, who was sitting on the dragon chair, cast his eyes toward Wei Taiha, the minister of households. He said, Shangshu Wei, can you see and understand why Chen Huixin will not shortchange the treasury with this move? Instead, it also restores livelihoods? When he questioned Chen Huixin earlier, Wei Taiha was old and prudent and did not comment on it. This allows him to not have to be as embarrassed as Mu Xiuqi. But the thought that, their own foreign conquests treasury deficit, Chen Huixin big construction livelihood recovery. Ji Qingluo then felt very upset. Obviously they are all labors. Why is Chen Huixin's Yu kingdom becoming more and more prosperous? And I, Da Chang, have to face a stormy situation? Ji Qingluo stared at Wei Taiha with icy eyes. She had been very clear. Most of the court officials are assholes. How else would Sungu become like this? Back to your majesty. I am foolish. I don't know yet how that Chen Huixin did it, Wei Taiha said with a lowered head. He also felt a strong shock in his heart when he saw the future projected by the heavenly mirror of discernment. But even after being in the position of minister of the household for many years, he failed to see that Chen Huixin's big boom, with the previous big boom. What kind of difference does it make? Humph. Ji Qingluo snorted coldly. That oppressive line of sight caused sweat to break out on Wei Taihe's face, but he didn't dare to move a bit. Okay. Just then, Ji Changning, the eldest daughter of the emperor, suddenly spoke up. In that planning done by Chen Huixin, he seems to have paid the people who built the schools and constructed the water conservancy for their labor, rather than conscripting them for corvée service. Paying the people for their work? Hear that. The people in the room froze. It never occurred to them to gather the people for a big construction project and pay them for it. That's even more out of character. That is to say, just conscript the people to build water conservancies and then pay them to restore people's livelihoods? Ji Changling looked at Ji Changning with some curiosity, but Ji Changning shook his head and said, it should be more than just that simple. Chen Huixin that the complete planning about the big construction did not completely in the forensic mirror deduced? This should be only one of the. If we want to know the reason for this, perhaps we must summon Chen Huixin to the palace and question him personally. Recruit Chen Huixin to the palace. It's only by questioning him personally? Ji Changling's eyes blinked. Something suddenly occurred to her, and she looked toward the group of civil officials, and the exquisitely beautiful face of the, showing a nice smile. He said, even the minister of the household doesn't know the reason for this matter. If the current Chen Huixin explains it, then won't Shangshu Wei have to step aside? It can't be that we, the Great Seal, are the ones who are incapable of holding high positions. Those who are capable of it are down there toiling away at it, I guess. Chapter 27 represents the future. Ji Chanling smiled, but the civilian group can't stop laughing. Of course they know. Ji Changling was being deliberately vindictive. However, instead, they were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten, and they didn't even know how to retort. It cannot be said that people in high positions do not necessarily have to be competent. After all, the people under them just have to do their jobs honestly, while they have to think about a lot more, right? But anyone who dared to say such bull would inevitably be dragged out and beheaded by Ji Qingluo. Your Highness the second princess is wrong. Chen Huixin has some ability though, but its experience is insufficient and it is not yet mature enough. Even if he is really recruited into the palace, he must first exercise him, and when he is steady in his work, it is only then that heavy responsibility can be given. While the ministers were dumbfounded, the priest of the State Scholarship Academy opened his mouth at this time. At once, the eyes of the crowd went to him. Ji Chanling, on the other hand, said directly, not mature enough? Not steady enough in doing things? And how did the priest come up with this bull ? Being directly scolded by Ji Changling like this, the priest's face didn't even change. On the contrary, he also said with a serious face, he had previously said that the people can be made to know, but not to be made to know logic. In the end, he concluded that because Chen Huixin was not steady and mature enough in his actions, only then will they build schools for the people to study, which is going against the words of the sages, and that you will surely bring about its own destruction. After hearing these words, Ji Changling didn't even want to pay attention to him, but some courtiers did think that the priests were right. If the common people can read and write, wouldn't everyone be able to become an official? And it will be much more difficult for those in government to manage such a people again than it was before. Then the sages' plan of fooling and weakening the people will hardly work for them anymore. Those courtiers said this, but even the mild-mannered Ji Changning inexplicably felt that something wasn't right. Obviously, opening up the minds of the people should be a good thing, but why is it so different from what the sages had in mind? Shouldn't we really open up the minds of the people in order to better manage this world? Ji Changning was confused. She looked to the mirror of discernment, and Ji Qingluo was guiding the national fortune, once again projecting that imperceptible future. Old 6. In the earlier golden list push, you've managed, for the most part, to ascend to the throne as emperor after the death of your eldest sister. It's just by virtue of how you feel. Ha! Ji Changling said with some surprise. Ji Changwei had been looking at the future self in the mirror of heavenly appreciation, who was wearing a wedding dress, in fascination, and when she heard her second sister say that, she gave a shy smile. I don't know. Second sister. Maybe it's the future me that just feels like it's the right thing to do, and then just go for it. Ji Changwei spoke the truth. She didn't know what her future self thought, but she was all about doing things by feel now. And, guess it won't change much in the future. It won't change much, that is to say, my future husband will still be Chen Huixin. Ji Changwei just thought this shyly in her mind. Suddenly, she felt a sudden pang of discomfort. It's like something's gone wrong. Chapter 28, There are limits. In the Golden Palace, many courtiers turned their eyes toward Ji Changxi. They were not expecting it at all. This one is usually a little scruffily dressed. Her Highness the Fourth Princess, who liked to tinker with all sorts of weird and wonderful things, would be so highly regarded in that future fabulous kingdom. Not only did Chan Wyatt build her a separate department, also traveled there from time to time to have conversations with her. Even Ji Chang Wei, the nominal empress of Yu, none of them seemed to have been in contact with Chen Huixin as long as Ji Changshi. And the cement that could be called an artifact. Surprisingly, it was made by the future fourth princess. What she tinkers with on a regular basis isn't really rare or weird. Rather, it's the future of my Songguk, right? The pupils of these courtiers dilated slightly, in the midst of that heavenly mirror's deduction, but it clearly shows the role of cement, being able to allow the imperial army, in a shorter period of time, to reach the frontiers of the empire. That alone just goes to show how important this cement is. And that chancellor, Wang Qianhe, even came right out and said, "Your Majesty, I request that the Great Chang Research Institute be built and that Her Highness the Fourth Princess take full responsibility for it. If that cement can be made soon, it will surely allow my Great Seal to last for 10,000 years. Other courtiers have likewise chimed in. However, Ji Chanling, suddenly spoke up. What's the point of putting the fourth sister in charge of this matter? The key to that was still in Chen Huixin's body, and it was under his tutelage that the future fourth sister had created many magical objects. So that, if you want cement, you should hurry up and beg Chen Huixin for help, or else don't think about it so much." Hear that? The faces of those courtiers immediately turned ugly. They've only just borrowed the words of the priest and disparaged Chen Huixin both explicitly and implicitly, saying that he doesn't do things with enough poise and maturity will inevitably cost him. But now, if they want to get cement, they would have to go to Chen Huixin, who, in their opinion, was not mature enough. Where does that leave their face? And the cement thing, I think it has something to do with the Ministry of Labor. Ji Changling cast his eyes toward the Minister of Public Works. That Minister of Works' heart suddenly jumped, but before he could say anything, Ji Changling then had continued to speak. Previously, regarding the matter of restoring people's livelihoods, the Minister of Households was unable to explain the reasons, and now regarding the matter of the project, the Minister of Public Works is also at a loss as to what to do. How about this? Give Chen Huixin all the positions of Minister of Household and Ministry of Industry. That way not only will Auntie get one less monthly salary, but we won't have to know this or that. Ji Changling had a smile on his face, but the tit-for-tat words, but it filled the hearts of many courtiers with helplessness. Didn't you just demean the military general? Your Highness the Second Princess doesn't have to hold a grudge for so long. It's all a bit like that penny-pinching Chen Huixin. Those clerks bowed their heads, didn't want to be targeted by Ji Changling again. However, the military generals would not let go of this good opportunity, and they all started to output on that civil minister. That Ji Qingluo, who was sitting above, ignored the noise in that hall. Also Rare did not care about the sharp cement in the army, but recalled the words of Chen Huixin, thinking about that so-called change in the shape of the empire. What the hell is going on? A few moments later, it took her a moment to retrieve her thoughts. After silencing the great hall with an icy stare, only then did she look at Ji Changshi and said, "Changshi, if we build the Great Chang Institute, and with you in charge, do you wish it? If I have Chen Huixin's help, I'm naturally willing," Ji Changshi said without hesitation. She had just been looking at the future projected by that heaven-examining mirror when she was. It wasn't fervor but jealousy in those eyes. She's jealous of her future self for being able to make all sorts of magical objects, and now she's still dealing with a bunch of crap. Ji Qingluo didn't take a stand, but continued with the question. Then, about the future do you have any ideas now about what is to be worked on to change the shape of the empire? Hear that? The faces of many of the courtiers suddenly changed. They really didn't expect that Ji Qingluo would even inquire about this kind of question. My great Cheng Jiangshan is slightly stormy at this time, but not to the point of changing, right? I don't know, Ji Changshi said very directly. A trace of regret flashed across Ji Qingluo's face. But, just as she was about to continue channeling the fate of the country and deducing Chen Huixin's future, Ji Changshi's voice rang out again. But Chen Huixin said that the frontier, which could only be reached in 3 months, would lock up the empire's ceiling. Then I'm guessing that it might have something to do with that. For example, in 1 day, then the army can be allowed to reach the frontier from Chang'an City. Chapter 29, all able to eat meat. In 1 day, let the army reach the frontier? After hearing that, the first reaction in the minds of the ministers was to think that it was absurd. However, Ji Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Suppose that's so true, then, as far as she can see, it is the territory of the kingdom of Chang. Any barbarian who dares to disobey will be completely annihilated. But, that's just my guess. I'm a little confused about that stuff in the future, let alone in the present. Ji Changshi's voice sounded again. But, even so, there was still more than a little anticipation on her face as well. But anyway, Chen Huaixin will likely create an empire that is rare in the world. A super empire that even that ancient immortal has never seen before. Ji Changshi's eyes were filled with fervor. She didn't like things that were by the book. That's why they pounded the rare and strange things. And the empire that Chen Huaixin is trying to build. Isn't it also overthrowing the ancient and unchanging? Just, the collapse of the fabulous kingdom as perceived by the princes. Maybe it's going to be disappointing again. Ji Changshi looked at the ministers. The faces of those courtiers were unpleasant, but they were powerless to make a rebuttal. And that projected future is still going on. Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Because of the lack of manpower, barbarians are captured and come to Yul to participate in the construction of earth and wood? If Chen Huaixin does this, it will surely lead to the people on the border suffering even more. Seeing that Chen Huaixin casually found an excuse to launch an offensive against the barbarians, a civil official spoke directly. They are not really thinking about the people of the frontier, but they are afraid that their own majesties will follow their example. Ji Qingluo even had to start a border war even after the treasury was emptied. If she had been allowed to learn what Chen Huaixin thought, what would have happened? If the barbarians were to know their people were taken into forced labor, then they will definitely be even more frantic to invade the frontier people. So, it's what's gained and what's lost. That civil official looked at Ji Qingluo and said sincerely. Ji Qingluo didn't say anything. This immediately made those civil officials feel a sense of helplessness. Their gazes once again looked towards the heavenly mirror, and in their hearts they kept praying that I hope that those barbarians will be able to compete a little bit, and it's best to make the Yu Kingdom lose a lot of money. This way, only then can we dissuade His Majesty. Chapter 30, Insignificance. In the Golden Palace, the civil officials who had earlier tried to persuade Ji Qingluo not to start any more foreign wars, by now his face was as black as charcoal. They had hoped that the barbarians on that frontier would be able to make Chen Huaixin suffer some losses. That way they could dissuade His Majesty, who was already warlike, from capturing barbarians to build back in his country. But what if sheep can be used for more than just meat, and keep the people from freezing to death? Then it's worth a lot more. His Majesty will surely launch another campaign against the steppe, and this way, wouldn't it make those reckless military generals louder again? These civil officials glanced at the military generals unwillingly, and the resentment towards Chen Huaixin in their hearts grew a few points larger. And the military generals, including the second imperial daughter Ji Qingling, after hearing what Chen Huaixin said about the benefits of sheep, their eyes were already glowing. The Pingla festival minister even scurried out directly and said, "Your Majesty, I request a fight. It will surely sweep away the grassland tribes, so that my great seals people can no longer fear the cold winter. You guys, after sweeping the grassland tribes away, who's going to raise the sheep for me? De Chang, Your Majesty. Still, I must leave it to my minister, who thinks he has a good mind, and will certainly spread the grasslands with sheep. You back off. You back off. Let the old man come. Old me fought the barbarians of the grasslands several times back then, so I'm much more familiar with that side than you are. Having fought several times and failed to exterminate the grassland barbarians, doesn't that prove that you're useless? It's better to let my minister do it." The military generals began to quarrel directly over the conquest of the steppe. They know very well the character of their Majesty. The people of the frontier are being harassed. She would have personally led her troops straight into the grasslands, and now that she knew the true value of that sheep, how could she have watched with bated breath? And not to engage in a scramble? And as soon as the conquest was launched, their war credit came to who would want to pass up this great opportunity? But, just as they were arguing, Chancellor Wang Qian has stepped forward and scolded them to be quiet before saying to Ji Qingluo, "Your Majesty, I think that we should continue to look at it, and if that actuality is far from what Chen Huaixin thinks, but it will empty the strength of my great seal." He naturally knew that Chen Huaixin wouldn't be aiming at nothing, but he can't just listen to the arguments of the generals and do nothing, so he hoped that Ji Qingluo can take a more prudent strategy. Okay. Ji Qingluo wasn't in that much of a hurry. Previously, the golden list had been deduced for so long, and now there is finally some light. So why should she be in a hurry for this little time? Well, let's just keep looking at it for now. Chapter 31, Unworthy to Enter the Eyes? In the Golden Palace. The appearance of that textile machine that had improved its efficiency by at least 5 times made the Minister of Public Works immediately light up. He had no idea at all that, with a simple modification of an existing loom, it would have multiplied the output several times over. This son is truly gifted. If I can get into my Ministry of Labor, what a wonderful thing that would be. The Minister of Works thought regretfully in his mind. He knew very well that Ji Qingluo now valued Chen Huaixin extremely highly, and even if he really recruited him as an official, He won't be placed in the Ministry of Industry either. The military general is very concerned about him. But, to be able to be informed about the things of the Ministry of Works from that deduction, he should also be content. After noting what that improved version of the loon looked like, he was ready to wait until the push was over to let the people in the Ministry of Works study it for some days, so as to imitate it. Because it's difficult compared to the concrete hot air balloons that appeared earlier in the day. It could be said to be much, much lower. Even without the help of Her Highness the Fourth Princess, he was still confident in making it. And just then, Chen Huaixin's decision to establish a school to promote technology froze his entire body in place. It's not just him. Even the other ministers in the court were like that. No one was expecting it. Not only did Chen Huaixin not intend to keep such knowledge, which was enough to change the battle situation, secret from the, and to teach it to the people of the world. What the hell is he trying to do here? Teach this knowledge to the people. Isn't that getting yourself into trouble? Control the knowledge. Do not allow the people to access this knowledge, or even prohibit them from touching the relevant things. That should be the right thing to do. Many of the courtiers were puzzled. Chen Huaixin's approach can simply be described as very different from what they have learned. But the heavyweights, including Chancellor Wang Qianho, that look at Chen Huaixin's eyes, however, showed a subtle change, opening up the minds of the people again, teaching technology again. Chen Huaixin, isn't he afraid that Fabian will be overthrown? Does he really not want to be emperor? The minds of the ministers were full of thoughts, and that future continues to push on. Chapter 32, Self-Recognized Inferiority. In the Golden Palace, looking at the livelihood appliances that kept appearing in the deduction, the Minister of Industry was in a state of excitement. With the direction of improvement of these objects, the matters of the Ministry of Public Works will be much easier in the future, and the people of Songguk don't have to work so hard. The Minister of Works thought this in his mind. However, just then, he felt, as an icy sight fell upon him, it made his whole body suddenly tremble. That Ji Qing Luo, who was sitting high above the dragon chair, was looking at him with a face full of indifference. Duan Shongshu, Songguk, have invested a lot of money and food into the Ministry of Labor every year, but why is there no change in the apparatus until today? Ji Qingluo's voice did not fluctuate. In that projected future, it took Ji Changshi 2 months to improve a whole bunch of implements, but the Ministry of Works, from the establishment of the Songguk to the present time, has seldom made any improvements in apparatus. Is it possible that the Dayu Institute, established by Chen Huaixin, 2 months is greater than the 300 years of the Ministry of Works of the Kingdom of Chang? Discontent welled up in Ji Qingluo's heart. Duan Zhangqing, the shivering Minister of Public Works, hurriedly opened his mouth to explain and said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm not willing to improve the apparatus, but even after thinking about it, I don't know how to improve it. He hadn't really lied. The Ministry of Industry is really working hard to try to improve all types of appliances, whether it was water, civil engineering, or agricultural implements. They had experimented with that. It's just that none of it is ideal. With a face full of bitterness, he looked at Ji Qingluo, who was still dissatisfied with him, and continued, Your Majesty, I do not have the talent of Chen Huaixin, nor the ability of Her Highness the Fourth Princess, who was able to improve all kinds of implements within 2 months. But the minister really cannot do In the projected future of that heaven-viewing mirror, the improvement about the apparatus looks simple. It's like that textile machine. Just by redesigning and increasing the number of spindles, it multiplies the efficiency. But before the future Chen Huaixin and Ji Changshi were produced, who would have thought that such a simple improvement could lead to a huge breakthrough? That hint of whimsy. It's a rift that many people can't cross in their lifetime. Duan Jingqing's heart was filled with helplessness, and the second imperial daughter, Ji Chanling, spoke up at this time, that is to say, Duan Shongshu, you think you're not as good as Chen Huaixin, that's why you can't do it? Duan Zhengqing was silent. A few moments later, only then did he nod with difficulty and said, I am indeed inferior to him. Hear that? There was an uproar in the great hall. Many of the courtiers really did not expect that Duan Zhengqing, who was the Minister of Public Works, he actually admitted in person that he was inferior to Chen Huaixin. Then this Ministry of Public Works secretary post, is not to let Chen Huaixin to be Duan Shangshu is really a big man, daring to admit that he is inferior to others. Compared to those who are clearly inferior to Chen Huaixin but keep on talking sourly, it can be said to be much better, Ji Changling said in admiration. Only her words, but it made the faces of many courtiers turn ugly. They've been officials for decades, and they've eaten more salt than anyone else has eaten rice. How could it be inferior to that Chen Huaixin? He's just a guy with a few weird ideas and a few tricks up his sleeve. If they are talking about the words of saints and the way to be an official, They will teach Chen Huixin to be a human being in a minute. Those courtiers bowed their heads, not caring about Ji Changling's sight. And Ji Qingluo, who was sitting above, took in the scene. Duan Zhengqing was able to admit that he couldn't do it, for the sake of the apparatus and the people, admitting that he was not as good as Chen Huixin. But the others were, as that future projection had said, that the peasants at the bottom don't deserve to be in their eyes. Humph. Ji Qingluo narrowed her eyes slightly. Instead of having an immediate attack, she took down some faces, and then she continued to guide the country's fortunes. Projecting the future of Chen Huixin. Chapter 33, Deliberate? Ning Yu looked at Lei Tang, who was in mourning, and slowly came to the wall. Suddenly, a dent in the wall caught Ning Yu's attention. Deep in her hand, she gently stroked the dent in the wall. A record-breaking season twice, and 2 6-game winning streaks. It was a proud enough achievement for fans to brag about the previous year. Jihua followed suit and took a step back. "Thank you, General, for your compliments," said in an unassuming manner. As soon as Master He agreed, Su Yanting said something nice, then took Yu and Yang Yang to leave first. The matter of the chef is settled, but the matter of the helpers is still unsettled, and there are not many people in the village whom she knows and recognizes. In the end, I had no choice but to go up to Yang Dinyang and ask her if she had any good candidates. A few people were chatting away when a voice suddenly rang in their ears, and Fan Biswang raised his head and Pujols was seen standing at the dining table, looking at himself with a smile on his face, because they thought of the background of the war that Gong Ziyu had said. The Night Demon Army, the #1 strongest army in the Great Zhou, had mutinied. They have successfully taken down Lianzhou and will soon be waving their troops southward, and their mission is to stop the Night Demon Army and block it from the center of the state. The Amei disciple almost didn't choke to death on a mouthful of old blood in his chest. Could it be that this girl was really trained by a certain powerful sect? But why did she not help her fellow martial artists but help the court hawks and dogs? What if it's a striptease she'll do? It seemed like Zhang Shi already had a scene in front of her eyes where she was standing on the catwalk undressing to the point of being harpy. However, Yang Fan could also see that Lian Hanyu was also hesitant about whether or not to make a move to assassinate Tong Guan. Her program had been switched on the fly, so naturally she just happened to be there, without any mental preparation. I've seen the big city, so I'm sure I'd like to have some fun in the big city. As a result, they were in such a hurry to get there that it felt like they didn't even get all the fun in. The burial tower was too high, seemingly higher than the sky, and intuition told Jiang Tianchen that the person who built the burial tower, it must be very extraordinary. This girl, she's so rowdy everywhere she goes, and I don't know when she'll grow up. Shini shook his head with a bitter smile. In his heart, he felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't gotten into a heated conflict with Jiang Tianchen in the first place. If there had been a conflict, I'm afraid he would have turned into a corpse by now. Stop it. You're not human. Of course it's something important. Otherwise why would I call you for nothing? Looking for a scolding? Luca said, walking over and closing the window. The Imperial City has this same benefit. It's especially lively with lots of people and cars. Sometimes you'll love the hustle and bustle of the place, but if you're stuck in a traffic jam, you'll hate the words crowded with cars. If Xinxian tells Li Longji that he's offering an elixir of immortality, Li Longji will not hesitate to give Xinxian a demonic speech to invite credit and favor, only to see Du Fu's true chi poured into the Chaohai Yin-Yang mirror. The Yin-Yang mirror wheeled around and the eye of the sunfish produces great suction. It would be fine to take you to him, except that I can't promise to. Is that person still on that island? If not, there's nothing I can do, Yi Qingtian said. There was no sign at all of a face to be made, though the crowd was usually used to it. But it's still a token gesture. Tian Yua and the others shut up at this time. Even if they were no longer eye candy, they also knew that the old man in front of them was on the verge of going berserk, and would immediately be targeted by this old man with the slightest stimulus. If he's too weak, let's not talk about implementing the New Deal. May not be able to make the subordinate county officials member to act on orders, and he is too strong want to do something. The Ma family will inevitably be the first to jump out to suppress him. They hadn't done it for a long time, and Qin Mu's place hadn't been in there for even more days. It became very tight. We can only rely on this strange giant egg for a short period of time. Chen Tianxiu looked at Qin Yao's bed and, at the moment, she was holding the giant egg in her positive arms, slowly incubating it, thanks to someone who tugged on her at the time. Otherwise she would have really been knocked half to death by Qin Si Chu, with Li Muyun named master and servant, but in fact very much like a brother and sister. And the argument that there is a master and disciple, no one can tell what kind of relationship they really have. Come in and take a look at this asshole who actually dares to stain Yun Bing. The resentment in Chen Tianxiu's heart instantly turned into anger. I like cherries. Li Shuemei blinked, and with her shrewdness, of course he heard the unfinished business in Xueling's words. However, so what? In the end, that mountain, whether Shui Ling simply has the right to manage, or whether she has the right to use all of it, how much does it matter to them? The outsiders? But if you don't go to the hospital in this condition, ugh, okay. Yun Bing looked at Chen Tianxiu's pleading gaze. His heart softened and he agreed. Dark-skinned, simple-looking, with a calm, unassuming air. From the light and airy feeling of his walk, Night Jie could conclude that this person was an expert with a higher cultivation level. Even that one martial arts grandmaster once ran out screaming before exploding into a mist of blood. She tried to suppress her agitated mind and instantly swallowed the spirit marrow into her stomach. Then he ate another healing elixir and began to utilize his energy to heal his injuries. Although the three swordsmen were shocked, they managed to endure the pain and climb to their feet. Once again, he slashed with his knife. He then turned his head toward the eyes of Elder Zhang behind him, who understood in a second. He also took out a 100-tael silver ticket from his pocket and handed it over. An existence of this strength, even within the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, was almost a ceiling of battle power. Anyway, it's like this. She can say these words in front of herself and Dong Peiyun. Proof that the heart has long been repressed to the core. The imperial court far away in Kyoto did not know the terror of the Jinan army today. They were arguing over Lu Chen's decision. The reason it was not announced before is that the human form is so evocative of the weirdness of the human form. Especially when these humanoid creeps are all handsome. It's even easier to get into trouble. This warmth gradually overflowed and spread to all the limbs of one's body. It made Gang Yu hum softly over and over again without meaning to. He was, after all, now that the intent of the heavenly Tao had been initiated, and his perception of the heavens and earth was still relatively sensitive. Chapter 34 Risk Transfer. In the Golden Palace, the sixth imperial daughter, Ji Changwei, was hiding amongst the imperial daughters, but she kept her sight on the heavenly mirror of discernment. The same sheepish smile appeared on her face. Future me. It's been a great time. Ji Changwei was full of anticipation. She reached out carefully, as if trying to touch the future. That ill feeling that he had felt earlier had dissipated a lot at that moment. However, that voice of the courtier's murmur, but it dragged her back to the present. Chen Huixin is still too arrogant. That Yu kingdom will surely die in the second world. The crown prince whom not many ministers would dare to support openly. The crown prince who would make the ministers think otherwise. Once you ascend the throne, it means that that kingdom is already shaky. So it seems that even if the kingdom of Yu did not die because the people were all readers, it will also perish to the heirs of that offspring. Humph! Is this Chen Huixin's decision? How ridiculous! After realizing that Chen Huixin had finally done something somewhere that wasn't good enough, these courtiers immediately started barking like wild dogs on the roadside. Then, before they could really get excited, that icy sight made them all shrivel up. See this scene. Chancellor Wang Qianhe couldn't help but think in his mind. The future empress of Chen Huixin is the sixth princess of the dynasty. Your Highness, to go about making comments like this recklessly. You really think that His Holiness has no temper, don't you? He looked at the courtiers who didn't dare to make a sound, and a speechless look flashed across his face. After secretly shaking his head, only then did he look at Ji Qingluo and spoke. Your Majesty, I believe that the Chen Huixin's measures have merit. Having people publicize the affairs of the imperial court in various places can prevent a lot of unnecessary trouble from occurring. Such methods that can benefit our dynasty. We should take them and use them. Hear that? Ji Qinglao hadn't reacted much yet. Those courtiers just now then looked at Wang Qianhe with shocked faces. First, the Minister of Works recognized himself as inferior. Now again, the Chancellor recognizes Chen Huixin. Have they forgotten that Chen Huixin's treatment of my powerful and noble family? How brutal is it? To actually promote Chen Huixin to His Majesty, isn't that betraying us? The hearts of these courtiers were filled with complexity, and being watched by so many people, Wang Qianhe's face didn't even change. There is no point in caring about these people who have resisted until now. Then let's leave this matter to Minister Wang and wait until the deduction is over. Ji Qinglao answered. After watching the great hall quiet down again, it was only then that she turned her gaze once more to the heavenly mirror. And earlier, though she had been dissatisfied with the discussion of the ministers, but as for Chen Huixin's arrangement regarding the crown prince, she still couldn't figure it out no matter what. Unless one comes to power with military power like me, that second kingdom will certainly be unstable. But the Yu kingdom founded by Chen Huixin is now flourishing. There is no possibility of any military power going to the top. How on earth do you think? Ji Qingluo's brows were slightly furrowed, but since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't torment herself any further, but channeled the state's fortunes and, continuing to extrapolate into the future. Chapter 35, Knowing Who's Not Coming. In the Golden Palace. After hearing about Chen Huixin's series of arrangements, the eyes of that crowd of ministers all widened. They never thought about it. for livelihood arrangements, for the help of the people. It's amazing that it can be detailed to such an extent. Compare and contrast the ideas of John Wyatt. Our previous policies were simply worthless. But, how could anyone think of that? And willing to take risks on behalf of the underclass? These courtiers couldn't help but think this in their minds. In all fairness, change them. To be able to give the people a small reduction in miscellaneous taxes would be a sign of conscience. And those miscellaneous taxes that are reduced, they will, from elsewhere, give away to compensate back. As for someone like Chen Huaixin, who really thinks from the people's point of view, it's simply impossible to ponder what the people really want, and they wouldn't do that even if they thought about it. How can they, who are so superior, do this and that for mudbloods? Anyway, the people have been living like this for thousands of years, so wouldn't it be better to let the people continue to farm like this in peace? As they looked at Chen Huaixin in that heaven-inspiring mirror, the disgust on their faces became even more intense. As for Imperial eldest daughter Ji Changning, her eyes were filled with surprise as she said, "Your Majesty, is it possible to follow Chen Huaixin's idea and find some people to be in charge of researching the matter of cultivating and fertilizing the fields, so that even a little bit of fruit can make the people's lives a few points better?" Her gaze went to Ji Qingluo, her eyes filled with anticipation. She was now becoming more and more satisfied with Chen Huaixin. So to speak, even if her future self died because of him, even if the future Chen Huaixin's approach in some ways that she didn't approve of so much, but regarding the people, regarding their livelihood, what Chen Huaixin did really exceeded her expectations. At least, Chen Huaixin, the emperor, was far more competent than the future her. Ji Qingluo naturally did not object. It was only at this point that it occurred to her that it could actually be used in such a way that to improve the lives of the people in a real sense. But, all of Chen Huaixin can be so attentive and mindful of the people's difficulties and problems, but why would he go that way in regards to the heir? Ji Qingluo pondered in her mind. That future still pushes on. Chapter 36. Why don't you go raise pigs? In the Golden Palace. Look at the way Chen Huaixin treats his vassal state. Many of the military officials' eyes glowed, as this method was very much to their liking. However, some of the civil officials were full of displeasure and seemed to be very dissatisfied with Chen Huaixin's approach. This son doesn't have the slightest bit of the breadth of mind and face of a great nation's lord. Even if the future Yu kingdom, after occupying the land of my Chun kingdom, it is the centralized country with a large landmass. For the tributes from the foreigners, we should give more in return. Instead of being miserly, they will be dismissed. This will only cause consternation to friendly nations and chill the hearts of dependent nations, and the Outer Banks would not have been able to get much of anything good out of it. That sending a gift of tribute may have been a national effort from a small country, and as the lord of a great country should be forgiving. How can he directly drive them out of Chang'an City? As for the nation that failed to come to pay tribute, perhaps for other reasons, or how can one directly intend to send an army to invade without knowing that you has changed masters? Though the country is large, a good war will lead to its demise. This son doesn't even understand this reasoning. It's really laughable. These civil officials, you and I, are making excuses and justifications for the foreigners. From there, he was able to keep blaming Chen Huaixin. And this one, except for that state school priest, the most violent of all is the Hanro chancellor. He could certainly see that Chen Huaixin was now highly valued by his majesty. And when the deduction was over, it was likely that he would be recruited into the palace and given a heavy responsibility. But Chen Huaixin's treatment of the foreign envoys still made him very angry. Nowadays, when my Honglu temple receives foreign envoys, they are all treated with care, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. And Chen Huaixin will not only despise, but will also, because of the insufficient bounty of the gifts of the tribute, then they intend to smite them. If your majesty approves of what Chen Huaixin is doing and feels that it is only right for him to do so, how am I supposed to live with myself then? The Honluo chancellor thought this in his mind. He now suddenly understood why the priest would establish a school to promote education because of Chen Huaixin. Just firmly resist Chen Huaixin, because their positions are on opposite sides of the spectrum, and it affects the way you stand, as it is with him now, when accustomed to such treatment of the Gentile. After even his majesty did not perceive anything wrong, he naturally believed in it as a guideline, and held it as an honor. But when suddenly someone takes a very different attitude toward that far-flung envoy, his first reaction will not be to judge which method is better, to judge whose method is right or wrong, but only to feel deeply repulsed by it. Though the outer kingdom is slightly weaker, but its heavenly heights are hard to restrain. If it joins forces and harasses and provokes the future state of Fabian, it will surely put the people of Ye in deep water. The Honglu temple chancellor looked at Ji Qingluo and said with a voice full of sincerity. He hoped that Ji Qingluo wouldn't be confused by what Chen Huaixin was doing. The existing methodology of the state should be maintained. After all, It is the law of the ancestors and should not be changed easily. Only, Ji Qingluo, however, was indifferent to his words. As for the Minister of Rites and the Secretary of the Honglu Temple, they didn't even look toward him, although the two of them disapproved of Chen Huixin's approach too, but they know better the temperament of His Majesty today. In the past, Songguk adopted such an approach to foreign clans because they were powerful and, together with the internal and external troubles of the Chang kingdom, it was only as a last resort. And now that His Majesty has assumed the throne, whose character is already strong, just did not pay attention to the Honglu Temple to receive the matter of the foreign clan. Otherwise it would have changed this ancestral law. She is of the character who will fight it to the end even if she can't beat it, even if the treasury is vacant. She does not even choose to tolerate and retreat easily. So how can she be careful in matters of foreign clans for fear of the consternation of her friends? Let's not talk about the fact that Chen Huixin must be valued by His Majesty, and that resisting is just adding to the trouble. Let's just say that it has failed to understand even His Majesty's character thoroughly. This Honglu Temple Chancellor should be replaced. The Minister of Rites and the Secretary of the Honglu Temple both had similar thoughts at this time, after seeing that Chancellor Wang Qianhe had even recognized Chen Huixin. Then they naturally removed their psychological burdens and no longer held the mentality of resisting Chen Huixin. After all, then they are not the ones who tampered in the midst of the congressional examination, and Chen Huixin was forced to leave Chang'an City after the. It is only because of this that he hates the family clans and the powerful and noble people of the dynasty so much, but now that he knows his future, that Chen Huixin will not be forced to leave Chang'an City again, and they, the powerful, don't have to worry about the occurrence of that projected future. Then why do they continue to oppose it? The ones that continue to resist today, except for the brainiacs, that leaves only the one who moved in the midst of the session test, because there's no turning back for them. The Minister of Rites thought in his mind. He ignored the look cast by that Hongluoji Chancellor, who was begging for solidarity. Instead, they directly stated their attitude on Chen Huixin's side, arguing that the same approach could be taken in today's Qinghua's treatment of foreign clans. Otherwise, give a lot back every time. I don't know if that foreign clan is here to pay tribute or to buy goods from my Songguk. The Minister of Rites suggested this. At once, those courtiers who were still hesitating in their minds looked at him with consternation, as if they had not expected that. Surprisingly, even the Minister of Rites recognized Chen Huixin, and the Hongluo Chancellor even looked at him with the eyes of a betrayed man. It seems to be puzzled as to why he no longer adheres to the laws of his ancestors. How can this change? This caused the Minister of Rites to secretly scold the man for being such a pig-headed. A hint of discontent rose in that heart as well, when Ji Qingluo agreed to his proposal and he retreated among the group of ministers. When he found that the Minister of Honglu Temple and some ministers still had a frozen look on their faces, he couldn't help but think in his mind, I don't know how to change. I don't know how to examine the situation. Some people would be better off raising pigs instead of being officials. Chapter 37, You've got me to thank for this. The third year of Jingping. September. Today's Yukoku is showing a flourishing trend. Not only because the country is in its infancy, the problems of land annexation, oppression by the powerful, and redundant soldiers and officers were overthrown and eliminated, allowing the country to be revitalized with new energy. It was also because of Chen Huixin's great efforts to build up the country's economy, construct water conservancy, make roads with cement, reduce taxes, and so on, which further stimulated the country's economy and enabled the people to be a little more generous. At least the people don't have to act as if they have a rope around their necks, as they did in the past. Let them labor hard as oxen and horses, and they'll be accused by the landlords and magnates of not working hard enough, not even having time to catch their breath. And this series of changes, it also made many of the people feel good about the newborn Fabian state. Even recruiting soldiers is much easier than in previous dynasties. But Chen Huixin knows it well. It's only temporary. Explain it in your head. It's the rapidly evolving society that allows everyone to be rewarded for their efforts. But when that development stagnates, many hidden problems will be revealed. Chen Huixin's face bears a hint of worry, though said, he's not sure himself. Wait until this hidden danger breaks out, whether or not you are still alive in this world. But he didn't want to leave all these questions to posterity. He never recognized that supposed belief in the wisdom of posterity. And can't say that posterity will still, under the guise of trusting in the experience of those who have gone before us, give these pitfalls a blind eye and then just try to maintain stability. What's more, there will be talk of trusting in the wisdom of those who come later. And then, as a cover-up, they pretend that these things have never happened. Chen Huixin has always been unafraid to think the worst about the future. So, he wants to solve as many problems as possible. Let's say, those merchants who are getting rich because of U.S. great construction, scholars, peasants, workers and merchants. Business has always been the lowest of the low. Your Majesty need not worry about them. Just kill them when they come across something. When the Chancellor heard that Chen Huixin wanted to summon the merchants, he immediately said so advisedly. This was also the attitude of the emperors of the previous succession towards merchants, treating them like a bunch of fat pigs to be slaughtered and usually ignoring them. Let them fatten themselves up, and when the treasury is short of money, or when the offspring of some meritorious and powerful person suddenly becomes interested in business, just raise the butcher's knife on them. That is, when the former successor Empress Ji Qingluo was on the throne, those merchants had been cut a few rounds by her elder brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to be forced to keep issuing Great Seal treasury notes due to the deficit in the treasury, and Shenzhen might still be able to hold out for another few decades as well. But Chen Huixin, however, is very clear. The country cannot develop without commerce. He can naturally treat the merchants as if they were pigs and sheep to be slaughtered, as in the case of the former inheritance, but he will have to accept, as a result, the fact that it will be difficult for business to prosper. It is both necessary and unrealistic. Not to mention, I have a lot of arrangements to follow, also related to these businessmen. Chen Huixin shakes his head. Of course, though it is, but that doesn't mean he'll give the businessman much power. The knowledge in his head tells him that businessmen bring development to the country. It will also bring no small amount of hidden danger to the country. He won't oversuppress the merchants, but he will exercise some control over them. And scholars, peasants, workers and merchants. Nor should it be a distinction between the high and the low, but rather a division of the trades in which they are engaged. Otherwise, how could the sages have said, the four peoples, namely, the scholar, the farmer, the industrialist and the businessman, are the cornerstone of the nation? Chen Huixin's words left the chancellor speechless. This made him only give up his persuasion, but he could not help thinking in his mind, His own Majesty to do what he wants to do, has long been well thought out and considerate. Rashly refuting is just giving himself a bad time. But he still asked Chen Huixin which merchants he intended to summon. Again, trying to set them up for something. The big merchants who breed pigs, sheep, cattle and horses are asked to assist the Ministry of Public Works in taking charge of animal husbandry. Chen Huixin also knows how much work he has added to the Ministry of Public Works, so then they get them some help. And those who have not paid tribute. Sending generals to stir up trouble in the territory of another country is likely to be discovered. But a businessman would be perfect. Traveling to other countries under the guise of doing business to secretly provoke and radicalize. When we free up our hands, we will be able to send our armies directly and easily take care of those countries. Chen Huixin looks to the Chancellor. The Chancellor nodded. If these are the two things, then indeed it would be more appropriate to have the help of a merchant. But, just as he was trying to get to the arrangements, Chen Huixin, however, did not stop, but continued. In addition to that, and even more importantly, it is the preparation of a special law on commerce to regulate merchants in every detail. Hear this. The Chancellor was suddenly energized. If he's right, this third thing, it was the real purpose of Chen Huixin wanting to summon the merchants. Otherwise, it's just the first two things. Just send someone at random to do them. Why be so solemn? As to whether any businessmen will dare to disagree, then just kill them and be done with it, and make up laws about commerce. If normal, naturally, we have to refer to the opinions of businessmen, so that it can be prepared in a more complete and comprehensive manner. But I don't suppose that's what His Majesty thinks, is it? The Chancellor is well aware that His Majesty is far more intelligent than anyone else, and that the law of commerce is at stake. He shouldn't need a businessman's opinion as a reference either. He looks at Chen Huixin with some doubt. Chen Huixin is still smiling. What he thought was indeed correct. Chen Huixin summoned the merchants, not to refer to them, but the knowledge in his head was sufficient to enable him to write the law of commerce, and it would be more detailed than anyone else could come up with. At best, some modifications will be made so as to be more suitable for today's times. That businessman's role, only at the time of the issuance of this Torah, informed the world that their views were taken into account, so that if some of these regulations are so harsh as to be offensive to others, they will also direct that sentiment against those few, not against the court. Chen Huixin said very calmly. As for the few who would be targeted, would they have a problem with what he's doing? And they have me to thank for it. Chapter 38 The Greatest Honor. Preparing Commercial Law. A businessman who constrains everything? That is indeed a good idea. Pity. It doesn't really suit the current Songguk. Chancellor Wang Qianhe looked at that heaven-examining mirror. Chen Huixin's emphasis and constraints on merchants. The head shook slightly. He knew, naturally, how much revenue merchants could bring into the country. It also knows how useful businessmen are to the country. However, due to the previous emperors of the Xiangoku, they came down too hard on the merchants. The ones that are a little more adventurous will be slaughtered like pigs and sheep. Of the giant merchants that still exist today, either they have a background of power and wealth, either it is itself the property of a worldly family. As for the businessmen whose families are clean, they have long since been cut down to the point where they don't even have a home anymore. If it is proposed to write a commercial law, it is bound to be opposed by the powerful families, because it's totally against them, and there's no way they're going to take it. Even if His Majesty is tough enough to dare to raise the butcher's knife against the Shihua clan. But this in turn will inevitably lead to chaos and civil unrest in advance. I Changhua. 10,000 hardships. Wang Qianhe sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew that Ji Qingluo dared to kill people, and he also dared to take action against the world's families and gatekeepers, but it was just a matter of killing, and killing is not going to solve all the problems, unless, like killing the whole thing like Chen Huaixin. Everywhere he went, he flattened the local families and powerhouses, but this will inevitably be met with resistance from the families. Early on, the entire Songnam country was plunged into chaos. Is my Songguk really going to reopen the heavens and earth once more? Wang Qianhe had felt it. Those officials in this great hall who represented the families and clans with their own sons and daughters, its eyes were resting on his, as to whether it was reminding him not to say anything nonsense, or trying to warn of something. That's a matter of opinion. He stood still and kept quiet. That the Ministry of Household Secretary Wei Taihe, no longer like before that old and dignified. Instead, he spoke directly. What Chen Huaixin did this time was wrong again. As wrong as that opening up the people's minds, specializing in writing commercial laws for merchants. Undoubtedly it is encouraging and supporting business, and will make more people go forward to do business. In this way, the people will be unmotivated to farm, and the good land will be laid waste. In a few years the country will have no corn to eat. Wei Taihe sighed while shaking his head, seemingly feeling sorry for Chen Huaixin. But, Wang Qianhe, however, was very clear. Wei Taihe's back is a worldly family. Naturally, he would not allow the so-called commercial law to appear within the territory of the Cheng kingdom. Otherwise, if everything is restricted, how else can they, the families, take by force? If there is a family member who values a certain tea house or winery, how can they make the owner of the tea house or winery give it away? So, it's only when Wei Taihe finds a reason that sounds plausible, to persuade Ji Qingluo not to think anything of Shangluo. However, Ji Changning, the eldest daughter of the emperor, said with a frown, if it would really lead to such a situation, that Chen Huaixin is bound to not write any commercial laws, so Shanshu Wei is a bit over-anxious, isn't he? Perhaps that Chen Huaixin was ill-considered, he is still young, after all. It's normal not to know the consequences, Wei Taihe said in an old-fashioned manner, but since the mirror of discernment began to project his future, he would have never appeared to be ill-considered. Ji Changning retorted, Your Highness, please believe me. As the Minister of Households, I have been an official for so many years, having eaten more salt than Chen Huaixin has eaten rice, let alone about money matters. No one knows more about business than I do. I'm sorry, Wei Taihe said in a calm tone. However, that second imperial daughter, Ji Chanling, couldn't help but snort. When they can't get through to him, they start to talk about other things, and they talk about their deep experience. Eat salt and rice or whatever. Anyway, just don't dare to say another word on business. So edible. How come it didn't snore you to death? Ji Changling said with a cold smile. Wei Taihe's expression remained unchanged, still with an expression of I'm experienced and that's what's right. And those courtiers who also belonged to the camp of the lineage also agreed with Wei Taihe's statement. It was felt that the decision of the late emperors should be upheld and that the suppression of merchants should continue without any encouragement or support. Ji Qingluo, who was seated above, swept his eyes from the crowd. Suddenly, she felt that this time, even if she did not find a solution to the Great Tribulation by deducing the future of Chen Huaixin, but it was also an opportunity to see the true colors of the people in the courtroom, which was already very useful for an emperor like her who was on top of the military power. As to whether or not Wei Taihe has a selfish agenda, it is up to you to inform me. Her gaze took in the mirror of discernment, and that future continued to push on. The third year of Jingping, October. The fact that Chen Huaixin wanted to summon the merchants was naturally spread. The first reaction of those merchants and traders when they heard the news was to worry. I was afraid that my hard-earned family fortune was not going to be taken away from me again at will, as it had been in the former inheritance. But the second reaction was excitement. Being able to meet with His Majesty, even if the family business is confiscated. It's not unacceptable to them. After all, His Majesty, he is very different from his predecessor. The buying and selling opportunities that arise from that construction. He gave it to us with one eye open, or how else could we have gotten to this point in just over 3 years? Even if we really have to confiscate our family business, His Holiness is still taking back what is his own, and we will definitely be compensated. The hearts of these great and powerful merchants are wide open. They don't realize that Chen Huixin let them do what they did in order to ensure the circulation of the economy, making the pressure on the treasury not so great, and in their own minds, that Chen Huixin was pro-business. It's naturally unlikely that it would be like the former inheritance, where a random underling from a worldly family would be able to snatch away everything they have. Even if they had the chance to go to the top, they would be this as the work of an underling. It was not the intention of their lineage to give a perfunctory pass, and they will be warned and beaten afterwards. So, while some merchants were still worried, these great and powerful merchants bring a great deal of household goods and gifts directly to Chang'an City. They don't know if they are among those whom Chen Huixin wants to summon, but they wouldn't dare to make Chen Huixin wait too long. So naturally they should have made preparations earlier. Of course, these big and powerful businessmen are capable of such ideological awareness. It doesn't mean that their children are able to think of this layer as well. Looking at the fact that the head of his own family has not been given the exact message of the summons, then they rushed towards Chang'an City with their belongings in a great hurry, and they immediately said in disbelief, "We are at least one of the most powerful merchants in the state of you. Even His Majesty would not be so eager to chastise us for some waiting, would he?" Pop. That big, powerful merchant slapped his own son directly. "If I hear you say that again, I'll have you beaten to death, lest you bring disaster to our family. Listen carefully. We're going to try to be His Majesty's dogs. A dog can't keep its master waiting." The great magnates hated the idea. He looks at the stunned looks on the faces of the sons, as if he hadn't expected him to say that. He sighed and secretly excluded these children from the core of the family in his mind. But in the end it was explained. You have no idea. It's the greatest honor to be His Majesty's dog. Chapter 39. How is this possible? Sword spirits condensed within the space, and thousands of spirit sun lightsabers appeared one after another and arranged cloth. A battle circle of 500 feet was formed. After consuming most of the food, Inari Yuki rubbed her stomach in satisfaction, with a contented smile on his face. Yet Uchiha Beacon didn't even look at them. Leading the clansmen who were imprisoned with him, he swept towards the exit of the cell without saying a word. Just as the human emperor was lightly doubting, a loud bang came from the stairway on the top floor of the Origin Tower. Immediately after, Centennial heard the sound of something rolling down the stairs. The 300,000 strong army was approaching the city of Shandong. When Li Yu's vice-general saw that his main generals had all been captured, Duke Fu Su was again in such a big battle. He had to open the city gate with 10,000 defenders to welcome Fu Su into the city. After the marvel is the excitement. Everyone is rubbing their fists. A little bit of strength, all want to enter the first class. The rest have their own goals. Let's drink to you rediscovering your youth. Linley raised his glass and laughed. The people around them followed suit and raised their glasses in constant laughter and celebration. She opened her eyes and saw that Suzy and the Yu sisters were both safe and sound. Their mental power realms were all relatively high. Especially the Yu family sisters were still mind mages, and they were even more unafraid of the district's illusions. They used the power of the mind to awaken others. Because Yen Shang was taller, coupled with the fact that Mori Shue was sitting farther away from him. Then when the cloth was removed from the back, Mori Shue's face was almost lying on Yen Shang's chest. If you want your man to be on top, you have to know how to ride the beast inside him well. When to let loose, to help him, to be the prairie in which he roams, when to persuade him to take heart. Gentle as water. She stopped him, telling him to turn back to the prodigal son and never go down the wrong path. Bai Yuling immediately understood the meaning of the miracle system. The peak of the king's martial artist, which even the entire elven domain is not afraid to exceed the number of 5 fingers. Theoretically the standard repair will be enough. But if Grandpa and his partners ever reach the point where their minds are united to share power, then this will become the deadliest hidden danger. I think he'll rush out, just like you did. Fight with that man, Suyin replied after thinking seriously. Lu Hao was completely unaware of these thoughts of Yi Longwu. He had only come to the entire sect could be a few days, as you have noticed, although you can see the buildings in the distance. But there was a semi-transparent light curtain blocking the way of the crowd, and one needed to wait for an incense stick before the light curtain could be opened. It was seconds again, and Enin was ready to rest, and it had been a long night of. Fushir Knight was actually still playing with his cell phone. The next moment, Donzer's hideous, horrible face burst out of the smoke, and 2 puffs of blue smoke came out of his nose. Simply the evil spirits of hell. Meanwhile, Nanea unleashed some sort of Westermar spell that kept him from feeling pain for a while. Bai Feiyan looked at the bruises and blackness underneath her big, watery eyes, and felt another pang of heartache. Then he stopped messing with her. If it doesn't work tonight, then push it to tomorrow night. The car. Lin Fan called Zhuang Xiaoyan and Li Jindong separately. Just what are Hu Ao and Rongrong? An existence beyond the 6 realms. No matter how much Li Jing increased the suction force, the 2 of them did not move at all and looked at Li Jing indifferently. Shinsiyu and Yunya's hearts couldn't help but jump at the same time. Yun Shen's eyes were simply too penetrating, just being stared at by him for a moment. They had the feeling of being seen through. So the one who's been following me is you? Yun Wei Yang finally realized that. No wonder she always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at her behind. So it was him. Without any hesitation after exiting the house, Ilona instantly exploded with her full strength and flew out. If it wasn't for the fact that she had deliberately used a shield to protect the Kanako on her back, it was likely that the Kanako would have been accounted for here. Forgotten Dust's body was very weak due to the fact that he had just unsealed himself, and at this point in time, it can be described as fragile to the point of vulnerability. No, the general said. Mr. Ray would never lie. Inside please, said the American major hurriedly, and then waved his hand to those Marines to put down their weapons. At this moment, in mid-air, Duo Yuan has not made a move. The humongous bandit Zhang Han fought a draw with that one Western monk while carrying a heavy treasure. Rather, Shunxing's moment was slightly concerned about Hummer Zhang Han. However, at this moment, an abnormality appeared in the distant sky, so it fell into the air in that direction. Ray's eyes continued to watch the movement across the room through the scope, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. If anything happens, he'll be the first to shoot while aiming. It's not bad. Elder, who was known as the Hunchback of Miles. If his old family was around, I wouldn't have to rush my ducks and force my way out. $5 for a string. Get the money first. The stall owner didn't care if Lan Shi was properly dressed or not. He just really couldn't see Lancashire's pockets there. Looking at Li Mu, who had disappeared, Zhang Fenghua looked serious and indifferent. There's a sense of being on the edge of something. Zhao Yin sighed slightly, although the Pope was outwardly untouched by the orders he had given. But in the end, it still divided Zhao Yin. Family Jun's warships and Lu Bao's warships are chasing each other over the river, stopping and breaking through. You cut me off and I'll wear it. Ray, are you alright? Shinfeng simply ignored Zhao Jin's reaction and, with a single reach, he pulled the delicate form that seemed to fall at the slightest breeze to his side. It's really powerful. This is already my strongest strike yet. This Rohan body is really powerful. Bai Eugene is not bad in other aspects except that he is a bit narcissistic and flamboyant. The most important thing was that he hadn't taken a wife so far and had no emotional entanglements, which was the reason why Hua Shangxue wanted to set up the pair. Chapter 40, Against Heaven's Time? So this principal, judging from his years of experience in instructional management, said, 9 times out of 10, this is a schoolyard bullying incident, and the murderer of this bullying was so unusual that he was able to bully, and then it also coerces bullied classmates to be afraid to tell their teachers and parents. The matter of the death of a person in the dyeing and painting courtyard had long been rumored throughout the Xiangfu, until finally the housekeeper brought a coroner over to verify that Poria died of a malignant disease. This matter gradually subsided. The leaders of this mine then immediately organized manpower for rescue, and after several days of digging, when this tunnel was redug, the dozen or so coal diggers who had been smashed in it were all dead. Zhao Laoshi then ran after him, holding the child in his arms, only to see a young girl wipe her tears and turn to run. He instantly realized that this might be a young intellectual who went to the countryside and fell in love and got pregnant and gave birth to a child. Sure enough, it was only a few minutes after the call that a large group of uniformed, the well-groomed and very imposing law enforcement officer walked into the hospital. Fu Lingyan knew that before his father lost military power, the general's house will lose the use of value. It was because Wan Guifei wouldn't put much thought into her. The customers who were named saw that there was a bargain to be had, and there were many of them, so they were not afraid of Li Weidong's deception. He changed his attitude and was glad to go. Brother Peng, I have to remind you to do business properly. This area belongs to Snakestick's territory. Remember to yell at me if anything happens. Sun Chi clipped out. After he had tranquilized the wounded, he turned and left the hospital. As soon as he got back to the house, it was empty and he didn't want to go back, so he notified the driver to prepare a car. Then he came straight to the capital. Subsequently, Duan Jiaojiao and I had to meet, too, or we wouldn't do anything for more than 7 days. We're both going to die. After all, it's a matter of life and death. One night is so precious. I really don't have any more time. A red sun rises, and a ray of sunlight, through the dense branches and leaves, shines straight into the cave. It was reflected on Zhang Jun's face as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Worship requires a rite of passage in order to truly take a disciple under one's tutelage. If not, such a disciple is not to be counted, but is at best a disciple at speed. You said you haven't seen a black orc here in 300 years, and I don't think I can blame you guys for that. Since this one has said so, Tolkien has also decided not to do that pot calling the kettle black. Bai Ling thinks about the most realistic things. Real estate consultants basically live on commission. No one can probably survive much longer without performance and only a base salary. Under the influence of Gu Lily, that courageous previous in Gu Musi's character, the daredevil side is gradually being shown through these days. A week later, the results of everyone's work were presented. The Chenli really lived up to Gu Musi's expectations and really recruited 100 property consultants. Only then did the crowd gently leave the room. As long as Meng Yin was fine, they were sort of relieved. Zhang Jun was in a similar realm to him, so he should be able to fight off one by putting his best foot forward and holding on to his overdraft. Su Huai and Yushu old masters and grandchildren, relative to each other and sit. A person for the question, a person for the answer. It took a while before all the doubts in the old man's mind could be dispelled. They, who were bent on seeking the Tao, were swept away before they could set foot in the Taoist palace and learn a single point of the Tao. No enrollment. That's why he's been ordering people to kill and not doing it himself. Not a big star. She's only done window shows, but she does have dreams of being a star. Xia Shiyu remembered that her sister had mentioned it more than once before her, saying that in the future, if the modeling couldn't be mixed up anymore, she then went to Yokohama to run the show. The other party's words were arrogant. Bo Liang looked at the side of the vigorous face. His forehead was all sweaty, enough to see the pressure on him. He waved his hand at Li Yue to go back first. Then he took in Xu Emma's hand and, following behind Shang Wanhong, he walked towards the apartment near the hospital. Frightening? Zhang Yuan Rinziyu was stunned and, I didn't expect 16 Kuan to judge him like that. Seeing that a few people didn't say anything, Lan Yuyen became even more complacent. This time, she finally found a chance to ruin Lan Shirua's reputation. If she didn't play well, how could she live up to this opportunity? Xiao Anqi had asked Shen Xingwang and Xu Emma to ask her out and had knocked her unconscious. Informed Zhou's mother, Xing'er, I can really be a certified baby daddy. You have to give me a chance, otherwise, will I not grow? Shang Wanzian pleaded. A long figure stepped in through the rickety gate, and with each step the air in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. 13 turned slightly, and went over more, and Wang Ju had long anticipated the outcome. Straight away, he rushed up, and there seemed to be some extra white powder in his palm, while a spell handprint shot out that a transparent lightsaber was seen to appear, excluding those disciples who continued to cultivate in seclusion, unmoved by the outside world, as well as the 200 disciples who participated in the competition. There were only a few hundred disciples left to act as spectators. Jade knew that this Chu Zilu suddenly got rich overnight, then abandoned his wife and, specializing in beautiful young girls, his concubines, they're all uncountable. Suddenly, only to feel the silence around him, and hastily opening his eyes. I don't know when my father Xiahai how had already stood in front of him, and Wang Ju, who was on the side as if he was a good boy, hurriedly stood up and saluted. The other 8 great cultivators, on the other hand, were standing in silence. I don't know what they were planning to do. As a result, when Yin Yu and the 5 of them followed the sacred lord of the Yin Ring and plunged into the realm of sealed treasures, they also followed in the rear. But Yi Clumsy didn't really just throw it out. For one thing, giving up the spirit object he was already holding in his hand. It is likely that it is still a spiritual object that greatly helps in the formation of Dan. Yi Clumsy is definitely not willing in his heart. And more importantly, whether it was true that throwing the inchworm heart out would resolve the current predicament, Yi Clumsy did not know. Chapter 41, as if by a miracle. Nowadays, in the middle of the winter months, flowers have long since faded, except for those like the waxberry. And Ji Changxi naturally understands that since Chen Huaixin said this, that wouldn't mean making the waxwings bloom. It would be talking about other varieties of flowers. But, at a time like this, in addition to the immortal law, and how is it possible to do such a thing against heaven's time? Ji Changxi thought this in her mind. Although she has been with Chen Huaixin for so long, she knows very well that Chen Huaixin will not believe in the words, but that reason is telling her that some things can't be done just by talking about them. That hot air balloon can still be said to be a tool to enable ordinary people to reach the heavens, but flowers bloom in the cold winter of the waxing moon. This is a complete violation of the 4 seasons of heaven. And, if only flowers could bloom at such a time of year, wouldn't that grain seed also take root? Plowing and planting in the freezing cold is a bit outrageous when you think about it. Ji Changxi looked at Chen Huaixin. It's clearly written on that face that I don't believe it. But Chen Huaixin also just smiled and said, if I remember correctly, your sister seems to like planting flowers, right? Why don't you let her help me plant them and see if we can make them bloom again at this time of the year? Ji Changxi's sister, Ji Changluo, due to her fear of communication and contact with outsiders, preferring to live by herself, in hiding, with her sister, who, when she was not at home, sought a touch of solace by planting flowers. Gradually, She was able to call herself a professional in flower growing. And the reason why Ji Changxi thinks what Chen Huixin said about the impossibility of planting flowers in the cold winter months is also due to the influence of his own sister, so that she knows more or less about flowers. Only, after hearing Chen Huixin's proposal, her first reaction was to give him a slightly skeptical look. If you're interested in my sister, you don't have to approach her like this. I'll just tie her to your bed. Chen Huixin is helpless. In the Golden Palace, that third imperial daughter Ji Chanluo, who was hiding behind her own sister, was cautiously poking her head out at this time. Looking at what was deduced on that heaven inspection mirror, she was made to blush shyly, though, by her future sister. But that heart was full of anticipation. Could it be that winter? Can flowers really bloom? Ji Changluo produced some rare excitement. For seasons per year, she hates winter the most, because without the flowers, she was left alone, waiting for her sister to return. And if you are able to grow flowers even in the cold winter months, she couldn't imagine how happy she would be. However, that secretary of the Sennan temple, said at this time, impossible. This kind of thing goes against the time of heaven and the reason of heaven. How can it be done? If all winters could bloom flowers, if all winters could make seeds take root, wouldn't that be because of our ignorance that the people starve to death alive in the cold winter? Secretary Sinananji's voice had an unspoken self-reproach. It's come to this. He has understood that future Chan Wyatt didn't use overseas as a reason to. Rather, it's really about showing it to the future Ji Changxi. And that's enough to say that the matter of making flowers bloom in winter, Chen Huixin had a great deal of certainty that he would be able to do it. And as prefect of the Sennan temple, he's been drilling on grain for so long, but it failed to discover the mystery, causing the people to starve to death due to lack of food. He didn't even know how to deal with this. Then the courtiers around him also fell into silence when they heard his words. Because everyone knows that this kind of thing doesn't really have much to do with the secretary of the SNA. Let the flowers bloom in the wintry months. Let the seed germinate in the waxing cold. This kind of thing that seems like a miracle. Don't say go for it. And who dares to think so? The ministers sighed. But at the same time, their hearts were also filled with curiosity and disbelief. How on earth did this happen? After arranging for the institute's children to continue their studies, Ji Changxi directly pulled Chen Huixin and headed toward that own courtyard. This is the residence that Chen Huixin arranged for her after she joined the Diyu Institute, also where she lives with her sister. When the creaking and squeaking of the push door sounded, Ji Changluo, who was in the courtyard, looked toward the gate in surprise. But upon seeing Chen Huixin following Ji Changxi, she looked like a frightened little rabbit, and her whole body jerked back, as if she were trying to find something to cover herself with. But this empty courtyard is nothing but snow. This left her to crane her neck and watch her sister, with a man near her. Sister, don't be afraid. He won't eat you. At best, I'll eat you. What Ji Changxi said made Ji Chanluo cloudy, but she knew very well that Chen Huixin was the saint of the dynasty, and although she was still panicked in her heart, she still tried her best to make herself salute. No need to be polite. I've come here to ask for something. After glaring at the babbling Ji Changxi, Chen Huixin said in a calm tone. Ji Chanluo was filled with confusion, waiting to hear Ji Changxi's explanation. Her first reaction was the same as her own sister's, naturally thinking that the matter was impossible. But after seeing Chen Huixin looking at her, she could only hold back her red face and, whispering, Your Majesty will surely be able to do it. Sister, you don't have to say anything against your will, or he'll really eat you. Ji Changxi sighed from the side, and she really didn't have half a clue as to what to do about her own sister's character. A few days later, under the direction of Chan Wai-shun, a simple greenhouse made of light permeable silk with a fire pit flew. It just appeared in the middle of that courtyard. Not just Ji Changxi, even some of the ministers of the Kingdom of Yu have heard about what their own majesties are going to do. What's in their hearts is naturally similar to Ji Changxi's. They all think it's simply unrealistic. Yet, end of the month, when that flower skeleton shows up in the greenhouse shed and it's gooseberry snow outside, all those who know about this have their jaws dropped, able to make flowers bloom in winter. It's a miracle. Chapter 42. Who should be called immortal? The material in the mine was already relatively small, and so many of them had come together to search the mine for supplies. The opposite side of the high ground breaking shed is definitely a must-visit point as well, even if Uncle Snake had asked another snake to do it on his behalf. Without Waterheart having to do it himself, Waterheart was still reluctant. Alarmed, Lin Xian picked up Lin's mother and walked towards her room, then lifted his foot towards his second brother's room and, that is, Cheng Zhao's room was now walking. Steady was going to wipe them out, and now it's actually killing 800 of them. The tragic cost of losing $1,000 of your own money. Zhao Yun smiled and walked over to the horse, Taking a glazed bottle and 3 ceramic bowls off the horse's back, Lien exerted his lightness and went towards the biggest restaurant, but finally thought about it but directly approached the ready-made clothes store. Changing into a man's outfit wasn't something he was used to, but it was certainly a much more convenient look. Rongya had long developed the habit of waking up early because of his long life in the military with his father. Every day, before the sun comes up, Rongya gets up to freshen up. Mrs. Nuchief is also up early to prepare breakfast for the whole family. Most importantly, she had to prepare breakfast for Deposa. When the fruit and drinks are brought up, Saint Ceylon very naturally put the things in front of Ancient Wish first. In the end, the lieutenant was tossed around for a while, and after the auction, the new owner became, the Yu Jiang Sun. For Yang Yen, all kinds of abuse are absolutely no big deal, but let's forget about this so-called secondary skill. In addition to his departed mother, there is now 1 royal consort, 2 side consorts, and countless aunts in the royal household, all kinds of beauties competing for attention. When Helian Qingtong heard Tang Xiang's words, he looked up at Tang Xiang and understood everything in his heart. Angrily, he glared at Tanaka and closed the door. Sun Xiuxing's face reddened for a moment, sinking his face but not looking angry at all. Normally, he treats people with kindness and mingles with the staff, which is why they dare to joke with him casually. Su Muyao stepped inside the wooden house, looking at the simple furnishings of a table and 2 chairs inside, slightly raising her eyebrows. Neither would it be a good idea to sit on it. Humph, then I'm not asleep now. You're not allowed to go. And, you should not call yourself slave girl from now on. I allow you to call yourself me in front of me. It's always felt just a little bit deliberately distant, even a little bit angry, when you call yourself a slave girl. Su Muyao raised an eyebrow. Su Hui didn't have many heirs in the first place, and Su Lu had already gone crazy. Su Ning has just become his only heir, but with Su Hui's temperament, it is impossible to leave Su Ning alone to control the entire Su family. Well, don't delay. I know you've got a lot of magic weapons, but now is not the time for juggling. Master Six's life is important. White Dragon looked at the 2 men still scrutinizing the summoning tome and headed forward without looking back. I was really frightened, and my heart, which was cold and hard as iron, and which I had worked out during the week, a crack opened up, and a feeling of unprecedented fear welled up inside. Willow thought it was a coincidence at first, because she remembered that Dr. Su was a man. But Wang Daji's attitude towards Su Halfsummer made Luer feel suspicious again. If Su Halfsummer was really an ordinary doctor, how could Wang Daji admire her so much? At present, the only thing that can be compared to the evocator system, or the avatar system, there was only the sect martial arts. Qing Di would never believe that it was such a coincidence that the legacy developed a complete and classy enough power system right at this point in time. There's no pause in between. Gu Chen ate the low sound of pain or breath number did not enter his lips and teeth. There was no choice but to pack Jia Qingshan and Emochi, and with a majestic cry of flying towards the outside of the great hall. Too much martial arts. Gentlemen. 14 opened his mouth with a frown. He was the calmest of the few, for no other reason than he had seen Gu Chen's speed in the past few days. It's just that. Haven't seen speed so fierce and exciting that they make people's hearts stop suddenly. Negotiation is a nice way of saying. In fact, the meaning is to ask the 4th brother to help when he can't be subdued. Cheng Cheng is not too smart, but he still understands this, and he can't help but be embarrassed, and nod his head vaguely, because Ji Lingxian and the others treated him differently from the others, making him feel very relaxed and at ease. That's why they want to do them a favor. Don't be nervous, you have nothing to do with the poison doctor sect, they won't come after you, and Yicheng replied, but LV Tian heard it. He was silent for a moment and then asked no more questions. Ran Lu Shuangshuang was really enthusiastic. Seeing her hesitation, she thought Lin Luoran was embarrassed. Pressing his head, he didn't see dear Yiming's desperate hints and invited Lin Luoran into the house again and again. In fact, only a few days have passed since the destruction of the heavenly family, so all these diehards have been raised in the last few days as well. Being glared at by Huang Fuyu, Xiao Ruyu, who was struggling and complaining hurriedly and obediently lowered her head and closed her voice. The remaining light, however, slanted towards Pan Jinyu's side. When she became her, all Shinsinyu could think about was not revenge, but eating and sleeping well and tightly embrace Mr. Tang's long legs. After a long time, the reporter asked Miss Shun. However, Jiang Shilan's sentence, I think you're introducing her to me, made her stop in her tracks. Ah, sister is joking. Serving the prince is a charming duty. How dare she receive a reward? A sister wants to use silver. I took the silver to post their own money. Although it is not much. Repair the carriage. I think it is enough. Yi Zi said, taking out a cloth bag from his sleeve and holding it with both hands in front of Jing Ying. When Lin Biquan came back from work and saw Zhou Lino, She was happy to take the initiative to call and inform Zhou Shuguang as usual, knowing that she would have been embarrassed by her mother if Zhou Lino had made the call instead. Suit yourself, number 1 said tersely, then turned and left, leaving with mixed emotions. This piece of paper then flew over lightly, hovering in front of Song Xiang's body, and then slowly unfolded. Is the silver lining of an established fate also a lie? Susan's voice was a little desperate. There's still some dead weight. Mo Cho Hui remained silent for a long time, thinking that since his ability to contain the orifices was related to memory, I guess that's really a memory from my own past. But she still didn't know that Feng Jun Luo in the poem. Exactly why let her cultivate to the 6th grade alchemist. That Feng Jun Luo, see her cultivate to the 6th grade alchemist, also seems to be not too satisfied. Granted, it was a matter of honor to have such a freak show up in these not-so-dynamic times, but he just wasn't happy about it. What kind of thanks? Zhou Lino didn't understand, but she was satisfied with the thank you gift. It wasn't long before he was in dreamland. Slowly retracting her hand, Yi Zi lowered her eyes and smiled to herself. She got up and redressed herself in her fox fur, opened the door and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. Chapter 43, Uniquely Endowed. Demonstration Area Model? Hearing these words, a dumbfounded look spread across the Chancellor's face. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? It means picking out a place and implementing some new policy or idea there. Then, based on its subsequent performance, it will then consider whether or not to extend this new policy or idea to all the cities and towns in the country. Chen Huixing briefly explains a few things, and the Chancellor is naturally not a cutie. When the meaning of the word is understood, a look of excitement suddenly spread across his face. Your Majesty, that's an excellent idea. Not only commercial law, but also other ideas and policies can be implemented in this way. Even if that policy or idea, if there really is any pitfalls, we can also minimize the damage and the impact on the people, the Chancellor said excitedly. The present-day courtiers have actually put forward a number of ideas, but he, who is cautious by nature, has rejected most of the ideas, and only a few were submitted to Chen Huixin for a decision. And now that we know the model for this demonstration area, of the ideas that were rejected, there are quite a few that he thinks are good but too risky and perfectly capable of being retaken and implemented first somewhere. In this way, there are ways in which the country can prosper and ways in which there are problems. Instead of working it out in your head, you can just judge it with your eyes. Chancellor looked at Chen Huixin. Cannot wait to now immediately this method, to directly promote up, only, insight. When Chen Huixin's face still had that expression of nonchalance, he couldn't help but say with emotion, Your Majesty's great talent, Your Majesty's heart. I can't. Look forward to it. In the Golden Palace, after hearing the new concept proposed by Chen Huixin, Wang Qianhe, who was the Prime Minister, immediately brightened up. But soon, he sighed darkly again. That Chen Huixin's whims are indeed extremely numerous. First the commercial law, and then there's this model district model. Either one will make the country prosper. It's just a pity that this is all difficult to implement in my country of Chang. Wang Qianhe thought helplessly in his mind. The business law touches the interests of the powerful and noble families, even if the current Empress Ji Qingluo is very tough. However, in the face of their deep-rooted and intricate network of relations, it is also difficult to implement it completely. Even if Ji Qingluo dares to kill, but will only kill a world of chaos. And the same is true of this model district model. To experiment with some new policy or idea in some cities secretly held by a powerful family. Isn't that totally hilarious? The policies that Songguk is able to successfully implement nowadays were originally acquiesced by the powerful members of the world's families. If it had been pursued in opposition to them, it would have been rejected on countless grounds as soon as it was proposed. They don't need complete control of the court, just that most of the lower and middle level officials are their people. It would be enough to make it difficult for His Majesty to do anything. Wang Qianhe watched his eyes and nose, not going to comment on this matter. As for that royal eldest daughter, Ji Changning, in her excitement, told Ji Qingluo that the Chang kingdom could also refer to this method of, while new ideas and policies are being tried everywhere, he is all but ignoring them. The royals can say whatever they want, but that's all they can say. Wang Qianhe secretly shook his head, while his gaze looked towards the heaven inspection mirror. His mind was thinking about the future. When the push is over, Chen Huixin will surely be recruited by Ji Qingluo, leaving aside the question of whether or not the worldly families and gates would do something. Even if Chen Huixin really stood in this great hall, but any of his ideas that wanted to change the Songyang country were difficult to implement smoothly all over the Songyang country. Your Majesty, how do you plan to break this? Wang Qianhe looked at Ji Qingluo. Ji Qingluo's face still had that calm look on it, as if she already had an idea in her mind. And that projected future continues. Jinping 4, April. After deciding to choose the model district first to implement that codified commercial law, the Chancellor then selected a number of places to ensure that the commercial law would be fully verified, and there will be no hidden dangers left behind. Chang'an and Luoyang are not suitable as model zones. Although Guanling and Yizhou are well developed commercially, they are after all places of abundance in our dynasty, nor is it appropriate to use it for validation. And elsewhere the gap is not so great by comparison. It's really hard to choose. The Chancellor has some headaches. Finally, he could only give that list to Chen Huixin and let his own majesty make the decision. But, to his some surprise, Chen Huixin did not choose from that list, but instead spoke to him about another name. Nantu City? It's near the sea, and commerce is not yet developed there. It's not really appropriate to use it to validate commercial law, is it? The Chancellor has been studying the various cities of Fabian for some time now. The name is naturally not unfamiliar to me. Don't worry about how business is done there. When the commercial law is decided to be tried there, it is destined to develop as a result. Chen Huixin said this. Jinping 4, May. All along the borders of the state of Fabian encountered harassment from the steppe tribes. When Chen Huixin, who was in Chang'an City, learned of this, a cold smile spread across his face. I haven't even gone after them yet, and they already want to seek death? The generals of the dynasty also immediately came forward, each vying for this rare military honor, with the aid of a hot air balloon and a ground shaker. Even if it's a grassland tribe, they're confident they can take it down. But Chen Huixin did not rush to send troops, but looked to the Chancellor. Said, first, dispatch personnel to understand the specifics of these tribes, and if they are able to provoke civil strife, then do so, and if there are hostile forces, then support the hostile forces. Don't let them live too comfortably anyway, better make them fall apart. This is the method he uses against the country that has not come to pay tribute. It was old-fashioned but effective, even if he's confident that he's not afraid of the steppe horde in a head-to-head fight. But why risk anything else when you can minimize losses versus ending the battle quickly? The Chancellor takes orders. The generals can only suppress their foolishness and wait for that true time to come. Same month, the commercial law is being implemented on a trial basis in South Head City. Merchants from all over the Kingdom of Yu have naturally learned of this. After they had managed to read the commercial law, they were full of excitement and headed for Nantu City. But after realizing that it was still an ordinary sea defense town and seemed to have little environment for doing business, many people were filled with disappointment. Some people even wondered if the court did not want to implement the commercial law, so find a place to dismiss them casually. But those big and powerful businessmen, however, had a look of delight on their faces after the field trip. Because of its access to the sea, it's just too blessed. Chapter 44, related to the late emperor? In the pre-commitment period, overseas trade is not very well developed, and because of the frequent nuisance of pirates and Japanese pirates along the coast, some of the former emperors even banned the sea, not allowing private citizens to sail, much less foreign commerce. But, for businessmen, they know very well how much is at stake in overseas trade. Now after discovering that South Head City's access to the sea is so uniquely suited, they immediately understood that Chen Huixin had arranged for the commercial law to be implemented here. What exactly is its real purpose? His Majesty is encouraging us to trade overseas. The business climate in South Head City may not be great, but if you add this ocean, that's a whole different story. These magnates thought excitedly in their minds. They read the commercial laws over and over again all night long, and after learning the regulations therein regarding overseas trade, though they find that tax rate a bit frighteningly high, the rest of the profit is still enough to make them tick. And some of these regulations will safeguard the property of Yukon merchants. It's even more so that they can't help but think about it. If we are doing business on the foreign seas and we are cheated by the local countries, can we turn to the state of Yu? What about getting back what's ours through Yukoku? Thinking about it, these magnate businessmen are directly sitting on their hands. They immediately get someone to build a big ship, or simply buy a ship. After all, who first ventured into the ocean? Whoever bites the fattest piece of meat. They don't want to be left behind. Jinping 4, July. After nearly 2 years of arrests, the manpower for the construction of the concrete road is fully adequate. Chen Huixin had most of the generals who went out to Jiaotoi return. Only a portion was left in order to garrison in charge of that area. Same month, he began to order the construction of large ships, watching the reserves in that treasury begin to fall again. The minister of the household, though a little distressed, will not speak out to dissuade him as he did earlier, because the development of that Nantu city has already made him look forward to the future. And the chancellor, who always pays attention to the demonstration area, even more understood why Chen Huixin chose there, because His Majesty does not prohibit the sea like his predecessor, but instead is very supportive of overseas trade, so he set out to feel that ocean again, using South Head City as his baseboard. And businessmen, driven by profit, will take risks even when they know that the oceans carry great risks. In this way, when my country is able to venture into the sea, we will be able to minimize our losses by utilizing the experience of merchants. I admire your majesty's farsightedness. In the Golden Palace, after no longer resisting Chen Huixin, but going to recognize him, Wang Qian has suddenly realized that what this young man was doing in the future, it was just too much for his liking, especially the oceans. A long time ago, he then thought of using the ocean to make the treasury adequate. Yet before he could present his Jingdiao, he was secretly warned by the Shijia, because the powerful of the world have secretly used the ocean to benefit their families. Now the collection of the taxes on the overseas trade which His Majesty receives, but it's just the edge of the edge of the edge of their profit. If my reminder makes His Majesty pay attention to the ocean, I'm afraid it will cause a new round of trouble. Wang Qianhe knew exactly what that warning meant. He didn't end up presenting that zine. But, nowadays, after seeing Chen Huixin's emphasis on the ocean in the mirror of the discerning sky, he then knew that the worldly powers would not be able to hide it any longer. Fruity. Then Ji Qinglao, who was sitting above, after seeing what Chen Huixin had done, she then threw that line of sight to Wei Taihe, the Minister of Households, and said in a cold voice, Minister Wei, how much tax revenue does my Xiangoku receive from overseas trade each year? Your Majesty, there are less than 100,000 taels of silver, Wei Taihe said with his head lowered in report. At once, the entire Great Hall fell silent. Some of the unidentified officials, with their mouths wide open in astonishment, seemed to be unable to understand that with only less than 100,000 taels of silver in tax revenue, why then did Chen Huixin attach such importance to and actively promote overseas trade? And like Wang Qianhe, a courtier who knew the inside story, stood by in silence. It wasn't like that fire could burn them anyway, so naturally there was no need to poke their heads out. Less than 100,000 taels of silver? How? Did Shan Shuwei say something wrong? Ji Changning couldn't help but ask out loud at this point. She didn't think Chen Huixin would be a little cutie, spending such a big action just to earn that tiny bit of silver. And, businessmen seek profit. There's not enough interest. And how could they possibly run so aggressively to the ocean? This collection of less than 100,000 taels of silver a year is absolutely impossible. Ji Changning frowned. Her eyes went to Wei Taihe. On the other hand, with his head still lowered, replied, I have not said anything wrong. Last year, the miscellaneous revenue of my Songguk was 1,880,000 taels of silver, and the taxes collected from overseas trade were only a fraction of that, so I remember it well. Then you mean to say that Chen Huixin, for this silver of less than 100,000 taels, just specifically arranging for that demonstration area of commercial law to be in Nantou City? And those merchants are all little darlings. They're risking their lives to go to sea for the sake of this profit. Second imperial daughter Ji Changling's voice also rang out at this time. It's come to this. Even those officials who were not sure of what was going on understood. There must be something fishy about this. Either Chen Huixin has made a rare mistake, or it has something to do with the minister of the household of this dynasty. Think about it. That atmosphere was even a bit more stagnant. Although some of the things that Chen Huixin did, such as opening up the people's minds and writing the commercial law, for example, not everyone recognized it, and it was even opposed several times by the priests of the State Scholarship Council. But no one dares to question his ability in that financial area, because the practice of restoring people's livelihoods even with that big construction, no one can explain the reason until now. There's no way he'd do a losing deal. There's absolutely no way that the tax on this overseas trade could be so low. The gazes of these officials also looked at Wei Taihe. That Wei Taihe, who was being watched by the crowd, no longer looked as composed as he did earlier. It was because the pressure that Ji Qingluo's icy sight brought to him made his entire being unable to withstand it. But on noticing that the official, who was connected with the worldly family, was looking at him with eyes full of deep meaning, he could only sigh darkly and replied, Your Highness, I don't know why the Chen Huixin would attach so much importance to the ocean. But it is true that there is only so much tax revenue from our dynasty's overseas trade. Sure, it could also have something to do with the late emperor. Chapter 45, Don't Let Me Down. It wasn't that she looked down uneasy, but the heavenly specter bead was too important. If immortal flowing smoke could come over in person and bring it back, all of them would be safe. A Jedi Master? There's such a person in the city that I would not even know about? Mo Wendian said unexpectedly. The incoming foes made Nor decide to engage in a real fight. As the head of the group as well as the strongest man, he had always restrained his actions, but this time things were different. The presence of the Cajuns made him think that he could get the survey to break out in a more direct way. Cajon tossed the black iron sword out of the quenching table without changing his face. Subsequent tests have indeed shown no further problems, The car Chen Mufan was in was traveling well on the road. A loud thud was heard up ahead, and then the car came to a bare stop. Miao Tsuehua did not move. Meow. I can act to this already good. You think I'm not really scared? In surprise Shang Tian he hurriedly dodged to the side. Lu Guoming's palm fell short, but Lu Guoming's divine palm was not sent, and once it was sent, it was surprisingly irreversible. His divine palms unexpectedly greeted Shang Tian's body as if they were mountains and seas. For his part, Shang Tian could not help but shrug. Thinking about it, Katsuhiko wanted to fight with Self-Fly, but right at this moment, Ouyang Zhengnan stepped forward and said to Shang Tian, Yugong War God, it's not necessary for you to deal with such a one. Leave it to me. The reason why Ouyang Zhengnan went up to ask for a fight is because he lost in front of him, and he wants to find his face back in this battle. Chen Mufan, who was thinking hard about this issue, suddenly had a shock on his cell phone and clicked on it to see. Surprisingly, it was Wang Xiaoxiao who posted a message inside the discussion group. He didn't know if he'd ever be able to come back. He didn't know if he'd ever get a chance to see her again. Outside the night patrol had begun. Listening to the clappers, the fatigue of the day flooding the Juda's consciousness began to blur. Zhou Qingyun beside him had long since fallen asleep, not knowing if he would have nightmares at night. Judah fell asleep thinking about it. First, the Tang dynasty destroyed the former Shu, making the Buddhist and Taoist religions at war. After that, Buddhism encouraged Meng Zhixiang to rebel, which ruined the unification of the Tang dynasty. He then founded the later Shu, which made the Tang dynasty more and more precarious. Many tourists who had not fastened their seatbelts were instantly thrown up and a man in front of Founder only got up. Founder grabbed him and yanked him hard, pressing him back as that manager took the box, and the two black-clad men barked a few more words, and watched as the two were about to leave. Sylvia nodded at Xing Tianyu and walked in as soon as she pushed the door. Hey, what are you doing? Anyway, I'm idle now, so I'll just look for maybe I'll really find it? If you don't mind my methods, go get me something to eat. I'm hungry. Song Ningyao touched her deflated stomach, so much so that while Bei Muxian looked at Song Ningyao with a bad smile on his face, Song Ningyao herself didn't realize it until a while later. The series of questions made Lu Qingyin a little dizzy. This came too suddenly tonight. Just now in the inn has long been prepared to say, the result of Xin Yuan Han simply do not ask, and now she has relaxed, but he sternly questioned. After Yue Ling's question, the man in black directly pulled out a medicine bottle from his pocket. Several pills were poured inside the center and directly stuffed into Yue Ling's mouth. A little guilty for not being able to help them, but she wanted to know, more than anything else at the moment, what is wrong with them? Bloodbath of Bureau 749? This heavenly dog has such a big mouth? It's just a loose immortal. If he were above the heavenly realm, would he be this arrogant? Huang Tianhua's fists were clenched to death. Among the four, it was obvious that Wei Duanzhou, who was the strongest, was the leader, for he was the most powerful of all. The prestige was also the highest, so that after the death of the chief constable of Huai County not long ago, they thought that the next person to replace the chief constable of Huai County should be Wei Duanzhou. Just after doing this, Tang Chuan's cell phone rang, glancing at the caller ID. It's an unfamiliar number, a spirit-exalted realm evil ghost. Zheng Kai's face changed, completely putting away his game mentality. More cohesive and thicker ghost fire gushed out in a steady stream, battling with the wildly attacking yellow fur evil ghosts all around. I understand. I'll do my best, after all, it's my own debt that's at stake. Luan opened his mouth seriously. If he could stay out of debt, Luan certainly didn't want to be in debt. Looking at the stacks of flourishing flowers, he felt again that the repaired invitation peak, it doesn't seem to have welcomed back its owner. Many of the soybean sprouts had galls on the lower end of the core, but luckily the soybeans grew quite a bit taller before that. Pretty much just like that, flowers emerged from the lower leaf root area and bloom. The sound of neat horse hooves came from the dirt road outside the Lin family village, drawing the attention of many people. Thinking of the good days ahead, Aunt Lin Xiu hurriedly packed up her clothes and needlework. Ahem. Peel the shrimp, peel the shrimp. Come on, don't choke. Zheng Kai's old face turned red. Hastily, he turned his eyes back to start peeling the shrimp. For Yang Missy, this cousin, Zhou Lingsu, is namely resentment and admiration. Even back then, when her mother was on her deathbed, she never hated her. Had not a considerable portion of his wealth, unseen, come to light, the whole world will be amazed. Just now, I took that move of his for Long Fan. The attack was extremely powerful. It was obvious that he was trying to decapitate Long Fan under that strike. Lai Knight explained to the crowd. In this way, the five men fell to the ground one after another after their stamina was exhausted. And because Zhang Liao only attacked one place at a time, it caused them so much pain that once they fell to the ground, it was hard for them to get back up. On this journey, Ling Shijun made several phone calls, some to her girlfriends. There were calls to agents and to other friends. This peak 10 was considered to be Ling Yan's gift to the Heavenly Hall, the Li family for nothing. Of course, he had something up his sleeve. In addition to using their Li family name to create a false impression. However, Zi Wuji and the others looked at the dark cloudy sky and it was as if there was a big stone pressing down on his heart, and it was somewhat difficult to catch his breath. The Seraphim also want to come straight down to this universe in their own right, but the will of this universe was dead set on itself. Several attacks. In this one, all of them fell short. It directly pierced through the top of Long Fan's body and ruthlessly landed on top of the ground, smashing the ground out of a deep pit. Chapter 46, Positive Competition. Ji Changxi still accepted Chen Huixin's arrangement, because those sail battleships on the drawing board. It's hard to keep her from feeling buoyant. Especially, one thought, when that ocean was dotted with a huge sea ship, her whole body is as excited as the first time she saw a hot air balloon. But, wait till later, when the manufacture of these sea vessels began. I have to be in charge. Ji Changxi looked at Chen Huixin and said very seriously. Chen Huixin smiled and nodded. Naturally he would not reject the capable Ji Changxi. Jingping 4, October. Those generals who were dispatched to capture the Jiaodong barbarians have already returned to Chang'an City one after another, and every time, Chen Huixin stood directly at the head of the city to personally welcome the return of these generals. It's not just about seeing the military in person. It is also so that the soldiers can see him with their own eyes. Jingping 4, December. After a 9-month intervention, problems have arisen within those countries that have not come to pay tribute, to a greater or lesser extent, or there is a local uprising, or there are local cuts. All kinds of hidden dangers are breaking out in those countries. But, Chen Huixin did not rush to send troops, because that's not messy enough internally. He asked the merchants who had provoked it to pass back information and maps of these countries. The more detail the better. Jingping 5, February. There are natural disasters all over Fabian. Chen Huixin, who was still teasing his child in the temple, arranged for manpower to go to the disaster relief as fast as possible. If any local official is corrupt, or if anyone dares to reach out and take the relief grain, he can be killed on the spot. Chen Huixin said this to the Pinglu festival minister. At the beginning of the country, the treatment he gave the officers was not bad, but human nature is greedy. Even if he gives more, there will still be people who can't control that greed, and even for something like disaster relief food, there will be people who want to reach out and make a buck. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. The Pinglu festival minister also knows very well how much Chen Huixin values this aspect. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to treat it with the slightest bit of contempt. I'll kill anyone who dares to touch the relief grain. Jingping 5, March. With the help of a concrete road that was built 2.5 years ago, those foodstuffs for disaster relief were soon delivered to the disaster area. At the time of the previous disaster relief, it is not that there is no food left in the country, nor was it embezzled by officials at all levels along the route. The biggest problem is that transportation is too cumbersome and it is difficult to get the food to the affected areas quickly. This has led to many people starving to death in these disasters after each outbreak of natural calamities. The Chancellor recalled the past events of his former undertaking, and could not help but feel a succession of emotions. His own majesty spent in order to build a concrete road, and even went so far as to send generals to catch barbarians in Jiaodong. What a visionary thing to do. Otherwise, if we wait until a natural disaster occurs, it will take months for the transportation of food to arrive. Even if there is no mutiny and uprising in the affected area, it will make the people in that area lose trust in the imperial court. Only, in the know, when some people really dare to put their hands on the disaster relief grain in the Zhangfu presented by the Pinglu festival minister. A cold smile appeared on the chancellor's face. It's only been a few years since the founding of the country. Just someone already cannot control their own hands. Pinglu festival minister. Kill good in the Golden Palace. After seeing Chen Huixin's attitude towards the generals, Ji Qingluo nodded with great satisfaction. She's very clear. If there is no military power, that really doesn't do anything. By visiting the army from time to time, and by consoling the army from time to time, one can reassure the generals that it also lets the soldiers know who they are serving. Ji Qingluo naturally knew why Chen Huixin was standing at the top of the city. But, the one that made her most envious, it's still the concrete road that connects so many cities. If my Cheng kingdom can also repair such roads so that the relief goods can reach the disaster areas faster, it will allow more people to live. Ji Qingluo's gaze went to Duan Jingqing, the Minister of Public Works. This caused Duan Jingqing's heart to jump at once, and he naturally knew the meaning of these looks, but he was only able to say helplessly, Your Majesty, my Cheng kingdom does not yet have any cement, and there aren't that many people to build multiple concrete roads so quickly. It's not that he doesn't want to build a concrete road, It's just that a clever woman can't cook without rice. Ji Qingluo didn't give him a hard time either, but continued to cast her gaze towards the heavenly mirror of appreciation. When the push is over, then he will be recruited. Chen Huixin saw the zhengfu presented by the Pingla festival minister. His eyes go to the chancellor. It's only been a few years. Has anyone forgotten my sword already? Hear this. The chancellor's heart jumped at once. He hasn't forgotten that when the grievance army arrived at each place, but the local families, powerful and corrupt officials were all slaughtered cleanly. Nowadays, corrupt officials have also appeared within the country. Then won't the bloodshed of that year happen again? You will be personally responsible for investigating the corruption of officials everywhere. If it is relatively minor, it will be dealt with in accordance with the Torah, and if it goes too far, just kill them locally and bring their heads back to Chang'an City. Chen Huixin's direct order. The chancellor would not dare to say a word against it. He knows very well, if he himself if handled well, then fewer people might have died. But if it were his own majesty's turn, I'm afraid we'd have to change a whole lot of officials again. I will do as I am told. The chancellor leaves in a hurry. But Chen Huixin, who was sitting in the same place, had a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. Why are people always so insatiable? Jinping 5, June. Under investigation by the chancellor. One group of corrupt officials were dealt with in accordance with the law, while another group was killed locally. Many of the people clapped their hands, but the chancellor was distraught. Luckily, it's not that many. Otherwise, in case of His Majesty's wrath, then it's more than that. Jinping 5, August. That disposition of corrupt officials, it has made a number of court officials suddenly much cleaner. No one wants His Majesty's butcher's knife to fall on their necks. But, Chen Huixin's attention nowadays, however, is more on the upcoming imperial examinations, because, this time, there will be a large number of civilians from the lower classes who will also have to participate in this imperial examination. That after 3 years of schooling they will be competing head-to-head for the first time with the once readers. Chapter 47. The list. Lurie thanked Floyd and teased Jane a few times, but he still looked sulky and, Lurie didn't know what to do, so she had to go about her business and ask why later. Su Ziquan was also very happy. After all, he was still young, and he didn't want to die. At that moment, he obediently put his hand out. After taking the pulse, Du Jiqing's face, which was originally with a smile, stared up. He then looked at Su Ziquan's pupils, following which he reached out and pressed his hand on Su Ziquan's abdomen, pinching his middle as well as his tiger's mouth and other parts. Having spent so much time with walkers, and 6 months of experience that he doesn't want to see them at all. Nowadays, want to puke when you smell them. Originally, the Mu family and the Lang family were supposed to be rivals in everyone's eyes, but as far as her parents and Lang Jun's parents are concerned, that relationship between her and Lang Jun, they've long since stopped separating into pairs of families, and they're all family anyway. Xinzhuo was ready to walk past them, and if they dared to act rashly, he would absolutely not hesitate to kill in self-defense. Raojin was a bit surprised that the supervisor didn't accuse himself, and nodded as he was moved into the check room. Shouldn't you have scolded Qin Feiyang and severed your relationship with him, and then hold Qin Feiyang accountable? Wei Yangda had heard the name of the fellow before him. A few of the organizers behind this party were Robert, but thinking of the millions of netizens inside the live broadcast, and the airplane rockets that kept flashing by, she was still ruthless enough to walk the last leg of the journey. If you hadn't reported to the police that my father had been killed, how could the officials have taken my mother away? It hasn't been released back even now? The teenager suddenly looked up and glared at Lioli, his gaze grim. Flame wave, accompanied by Lorma's sweeping. A flame came like a wave. Naturally, Coulson could see that Kara was in a bad state, and didn't mind Kara's attitude. Shrugging to the side, Ward got into one of the lead cars. Humph. Even before listening to Tianqing tell the entire story, Zhu Gahong violently flung his sleeve and leave the room. The suit utilizes a form of nanotechnology that Wakanda has just recently researched. It's a very aesthetically pleasing looking wrist guard when not activated. He was angry. He was angry that she hadn't told them about something so big. The last time he disappeared for 4 years he hid it from them. And this time he still hid it from them even after such a big incident. He's been bruised and battered all over the place. The Divine Soul was even injured due to Pei Xian's shattered and broken sword intent. Kara is really being controlled? Light from the surface. Jean didn't see any signs of Kara being controlled at all. Looking at Ran Yikin who was panting again and folded back, Sui was angry and annoyed. Again, I feel so helpless. Sima Yu continued to shout. I don't know how many times he shouted. Still no one responded to him. He knew that there must be someone in this Yuzu mountain. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a strong prohibition. Pepper couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at hearing that Tony was okay, and then looked at Kara with some confusion. In the next moment, Su Ling pressed her right claw against the neck of the Song soldier armor, and looking at the appearance of the, as soon as he dares to say a word of no he will be killed immediately. Liao Changting and Wang Yunfeng immediately respectfully replied that Dean Zhou Tianming's cultivation was extremely high. Both of them were far inferior, so they were extremely impressed with this Dean. But since Su Ling didn't have any intention of taking the initiative to communicate with him, and he's not going to make a fool of himself by squeezing on, as soon as the words fell, a 1,000-meter-long river of flames floated above him, violently churning and rushing straight toward the white orb. After having an early dinner, Zhang Chang logged off at the entrance of the courtyard and left the academy, straight to the Star Auction House. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Yi Yuqing knew that this Luo Yi liked Yi Li Gu. Just want to use her against Yip Yuk Hong. A strong person of the condensed Xian realm's third trace was also a bone-crushing blow to Wu Chang. I wonder how Ursus will react when he finds out about this. And just as Wang Xian was about to let out a sigh of relief, the calm surface of the lake in front of him violently boomed and burst into a sky of water. And the sudden situation made Wang Xian's heart tighten violently. Raising his head to stare dead center at where the water splashes shot out violently, moments later, his pupils suddenly shrunk. In its wake, others were also startled because of this man's face. Horrified, he hurriedly followed. The only thing that could catch his eye one floor down was this 2-star spirit seed, so of course he had to find a way to get it. At this moment, Deng Sancher brought his men over, and his state of mind remained unaffected. Besides, the other person is a very communicative person. At this time, his face was very pale, and there were even fine beads of sweat emerging on his forehead. Clothes have wet colors. With 2 swords, you can perform a sword style at the same time, doubling the power of the sword style. You can also perform 2 different sword styles at the same time, making it unpredictable and impossible for the enemy to fight. However, Lu Yuan was partial to not approving it, and despite Lu Yuan's full authority, someone finally expressed doubts. His divine sense vaguely felt that there was an extremely mysterious place between heaven and earth. That place is not a real fixed place, but to reach a certain level, you can sense a kind of mysterious ethereal Taoism. It is the source of all dharmas, both the sea of Tao itself. In Zhao Yang's eyes, on the other hand, he saw that the qi and blood running in the area where an Xian had applied the medicine had become very vigorous. It definitely gives more nourishment to these areas, and it's just normal to see a change for the better. Qi Herong pillowed his arm. The two were fully clothed, and there was no rush to turn the tide. Just cuddle up and talk in a rambling voice. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to Demon Sinyan and the others, Sheng Di, it was hurriedly rushed back towards the Shura Palace. Now the Shura Palace is already precisely stepping into the center of the Senate domain. Isn't there a saying that a Buddha relies on gold? A man relies on clothes, inlaid with gold and silver. It's also noble and generous, isn't it? It's only about 1,000 miles from Amei Mountain, the southwestern gateway to Middle-earth. It is the territory of the Zhuang, one of the 5 tribes of the southern border. Xia Miaoran and Suzun were also opening their mouths wide. There was an expression of not knowing what to do with this sudden orange thunderfire. In that case, there is no value in your existence. Learning that the epic level equipment is no longer on Luo Yi's body, the second elder directly strikes without any nonsense. If the epic level equipment is on Luo Yi's body, he might leave Luo Yi alive later so that he could force out the epic equipment. What do you guys do? Hong Yan was obviously startled, even though Zhang Zhang's gun had been lowered. However, he still maintained the movements he had just made. Nervously, he asked, "Stab the sky." Wu Fan drank, and the heavenly martial divine blade stabbed directly at the divine suppression seal above. At the same time, Wu Fan moved with a single thought, invoking many planets, one by one, as they approached his billions of miles. Then it will dry up. Chapter 48 may not be adopted. All of them are caught up in memories, or hallucinations, of, or a scene presented from God's point of view. Of course, there are many movies that are shot over a year or more before they are killed off. There are a lot of classics and bad movies in there too. From the strength displayed by the Grand Duke, it was obvious that he was not on the same level as those governors on the battlefield. He was completely as beyond the limits of the heroic rank, even more powerful than the great elder in Storybrooke. The core of the Wanxiang sect, the Sanbao mountain boundary, was naturally guarded by formations, preventing outsiders from prying into it. If the Taishan sect wanted to come here to arrest someone, they naturally needed the permission of the Wanxiang sect. These, in fact, had most of his credit. The distraction he left in Chen Zinan's body back then, but it's always been there, and that's not a vegetarian, said, as if he feared she might come out, and did not know what he had done to. It was as if a layer of something was weighing her down and she couldn't really get on. Finally got what he wanted. Xin Shiqian rushed himself like he was dreaming. He was finally able to marry the person he had longed for. and it was not in vain that he had thought about it for so many years, but the 2 lifetimes added up to 30 or 40 years old, and after a little shyness on Su-Ru's part, then he very graciously waved hello to these warriors. Despite his words, the most Jin Yang could do was promise to deliver water once a week, and bring over some of the ranch's local specialties, like beef and so on. The divisions of the Department of Agriculture in Nanhai, Kangwu and Hepu counties in Jiaosu have basically been set up. In order to better organize the spring planting, there is a need to cover all the counties throughout the cross-state with the various divisions of the Division of Agriculture prior to the spring planting. Brother is being modest. Dark cloud treading snow with the golden dragon swallowing heaven halberd. Instructor Wang was able to walk brother up a few dozen moves in the beginning, but then he was no longer willing to accompany brother to practice. Wu Yu said, "Later, I'll go around and see if there are any suitable factory buildings to rent." "I'm sorry," Lin Yun said with a slight nod. "No," Li Xiao calmly replied out 2 words. He wasn't afraid of the former at all. With the Bodhi tree in place, the other party couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Long Yuan changed his kick into a stomp in midair, and with the force of the water and fire stick strike, he pranced around. A spinning leg sweep landed on Li Jianyuan's face. But if the future mother of the house is barren or dies prematurely or something, the commoner's son, Kakushi, is also allowed to inherit the family business. The roast lamb in particular was like a desperate attempt to put brine on it. Even a good person can get salt poisoning, let alone a sick person. At that moment, the 2 armies met and headed to the city of Shabak with great vigor. "I don't want to just enter the city." The guards came to report that Shifeng was waiting in the army. I'll go over right now." Luo Hao got up and walked next to Shu Weishang Smoke. Smiling, he followed her out of the office. Sitting on the co-pilot, Fatty Yang, who was looking through the car window at the villa outside, the eyes glittered helplessly. Seeing that Zhou Zong, the emissary of the southern Tang dynasty, under such circumstances, could only accompany the smiling face and socialize. The heart has anger but cannot send. When Shihong sighed softly in his heart, since ancient times, weak countries have no diplomacy. Honestly, do not deceive me. But now it has been completely destroyed by the evil spirits, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, broken arms and limbs, transformed into a netherworld purgatory. In fact, Luo Yunchu's habit of loving running was visible during her college days. Part of it is also thanks to the Reflections Film Academy. The relatively radical people among the Brisset faction, represented by the young politician Bozo, were at a loss to answer this series of questions. Cypher didn't go into detail about the excellent performance of his body, not caring about the odd shrimp marveling at the question of how is it that such a big girl is flying the body. He just thought deeply for a moment. In response, Tang San, who had long since experienced the effects of this first soul skill of Huiyuhao's over the past 6 years at Nodding Academy, naturally wouldn't resist, and immediately afterward, it was as if a three-dimensional 3D image had appeared in his mind. The entire scene of the venue was instantly clear. Subsequently, the slightly odd pair of teacher and student, who hadn't seen each other for a few days, naturally dispensed with a few pleasantries. Bibi Dong recounted some more details of this crusade against the Hautian sect to Wangzhou before cutting to the chase. Actually, because Su Laren took the money, so the police started their investigation in the direction of the murderer seeking to kill people with money, and Su Laren entered the scene with gloves and footwear, so there were no traces left behind, and the police didn't launch too much of an in-depth investigation into an unrelated delivery man. Inwardly, Gao Yuan couldn't help but give Lin Wanyu kudos for taking the initiative to help him come up with all the reasons. Saves him some explaining. The inner Dan Soul Ring is condensed from the purest energy in the world, so there won't be too much prominent exclusivity. Many other disciples with outstanding performance among the true spirit roots were also chosen by the masters of the 19 peaks of Xiantian. After all the clatter, the chickens fly, and the cat blows its top. A red drop of blood fell inside the water basin. This person's behavior is disgusting, but if you really know the truth, you can make up for it. Gu Tanfeng's conclusion. Unsleeping scared too early, using Jianghua to ambiguously pass the message to Xiaomei, a method that Amyo came up with on her own, but she was not feeling good in her heart. She even thought that if Jianghua told her the truth and told her that it was all designed by Xiaomei, she also changes her mind on the fly and doesn't say those things. Ruan Shirling tugged a few times, not really intending to think about how to stop it in her mind. It was just that much of a gesture. The smile on her face was slightly forced, but she stopped what her husband was about to say with a look. Yan Yi frowned, and the first one she flipped to was Enterprise. She simply tossed the information aside. A night of sleeplessness the next day early Yichen was ready to pack up and go out. Bring downstairs Ling mother see him like this will know that he certainly did not have a good rest last night. Think it is also their own are bothered by this matter. Let alone him. After thinking about it he thought it was a good joke, but after thinking about it a little more, since we're on this topic today, Why don't we just tell the truth? And find time to do so afterward? Why don't we just show our cards today? When Roran went back to bed, Jumina, who was still uncomfortable in her heart. What, she has a bad IQ? She's obviously smart and obviously she has big boobs. Galyad left with a smile on his face. And Hu Stensen told the crowd that he was a fool with a fool's luck. Chun Haofeng said it was also because Mai Taha took good care of him. Chapter 49, Good looking but not useful? After walking for a long time, she finally came to the Organ City, and her pals told her to come to the Organ City for dinner. It's a treat. That's the end of this matter. Shi Hao is a man with a big heart, not wanting to pay for someone else's fault, not thinking about the cause and effect of the incident, sitting comfortably in my seat, and the body slides down to continue half lying down, ready to sleep for a few more minutes of sleep. It is estimated that we will arrive at Qinghe village soon. Chen Lin's eyes had only just finished reading these words when his head felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. On the spot, his eyes went black and he screamed in pain. I nodded my head. My oldest brothers are my good brothers. I can't just ignore what happened to them. I'll just send those souls outside directly to the underworld in a while. The biggest club in the school is so engaged. And how loud it is. All the people in the neighborhood turned their eyes this way. What about this? Raimi was thinking of drawing a picture in blood after cutting her index finger with her thumb. But that didn't seem to work, so Raimi thought of something else. Stop it. It's quite disgusting. Zhou Wasatian waved his hand and fixed Chai Fei at a distance of more than 10 feet. Li Dong's penis was hard to bear, but he still didn't dare to ignore the agent. All that could be done was to hastily put on a pair of pants and go down to the door. But Injira is very powerful, and magic is completely unable to do any damage to its scaly armor. Even the strongest demon king can't do anything about it. Is the demon race really going to die out like this? The two men checked out the exterior of the car from all angles, while the salesman took a break for the keys, to see if there's a problem, such as paint application, door opening and closing, glass, seats, dashboard, tires, mirrors and other accessories. This loss to his division, which had a total strength of but 4,000 men. It can be quite traumatic. Soldiers, he is not heartbroken. Just go back to the garrison and recruit again. Right now in the time of war, the people were living in considerable poverty. Recruitment is still relatively easy as long as the pay is timely. But on the mountain passes of Short Pine Grange, a joyous wedding party was slowly creeping upward. Nangong Lilua followed Zhao Hao's hand towards that newcomer disciple over there. Only at the sight of it did his pupils dilate violently. It was at this moment that Al slowly realized that this pre-epical society, with billions of humans, it wasn't as beautiful and simple as he thought. On the contrary, power struggles, wars of faith, racial tensions, money and profit. Everywhere it leads to war between fellow human beings. The corners of Ching Ruifan's mouth pursed up, and Yang Renner added another timely sentence. Of course I want your majesty to stay. Your majesty hasn't come to my place in a long time. I have prepared so many gifts your majesty has never seen before. She had prepared things, but not just anything. The grass is in the way. The road ahead is uncertain. It is hard to see the sky when you look up, and it is hard to see the ground when you look down. And at this moment, all are exhausted. Goku mouthed a regret and returned to the temple with a grim look on his face. He saw his uncle lying peacefully on the ground, like falling asleep. Where did the stranger come from? And why don't you kneel when you see my father? Can't you see that the monkeys all over the mountain are lying on the ground, bending their heads and ears? A few reprimanding words came from nowhere. Interrupting Goku's unimpeded and cozy reverie. Sorrowful Hollow Mountain held up the Holy Mother of the Devil Mountain, and leapt out of the gully with a fierce bronze mask covering his face. The crowd couldn't read his expression. Just as Zhou Ming was preparing to fight to the death, the sudden blaring of the siren caused the big men behind him to panic. But plans never catch up with change, and although the Zhou Ran crowd thought well of the still, things went in a direction the crowd didn't expect. In fact, if the fly wanted to resist, the duo couldn't do anything about him. It was just that his mind was full of Yen Frost right now, and he didn't have the slightest desire to resist at all. There are some things you don't know, but when you do know, you can't stop thinking about them. What if he got attached to Rongxiu? A deep and magnificent voice sounded behind them, and the crowd turned around with a huff. However, they saw countless soldiers clad in battle armor, holding sharp weapons, and carrying strong bows on their backs spreading out to form a siege towards them. The Tsanyalf was a rank 8 hunter in the guild, a super strong person who had stepped into the cultivation of a heavenly dawn. Moreover, he was in his prime, and an ordinary 7th grade magical beast could be easily dealt with. But only now have we entered this secret realm, just died in this weird mirage. Neither of the two had ever seen a magical beast of this appearance before. That mysterious and powerful aura also gave the duo a sense of alertness. The bed was covered with a cool mat, but it was already hot from her rolling body and the bucket of water was hot and she still hadn't woken up, but her temperature had eased. It's all in the hands of God. Now, it's up to her to see if she can make it through on her own. Zhou Ran and Tuyuan are both all-rounders, capable of doing anything they want. But Heartless wasn't particularly concerned with anything other than being an assassin. Guo Mama accompanied Light Cloud in the kitchen to check for any omissions. The cook was hired from the Qingyuan residence, often for some big families to make noodles. Cooking skills not to say, but also can figure out the identity and taste of the guests. Every dish is a satisfying meal. I'm the one who's lost his spirit and his soul. She can kill me through Su Nanchin without any effort, even one of the city's secondary main streets. If you use the official language of Earth, that's at least a full 30 lanes wide in both directions. Ever since her mother gave her this piece of jade, she carries it with her when she eats, sleeps, washes her hair and bathes. She never took it off for 6 years because it was given to her by Celeste Wong before she died. The piercing sound of a sharp instrument entering the flesh of a pieces of unsuspecting Yuan army generals just fell in a pool of blood, wailing into a piece. Until now, they still do not understand why these robes want to kill them. Chapter 50 must win. Jinping 5, November. The army arrives at the place where the soldier disappeared. Due to the failure to look for the disappearing soldiers near the border, forced to do so, these generals can only lead troops into other countries, so as to be able to seek out the soldiers of Fabian more quickly. Same month, there was an attack on the army. General Yuqua, in a fit of rage, rounded up all those bandits and killed them. This at once induced the people of the region to greet them with shouts of joy, and also with danjos of rice and pots of soup. It is even hoped that they will be stationed here, sheltering a place of peace and tranquility. I am a general of US country, not a man of yours. My country has been in chaos for a long time, and the people have been suffering and living in abject poverty. I still hope that the general will beg us poor people, and the grass people will surely live and die to worship Yugua. Hearing this, a look of compassion passed over that general's face. After further consideration, he finally decided to, in the end, shelter these innocent people. It's not good enough to stay here for a long time, and if we want to settle this matter once and for all, we'll have to do something about it. It would be natural to overthrow this royal family so that the people can have a good life. The general made a decision, and when asked by the next proctor if he should report the matter to His Majesty, he said helplessly, "When the news is delivered back, I'm afraid it's already been several months long, and as a general is supposed to improvise when he is out in the world, why don't we get rid of the people of this country before informing His Majesty of this matter? Even if your Majesty blames me afterward, I'm willing to take the blame. After all, this is also for the sake of the world's people." In the Golden Palace, looking at the Jugua's army that entered into his country under the pretext of missing soldiers, that state scholar priest immediately sneered and said, "What soldiers are missing? What bandit attack? What for the sake of the world's life? From the beginning to the end is nothing but Chen Huixin's arrangement, for the sake of nothing more than a division, and the other country, only yet to pay tribute, attacked and entered directly into the world should strike at such a brutal and overbearing, impolite and shameless person. A future tribute yet? Has the priest forgotten that the first tribute is still to come? But 2 years have passed and no envoys have been sent for so long. Isn't this not putting you in the spotlight? If we don't teach a lesson, then wouldn't Chen Huixin be a loser to the core?" Ji Changling opened his mouth at this point and retorted. She was very supportive of Chen Huixin's approach, for if any other nation dared to slight the Songguk in such a manner, she would likewise request to lead the troops. Swing that place yourself. Otherwise, they are too weak to take any retaliatory action when they are clearly ignored and targeted by other countries. Not even allowing the people within their own country to discuss the matter would truly be called disgraceful. But the altar boy completely ignored her words, and instead snorted coldly and he mumbled things like, "Warfare leads to death, and a nation without honor is not at peace." Ji Changling didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore, and his gaze went to the heavenly mirror of appreciation, and that future projection still continues. Jinping 5, December. Several neighboring countries have been wiped out by you, even if they organize thousands of troops. It seems to want to fight as hard as possible, but it's still so weak in front of Fabian's army. Tonto, the small country that has paid tribute year after year and escaped this calamity, trembles. They understand even more profoundly just how strong the military power of you is. What happened to those countries? Did you all see that? Don't ever say you're not going to pay tribute again. The emperors of these small countries immediately reprimanded their ministers who had spoken out to propose that tribute should no longer be paid. Though Yukoku was fighting the disappearance of his soldiers and saving the world's lives, it was only then that they were forced to overthrow the royal families of those countries. But in fact everyone knew in their hearts what the truth really was, and those courtiers who had proposed it were even more so, with their faces white with war. If it weren't for his own majesty's wisdom, then you soldiers and horses would already be at his doorstep. Not only do we have to go on a pilgrimage, there are more gifts of tribute to be prepared. Must work hard to please Fabian. End of the month. Chen Huixin, who was in Chang'an City, also received the battle report from the front line. He was naturally aware of the general's trespassing for a long time, and the chancellor paid even less attention to what the frontline general had done. His eyes fixed on a piece of intelligence, said, "Your Majesty, now that the grassland tribes have suffered from frost, lack of food, decreasing cattle and sheep, and internal strife has been stirred up. The time we've been waiting for should be here. Why else do you think I would send generals to occupy those countries at this time? Because they are located in the position just on the passage straight to the dragon's court." Chen Huixin in the smile. But the chancellor always felt that smile carried a few chills. The grassland tribes have been harassing the borders of our country, causing the people of my country of you to be unable to live a normal life. Now that the time has come, it's naturally time to pacify the grasslands. I hope that in the future, the only people on the grasslands will be those who herd sheep for the people of my country, and the sheep that roam the hills, so that the people of my country of you no longer have to worry about the wind, cold and frost. Jinping 6, January. All the troops in Yul's country have been mobilized. This should be considered the largest battle fought since the establishment of the Yu Kingdom. Even if Pinglu Jiadu is acting as a vice-marshal, he still feels extremely pressurized. And strange raids on the prairie in the dead of winter. It's a test for our generals. 2. Pingla Setsabun huffs and puffs. But that commander-in-chief said blandly, "You, amassing my army on such a large scale, would certainly be known to the steppe tribes, but they could not move on a large scale during the cold winter months. And it will be thought that we are bluffing to frighten them, for it would have been difficult to march in winter with the snow and cold, and we can only take advantage of this opportunity to get them all. As for the trials of winter, the raiding cavalry you lead, the clothing worn inside it should be very warm." The Lord Commander looks to the Pingla Festival Minister. Although there aren't a lot of sheep in Yukon, they can barely make up some numbers. And Ji Changshi also deliberately took time out from the shipyard to lead the children who were learning, along with more than a dozen women, to utilize the spinning machine. The woolen coats sufficient for cavalry were made, blown by a cold wind. Except that the exposed skin is a little hard to bear. The rest of the house is still basically warm. And when the Pingla Festival Minister heard his Lord Commander say this, a smile appeared on his face. Said, "Indeed, it has never occurred to me that this wool can actually be used to weave clothing, and 1,000,000 times warmer than silk animal skins. It is said that His Majesty wants to attack the steppe tribes because he wants them to be filled with sheep, so that the people of my country of you can also wear warm woolen garments," said the Lord Commander, who also took up the conversation. His eyes look ahead, the snow falling like goose feathers. There may be poets lamenting the beauty, but I wonder how many of the people, at this time, are shivering in their homes, praying that this winter will pass soon, in order for the people to be able to wear warm clothes. This battle, we must win. Chapter 51 Care and Recognition. It seems that you are very confident. Humph. Then let's let you see the methods of our dragon tiger Heavenly Pride. Huang Junjiang snorted coldly. It's not like a god-level expert hasn't fallen in his hands before. Mamoru Aya. In order to heal Akuma's wounds and to repair Hick's body, she needed a lot of magic. And to do that, she spread her bugs around every corner taking advantage of the chaos. The visitor was cloaked and barefoot, and looked more or less 30 or 40 years of age. A terrifying aura permeated his body, and the air around him couldn't help but freeze. She wasn't willing to stand by and see her friend lost. If there was any real danger to, she'd rather take the risk herself. Today, Cold Moon Shadow was able to directly say to Nangong Shuiying that he needed her help. This naturally also made Nangong Shuiying very happy because she was finally able to share some things for Cold Moon Shadow. Chen Yufeng saw that she was infatuated with herself to the extent that she wanted to commit herself for life. It was a real shock. While the man in black was still wondering, Chen Yufeng's big foot had already kicked upwards. The strikes were clean and sharp, and within a few seconds, the 4 black-clothed men were kicked to the ground. So gotta take my chances in Coconut Grove while it's still light out. If I could catch a coconut crab or two, that would be enough for dinner. I know that Bowsy Heart is also not good. The heart is particularly bad. Pick up a bottle of wine. Clinking bottles with Posy, he drank. Yen 11 and Qin Danxia were also surprised by this spell of the 7 emotions. Lin Yuqin was so powerful. She was actually easily put down with just one move. And it was only after reacting at this point that the two of them bullied their way to the top. This time, although Hadilan understood that this incident was a ploy by Lu Yu, the goal is to get them both to kill each other. The skyjacking came from a very powerful source. It is said to be a supreme artifact's immortal master in a dead land of the absolute hiding of vitality, killed an ancient Jiaojiao after Jiaojiao spine and then add several kinds of top refining material, time consuming 3 years to refine and become. Look, you're here and you're here. What kind of gift are you bringing? It's out of the ordinary, isn't it? Xiao Pengju looked at Li Lingyan angrily. As he spoke, Lu Yu's face revealed the slightest hint of playfulness. He now felt distinctly clear about the matter. I'm afraid that even now, even if he was to face the half-step martial exalt realm, he wouldn't be much weaker. By the time he completely stepped into the 9th heavenly realm, I'm afraid that he would already be able to fight half-step martial exalt powerhouses head-on. After putting away one array disc, the emptiness of the various killing potential is still hidden. No hundreds of thousands of years of time, these killing potential will not dissipate. His body was blasted through by Ling Tian's fist, forming a fist-sized bloody hole, and blood seemed to spring out of it. Bleeding profusely, he fell in fear. Then let's try to see if you can snatch the heavenly elemental sacred fruit from my hands. Jun Mosia looked at Lin Zai indifferently. It will be, surely, after all, the most overbearing of powers. Nor will all of them support his goal. Fang Ao muttered. And Python Hollow did not understand what Fang Ao meant. In the face of Gao Junran's repeated provocations, Shi Lanyi still had the same cold face that had been unchanged for years, as if everything Gao Junran said had nothing to do with him. And so, being haunted by this question in his mind for a long time, Kaneki Yen. Instantly, he walked slowly to stop at a position 10 paces away from Killer, and then said with a stern expression, looking down with lowered eyes at the seemingly dying and seriously injured Killer. Rhinoceros, painted eyebrow sister, enlightenment good. Big brother is not stubborn. Blessed sister does not mind. You continue to sing loud and clear, and I listen to your song in the river. But, before his own eyes, this child about his own age. I can't believe I actually have that good of a resource. Even if you plugged as many holes as you could, I'm afraid the emptiness inside still wouldn't change, would it? The puppet skeleton is poured into a container without cooling it down. Directly with the array cards and spell cards began to carve on the bones. After a turn of busy, Tong Meihe took out a cultivator's jindan, which floated in the air, and Tong Mu a piece of direct cover of purple and black soul nourishing bamboo pieces into its interior. And yet here is an innocent priest who knows nothing of these other countries. He was currently sitting in fear in a second-floor room of the church, his eyes helplessly looking at the 3 men who were in a stalemated standoff in front of him. Sitting on the stone table, she kept her body leaning forward in order to protect her breast buttons, which had gone out of sight. It was very close to Yi Shenghan, and when he spoke, Yi Shenghan even felt the mesmerizing fragrance of exhaling. Having said that, he nudged the trunk of the tree with his beak, and the leaves turned over an exotically scented red fruit that, appearing in front of Anaconda Soul and Tong Meihe, it was really red fruit, full and round. In particular, Universal Pictures, which had the earliest contact with Xiao Yunhai and the fullest shooting schedule. Now all 3 3D movies have been completed and are being prepared to be screened one after another. White Knight is in. Jean Feng's frowning brow loosened up after he saw By Night, and, honestly, the rest of the people he and the 7-colored Divine Phoenix clan really didn't care about. The only one who would surely die was By Night. If she hadn't been wrong just now, the current Linglong Wonderland was actually the Divine Dao Courtyard. Just a Shinto house without the presence of other wills. Without the voice of that Shinto house, the wolfhound was so strong and fierce looking that the couch had been yanked away from its original position. Where is everyone? When the destructive power that erupted from the 3 pitch black beads disappeared. Apart from finding a pool of blood on the ground, the 3 of them, Wu Ma, did not find the seriously injured Yun Tianyu, and they all revealed a look of living hell. Thinking through his head, he couldn't imagine how Yun Tianyu had disappeared. Chapter 52, Livelihoods, Medals, Care and Recognition? After hearing Chen Huaixin's intentions, Ji Qinglao's face was filled with confusion. She knew that naturally, Chen Huaixin wants to reverse the Yu Kingdom's culture so that the civil and military styles can remain balanced. Naturally, something else is needed besides the martial arts program. But, the idea, and what does it mean? Ji Qinglao was puzzled. Her gaze went to Lord Wei, and the Duke of Wei knew. As he pondered for a moment or two, the deep meaning of His Majesty's look, he opened his mouth and said, the meaning of care is, perhaps, to give a pension to the wounded and disabled soldiers, as I, Song Guk, have done. But that endorsement, I can't figure it out. No, care should be more than just giving compassion, for the fabulous kingdom has long since done so, and it's not like my Chang kingdom where someone dares to hijack the pension of that disabled or dead general. Ji Changling's voice rang out. It's just her words, but it made a lot of people's faces darken. But Ji Changling didn't bother to pay attention to how they thought, and in passing reminded his own sister-in-law that, don't forget there are quite a few giant mothers in the army afterward. It was only then that she continued with the words, "Since it's something that has been, it is unlikely that Chen Huixin will repeat it, and it would be inappropriate to increase the money for the pension. Then what do you think it should be like?" Ji Changning couldn't help but inquire. "I don't know," Ji Changling reasoned. She simply felt that Wei Guogong was wrong. That's why she spoke out against it. As for how that actually was, how could she, a commonplace imperial daughter, possibly guess what Chen Huixin was thinking? It's better to keep on looking. Same month, spring plowing begins, as it took 3 full years as a build-up. Since last year, the people of Youku have tried to accept the new type of farming equipment, and plant and cultivate your own fields according to the new method of cultivation in the test fields of those states. By the time of the fall harvest, acres that had adopted the new method were generally better off than those that had adopted the old method. The grain harvested is a cut above. This has shocked all the people who know about it. They had no inkling that this experience, passed down from generation to generation, I can't believe it would be inferior to that official method. And when the plowing began this year, without the court's persuasion, most of the people then took the initiative to change to new plowing implements and adopt new farming methods in the hope that their field harvests would also improve. From last year to this year, the busiest man anywhere is not the official, but the local carpenter. Because of the difficulty of supplying large quantities of new equipment from our Ministry of Public Works, the people had to find carpenters to make them. When the Minister of Public Works was reporting on this, that face was full of smiles. It's not just that the farming methods they researched at the Ministry of Public Works did give food a boost, let them be recognized by the people of Yul, and also because there are finally people who can feel the hard work of their Ministry of Works. Chen Huixin had the same smile on his face and said, "It's been hard on your Ministry of Public Works all these years, and that breeding of domestic pigs, how is it going now?" "It's working," the Minister of Public Works continued his reply, after making the comparison. "We have found a better time and method of castration, and that castrated pork, indeed, has no taint, and is even delicious when cooked. And have expanded farming this year. By the beginning of next year, the price of pork in my country should be able to go down, so that the people can also eat meat from time to time." Speaking of which, the face of the Minister of Public Works is filled with excitement and anticipation. He was sure that this heyday of the people being able to eat meat, as recorded in the history books of the future, it's bound to have his name on it. "I wonder what my descendants will call me. Road building minister? The Minister of Plowing? Pig farming Shanghai? It doesn't sound good." The Minister of Works is suddenly in a tangle, and Chen Huixin does not know the Ministry of Public Works at this time and the thought of what. But the smile on his face widened a bit more when he knew that the scale of that pig farming started to expand away. Take care to prevent poultry diseases, and the breeding of chickens, ducks and geese, don't leave any behind, and the method of fertilizing the fields and the fertilizers, which are also the key to farming and grain production, said Chen Huixin with a reminder. The Minister of Works nodded. "I will keep this in mind." Looking at the Minister of Works of the Yu Kingdom in that heaven-inspiring mirror, Duan Zhengqing, the Minister of Works of the Chang Kingdom, had envy written all over his face, although it is said that Yugua's Minister of Public Works was extremely busy with a lot of matters, and almost every day he was too busy to keep his feet on the ground. But, when seeing that result accomplished one by one, when it was known that his name would be in the history of the future, a few moments of jealousy even arose in Duan Jingqing's heart. He has always followed Chen Huixin's commands and has never mentioned anything of his own. This so-called fame in history, it wasn't his own merit at all. He was merely brought up in the history of the world by Chen Huixin. He thought that Yugua's position as Minister of Works, if handed over to him, will certainly be able to do better. It's just a pity that he died in the war when the Kingdom of Yu was founded. Otherwise that position would have been his. He should be the one to go down in history as well. What a gasp! Jinping 6, April. One after another, prisoners of war from the steppe tribes were sent to Chang'an City. This drew cheers from the people along the road and made many of them long for the army. Chen Huixin did not rush to dispose of them. Rather, he was discussing with the Chancellor about increasing the care and recognition of the soldiers. "Today, you, have discharged my soldiers from the army, either because of wounds or for other reasons. All will receive a not inconsiderable pension. And if you die in battle for my country, not only will you be admitted to the Jingling Hall, then the families will receive more pensions, and these pensions are personally watched over by the minister, and will never, as in the case of the previous undertaking, be corrupted by certain generals or officials. Your Majesty wants to increase the care and recognition of the soldiers, and I naturally support that. But if we were to raise the money for pensions, or raise the weekday pay of the army, the treasury would be unable to support it." The Chancellor, after hearing Chen Huixin's thoughts, spoke up ahead of him to hint at it. "Now that they're giving their soldiers pensions and weekday pay, US country is giving their soldiers pensions. It is far beyond the previous inheritance. And if His Own Majesty, in order to give more care and recognition to his soldiers, were to raise these two sums, then the treasury will really collapse. I'm afraid. And after Chen Huixin heard his words, he naturally understood that hidden meaning, and he smiled, said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of continuing to raise the military pay and pensions any further." Phew! The chancellor was instantly relieved, but it also left him a little puzzled in his mind. Do not upgrade military pay and pensions, and how to improve that care and recognition of the soldiers? And Chen Huixin naturally saw through the confused look on the chancellor's face. He continued, care and recognition. It doesn't have to be an increase in pay and pensions. For example, a local livelihood for soldiers with physical ailments. For example, personally receiving meritorious soldiers and wearing a medal for them. Chapter 53 The Roots of 10,000 Years of Extension. In the Golden Palace. After hearing what Chen Huixin said about the idea, the generals of that dynasty felt a sudden lightening of their eyes. Arranging livelihoods for soldiers with ailments? To receive the meritorious soldiers in person? Those are two good ways. Not only does it not cost the treasury much expenditure, but it also enables the soldiers to recognize the army more. How on earth did this Chen Huixin's brain grow? Always able to think of these great methods. The generals were talking. The Duke of Wei was even more filled with amazement. As the ancients once said, a man will die for a friend who understands him. But for the most part, the military can't make it this far. Only the private soldier, dead soldiers privately raised by the family, are really likely to put their lives on the line for their family head. Because that's just too many people for the national military to. It was simply unrealistic to raise dead soldiers like the family did with good wine, meat and beauty. So, the matter of the senator. More like a deal between the state and the pawns. When a soldier contributes men to fight and kill the enemy, the state grants him a salary and a pension. As for the so-called soldiers dying for a friend, then don't have any expectations. The Duke of Wei was well aware of this. Unless some general gives a large reward to the soldiers under his command, the only way to make the soldiers more courageous than other armies. Otherwise the pay and pension, who will really fight to the death. Being able to shoot a few more arrows would be a tribute to His Majesty. He'd always thought, even before, that this sort of thing was completely insurmountable. Maintaining the status quo was considered okay until Chen Huixin established the Jingling Palace, which made him realize that wanting to make his soldiers humongous, it is not just a matter of relying on a lot of money and food. And now these two methods mentioned by Chen Huixin were even more amazing to him. If this care and approbation were carried out, the strength of the army of the Fabian state, I'm afraid it will skyrocket several times over. The bottom line is that this method doesn't cost a lot of money and food. Your Majesty, I, Songguk, must follow up on this approach. So much for that. My Songguk soldiers will be truly dedicated to our country and will be more valiant when they encounter enemy invaders. The Duke of Wei did not hesitate to say to Ji Qingluo, and Ji Qingluo, a general by birth, was likewise able to see that how useful these two methods really are. Naturally, she wouldn't say no. When the push is over, then this law will be implemented to my Songguk, Ji Qingluo said decisively. The faces of some of the courtiers were suddenly a few degrees uglier, but she didn't care, and her gaze went to the heavenly mirror, thinking in surprise in her heart, this law is out. Then the civil and military style of the people will certainly change a lot. Just how many more surprises can you bring to me? After hearing the care and recognition spoken by His Own Majesty, the Chancellor's face instantly blushed, even if he's not from the military. But what is the benefit of this method? He just turned his head and immediately figured it out. But Chen Huixin didn't stop there, and continued to talk. Other than that, can also ask the parents of the local officials. On New Year's Day, he visits local disabled and meritorious soldiers, personally ask them if they are experiencing difficulties in their lives and solve them. And a monument shall be erected in the locality to mark the merits of these soldiers. Like the Jingling Temple, it is worshipped on the same day of the year, with the local parents leading the ceremony. Chen Huixin gave some of his ideas away, and the more the Chancellor listened, the more he realized that His Own Majesty's methods were simply impeccable. If this law is implemented, the soldiers will turn their hearts to you, because there has never been a dynasty in the history of the world taking such good care of their insignificant pawns. If an enemy country attacks Fabian one day, there will be an old man in his old age carrying a sword. Hold back those enemy troops. This is the foundation of Yuluo's 10,000 years of continuity. Of course, above all, whether this law can be successfully implemented, and there will be no embezzlement of pensions as in the case of the former commitment. Otherwise, even if there is a good method, it will be useless. Chen Huixin looks at the Chancellor. The Chancellor's heart jumped at once. He knows very well that this is His Majesty's way of waking him up to the crux of the matter. Don't let last year's embezzlement happen. Otherwise, If this method can't be put into practice, then His Majesty is bound to be furious. A lot of people will die too. I understand. Jinping 6. May. That the army conquering the steppe tribes returns to Chang'an City. Chen Huixin received them personally. He is not only talking to these generals, masters and vice-marshals of Pingluji-Duzi, he also went to those soldiers who had performed well in the midst of the battlefield, and patted their shoulders vigorously. Tonto. The faces of those soldiers are red with excitement, while the other soldiers beside them looked at them with envy. Regrets in his heart why he didn't do a little better at that time, so that he would be the one to be tapped on the shoulder by His Majesty. Let the soldiers rest first. Wait a while. I will personally honor you again. Chen Huixin said this to the commander-in-chief. Those words were both anticipated and excited by many. Same month, Chen Huixin found the chancellor again. In the meantime, the chancellor has been preparing for the care and recognition of the soldiers, and a suitable person has already been found to take charge of the whole matter. So even though he knows that His Majesty is going to arrange matters for himself again, he doesn't have much to worry about. But, when seen in that great hall, there was also the time of the Minister of Labor and the Minister of the Household with several generals. He suddenly felt something bad and knew that affairs would be more difficult this time. As luck would have it, upon hearing that this was for raising sheep on the prairies, and on a very large scale, he sighed darkly and could only discuss it seriously with his colleagues present. And Chen Huixin didn't say much this time, but only occasionally mentioned his opinions and informed them that how to use the wool trade to break the backbone of the steppe tribes once and for all. War is to keep them honest and obedient, and sheep are raised so that they lose their war potential. Chen Huixin thought this in his mind. Just thinking about it, suddenly his mind popped up. That which can turn a nation of prima donnas on horseback into a nation that can sing and dance. Seems like a while ago, at the Fabian Institute. Something like that has been worked out, hasn't it? Chapter 54, what's this? To make a nation of prima donnas on horseback into a nation that can sing and dance? This heaven and earth. There's even such a thing? Ji Qingluo looked at the heavenly appreciation mirror, and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. She knew, naturally, that the primus inter pares nation on horseback. They were referring to the grassland tribes that often harassed the borders and made it impossible for the people of Cheng Kingdom to live in peace. But it's easy to kill them. Let them become able to sing and dance. Ji Qingluo can't imagine this picture. And she didn't dwell on it, because in that projected future, Chen Huixin's follow-up arrangements for his soldiers diverted all her attention. Let the local officials care. Give them a monument locally. This is given directly to the highest in both name and profit. It's like that future Chan Wyatt said. As long as these policies can be implemented smoothly, Yu's kingdom's rivers and mountains will really be eternal as a result. Ji Qingluo was overwhelmed with emotion in her heart. She's very clear. How hard is it really to get the pawns to fully turn their hearts to their country? Because many of the soldiers came for the pay and food. They don't really have a lot of family and country in mind. Because what the people want, just a mouthful of food to be able to live on. And being a soldier is just one of those ways. And if Chen Huixin's policy had succeeded, it would not only have coalesced a soul for the army of Yuluo, it also leaves a card in the deck for the future of Fabian. Even if one day, the Yu kingdom becomes even worse than my Cheng kingdom is today. But as long as this soul remains, there will inevitably be a steady stream of people who will come forward to protect the Yu kingdom's rivers and mountains. For the first time, envy appeared on Ji Qingluo's face. She was truly envious of that future Yu kingdom, being able to have the foundation of this extended river and mountain for 10,000 years, and her current Sungkok. Think about it. Her eyes took on a bit more of a chill. Still, she temporarily suppressed the impulse in her heart and returned her sight to the heavenly mirror. But then there seems to be something missing from the care of the soldiers, doesn't it? If it is possible to take care of even the descendants of the soldiers, that army will explode with even more terrifying combat power. Chen Huixin is not thinking about this, or does have other plans? Jinping 6. June. Chen Huixin came to the DU Institute. Yo, I didn't expect that. I can't believe I'm here today to see our honorable majesty. After Ji Changshi saw Chen Huixin's arrival, that voice suddenly became eerie. Because, since she was snubbed at the shipyard, for more than a year, Chen Huixin then basically didn't show up much at the institute. Almost every time, a research direction is arranged, and then they leave in a hurry. It makes it impossible for her to find the right person to discuss it with when she wants to occasionally. And when Chen Huixin heard her words, he didn't blame her, but instead found it very interesting. I heard you guys worked on something a while back. Chen Huixin knows very well that communicating with Ji Changshi means getting straight to the point. Ji Changshi really just hummed lightly, then said bluntly, yes, but I'm not the one who's doing the leading on this stuff. I just help out once in a while. She still spends most of her time over at the shipyard. Only occasionally do I return to the institute to do something. and Chen Huixin followed the direction she was pointing. Saw the teenagers with nervous and expectant faces. I have taught them for over 3 years and they have lived up to my expectations. It really got quite a lot out of it, Ji Changxi said by way of explanation. The smile on Chen Huixin's face grew even wider, as these former children now learned something. And how can he not be satisfied? After all, the technological progress in this world depends on more than 1 or 2 people. Young people are the future. Is this your research? Chen Huixin said affably to the teenagers. And the few teenagers were suddenly filled with excitement, but could barely suppress it. Introducing him to what was on that table, Chen Huixin's sight, naturally, rested on, among other things, their results. The knowledge in that mind of his also surfaced the name of the thing, Surge Gun. In the Golden Palace, that burst of musketry appeared. It filled the faces of the ministers in the Great Hall with confusion. Even the 4th imperial daughter, Ji Changxi, was filled with puzzlement at this time. What is this? It looks like a thicker bamboo tube. It's not what it looks like. It is just a giant bamboo tube. At best, it's just more decoration. But that Chen Huixin looks like. How could he be so attached to this thing? And take time out of your day to come to that DU Institute on purpose? I don't know. Maybe he didn't play with bamboo tubes when he was a kid. The ministers kept talking. It was mixed with some mockery of Chen Huixin. And some priests were sneering that he was merely pretending to be a god. There were also those officials associated with the lineage who did not miss any opportunity to try to put a stain on him. And that imperial eldest daughter, Ji Changning, after pondering hard and failing to find a solution, turned her gaze to Ji Changxi. But before she could inquire, Ji Changxi took the first step and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know. You should ask the other me in the future. Speak as if the other you is not you." Ji Changning shook her head, but she didn't inquire any further, for even the 4th sister's brain circuit that couldn't even guess what that probably was, and it was no wonder it was so highly regarded by Chen Huixin. As for that Ji Qingluo sitting above, her brows were gently knitted. So the thing that enables the steppe tribes to sing and dance is this thick bamboo tube? What on earth is it? Several teenagers explaining their finished product. Chen Huixin was listening attentively, even if the thing was similar to the sudden fire gun in his mind. But this is their heart's blood after all, so he naturally has to treat it with care. Though it is said, the power of this thing is just so, and it may be difficult to achieve the desired effect in actual combat. But it's the work of these young people. It's the first musket on earth. Chen Huixin understood very well what the appearance of muskets meant, and these few young men, after more than 3 years of study, such a musket was made. If they had been given more time, and with his guidance on the course of musket development, maybe, in his lifetime, he can really see the appearance of the weapon that made the steppe tribes sing and dance. Chapter 55 is totally different. After explaining the fundamentals, that naturally has to be seen to be believed. After bringing the sudden musket to the courtyard, the teenagers then got their hands dirty and put on protection. Originally, I was thinking of applying for a couple of death row inmates from the Dilizi, but then I did the math and realized that even if I missed, I couldn't blow them up. At best, it's a gray head and then a little bit of pain, but it'll teach them a lesson. So they were left to experiment on themselves. Ji Changxi explained from the side. The principle of the sudden musket, which she already knew long ago, is nothing more than the use of gunpowder. Shoots that sunny out. However, Chen Huixin, who was next to her, looked at her with a face full of helplessness. Even if the gunpowder couldn't kill them, but if the arole is blown everywhere, it's still not a small danger either. But at the sight of the young people, who were still sparing their lives by wrapping their bodies tightly, he then knew that Ji Changxi hadn't been wrong. And even if the areoles were flying around, he'd just be a little injured at most. And if this can teach them to remember and know how to let death row inmates conduct dangerous experiments in the future, that's kind of worth it. Your Majesty, are we on? Several young men inquired. After seeing Chen Huixin nod his head, this is when they took the sudden fire gun seriously and fired it with a single stroke. Boom! Voices ringing, but the arole did not hit the tree, but only the weeds next to it, to the ground. Several young men suddenly turned red and hurriedly continued to reload the arole to refire. Ji Changxi looked at the cumbersome operation and said, although this thing is troublesome to use, but it is, after all, their first achievement, and if it is improved, it may be able to replace the bow and arrow in the future. She did not dare to speak of replacing the bow, for both in terms of loading, and in terms of power, the sudden musket is all nowhere near as good as a bow, and even looks like a toy that might have a bit of trouble even replacing a bow and arrow. But Chen Huixin is more confident than she is. Instead of bows and arrows? No, this is going to change the shape of war. Chen Huixin said this. He looks at those few young men, at the blunderbuss, As if I had seen the guns described in that knowledge. As if I had seen that cold weapon replaced by a hot weapon. Give them a musketry institute. Maybe. They're going to surprise us even more. In the Golden Palace. Watch that assault rifle fire. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. That's it? I thought it was something important. But it's just shooting rocks? And I can't even shoot that big tree. So I don't know what this thing is good for. Even if it is used for the children at home to play with. I am afraid that even the children will not be able to look at it. Those courtiers who had relations with the lineage were at once like wild dogs that had discovered something that, it wasn't just screaming, it was a headlong rush of pouncing and tearing at them. As for the second imperial daughter Ji Changling, she was also full of doubts at this time, saying, this thing looks like, it is supposed to rely on that stone to hurt people, but it is not as accurate as a bow and arrow, and not as powerful as a bow and crossbow, and in order to study it, specializing in building a new research institute. Does Chen Huixin really think so highly of it? She had been waiting, with great anticipation, for this experiment with the surge firearm, but the power and cumbersomeness of that blunderbuss was a disappointment to her. The time it took to load the thing that looked like a stone, enough for a skilled archer to shoot several arrows with more accuracy than a blunderbuss. In her opinion, it would be better to train more archers, instead of studying this stuff, or make more bows. As for that changing the shape of war, Ji Changling shook his head. She couldn't see how it would change the war anyway. Even skilled archers can't stop a cavalry charge. It's slow firing, less powerful, and inaccurate sudden musket, so I'm afraid the cavalry can run over it with a single charge. Chen Huixin won't really look away, right? This thought flashed through Ji Changling's mind for the first time. Even the Ji Qingluo above the dragon chair, at this time the depths of the eyes also with a little confusion. She likewise failed to see what exactly stood out about the surge fire gun that drew such attention from Chen Huixin. As for relying on it to enable steppe tribes to sing and dance, I'm afraid it's not going to make the steppe tribes laugh. Ji Qingluo was a little disappointed, but just as she wanted to channel the fortunes of the nation and continue to extrapolate into the future, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Ji Changxi, who was full of excitement at the moment, even trembling slightly. Changxi? This thing is really the future that Chen Huixin is looking at. Ji Changxi's cheeks were tinged with red. She looked at the heavenly mirror and said excitedly, now it seems that thing is like a toy. It's a pain in the ass to load. It doesn't shoot right, and it's not very powerful, but if it not only shoots far, it shoots right. What kind of light is it when it's powerful and can be fired continuously? After hearing Ji Changxi's words, the crowd in the room froze. They thought along with the angle Ji Changxi said, and if this surge firearm was really what she said it was, isn't that a beefed up version of a crossbow? You don't understand. This is definitely not comparable to a so-called crossbow. Ji Changxi didn't explain anything more to them. She looked at the heaven inspection mirror and said with excitement and anticipation, it's like what Chen Huixin said. This weapon will definitely change the shape of war. Jinping 6, July. Chen Huixin built a musketry institute. Let those young men specialize in muskets. Since they have the potential and talent for it, then let them show their talents. Chen Huixin granted them a lot of money with a big wave of his hand. Of course, he also instructed the young men on how the musket should be developed in the future. If we can make a cannon, then we might be able to use it on the battlefield. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue looks at the money and grain in the treasury, which has been distributed to new places by His Majesty, but his heart is no longer as heartbroken as it once was, because, after more than 2 years, that Nantou city is completely developed. If anything, formerly South Head City, just an ordinary sea defense town. It even looks like a small fishing village in places, but after a casual glance at Your Majesty, it's a different story thereat. Chapter 56, do you remember? Since the establishment of South Head City as a model district, Chen Huixin then never paid attention to that side again, because, the business law thing, it was not just implemented in South Head City, it's going to end up being one of the laws of Youku. If it interferes too much, it may affect the effectiveness of the implementation of that commercial law. It may even cause us to fail to detect the hidden dangers. That's why it's best to give them a free hand. This is what Chen Huixin thought at the beginning. Naturally, no one within the court dares to do more, and the minister of the household observes the changes in Nantou City at regular intervals. Since the middle of last year, that Nantou City has been more prosperous than many places in the Kingdom of Yu, and by the time overseas trade has completely become the mainstream of Nantou City, even the tax revenue of Suzhou and Hangzhou has been surpassed by it. Now there are not only merchants from Yule, but also merchants from small countries, doing business in Yukuni through Nantou City, and it didn't just develop on its own. The other towns next to that one have benefited from it. Even Guangzhou province has gotten a lot of benefits from this. This is what the Minister of Revenue is most pleased about. without sucking the surrounding towns dry and being able to help them grow. That's something that would please him more than an increase in taxes, so much so that it affected the surrounding towns before the commercial law was officially introduced. It can't be helped. After all, Nantou City isn't a separate entity. It's still tied to its surroundings. It would be strange if it didn't affect that. Today, towns around South Head, including the Canton Palace, there are already many merchants who hope that the court will enforce the commercial law here as well. Because of the differences in the laws adopted in the two places, there are often troublesome things that happen. The Minister of Revenue said to Chen Huixin in a reporting manner, "This may be one of the drawbacks of the demonstration area. It will make communication between non-demonstration areas and demonstration areas troublesome. If it were not for the fact that the officials of Guangzhou Prefecture and other places are aware of Chen Huixin's high regard for Shanglu, I am afraid that some people will use the excuse that the commercial law has not been implemented locally to do something in the dark. That's why the Minister of the Household hopes that the commercial law can be officially implemented in the whole country. Anyway, it's been validated in South Head City for 2 years and it's time to implement it." But Chen Huixin did not answer immediately, but first looked up that specific situation. After South Head City developed with the help of maritime trade, more and more people flocked to it. This has led to the expansion of the city itself and has led to a number of problems and pitfalls. But the local authorities know that this is both trouble and opportunity, and that if it's done right, it will certainly bring itself into the eyes of His Majesty. So with their efforts, these problems were resolved rather quickly. But, number of Japanese, also growing. Let the safety of the people and businessmen be affected. Chen Huixin's brow is slightly furrowed. According to his understanding, generally such existence as Japanese invaders, except for a very few who are true Ronin, most of them should be impersonated by someone for profit. Nowadays, the commerce of Nantou City has increased and the city has expanded, but the number of government soldiers has not increased. It should be someone who thinks that robbing is faster than making money in trade, so they pretend to be Japanese and throw the blame on the Japanese, and other than that, it's not much of a problem. Find a general to lead the soldiers and go to garrison near Nantou City, but it doesn't have to be stationed for long. Wait till next year. It's about time the shipyards had ships built. By that time a large number of Japanese invaders can be cleaned out, whether by sea or land. Chen Huixin snorted coldly. He doesn't care if those Japanese are real or fake Ronin. Obviously, today's Fabian is full of opportunities, and if you have hands and feet, you won't starve to death. But you still dare to hinder Fabian's development in such a way. That's just messing with him. And upon noticing that, the Minister of the Household was still eyeing him. He nodded. And then there's this business law, which can be officially implemented in Yule. Hearing this, the Minister of the Household was immediately filled with ecstasy. "I will do as I am told." In the Golden Palace, Wei Taihe looked at the projected future, and his already pale face became even more unsightly, because the official introduction of this commercial law was tantamount to a countdown of his life. As long as this business law let the economy of the country of Neiyu be lifted a little bit from what it was before, then I am totally screwed. Wei Taihe's legs were trembling. Being the Minister of the Household, he's very clear. There is a huge probability of this happening. The current state of that South Head City proves it. That is to say, his life was already as a candle in the wind. Perhaps in the next moment he was going to be dragged out and executed on the spot. Think about it. Wei Taihe looked to some of the courtiers in the court, hoping that they would be able to save him. But those people were standing still without words after warning him with their eyes. He was in despair. And Ji Changling's voice rang out at that moment. Shangshu Wei, the city of Nantou, which was implemented by that commercial law, has likewise suffered from the nuisance of the Japanese. But in this case, it can even have higher taxes than Suong. But in our Xiangoku, how is it that there is only a mere less than 100,000 taels of silver? Ji Changling looked at Wei Taihe. She hadn't forgotten that Wei Taihe had previously been responsible for so little tax revenue from that overseas trade. It came down to her dead dad and the bonobos, though she's had a few fatherly, mouthy moments about her dad, but it was her own father. And just because she could say it didn't mean others could throw the blame on him. And the scourge of Japanese invaders suffered by the Yu Kingdom was such that even Chen Huixin had to send troops to garrison it. The coastal Japanese pirates of Maisonguk are not known even to His Majesty, so it is clear that they are not large in scale. Then why is it that Yule Kingdom was able to develop a sea trade, but Maisong Kingdom is no different from the Forbidden Sea? Ji Changling's line of sight swept over the ministers present, and that Ji Qingluo, who was sitting up there, was looking at Wei Taihe all the time, watching his legs trembling and, at any moment, he might collapse to the ground. And a hint of sarcasm appeared on that stunningly beautiful face, while his voice said indifferently, "Shangshu Wei, thinking about it for so long, do you ever remember the real reason for that overseas tax thing?